J'ouvre les portes. Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, and in respect of the policy for tabling documents in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 10th report from Canada on the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the 2024 concluding observations of the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women.
Merci.
Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Labour and Seniors.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table, in both official languages, Canada's report with respect to International Labour Organization instruments adopted at the 111th session, June 2023, of the International Labour Conference, Geneva, Switzerland.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Government's response to 13 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, and I thank the staff for providing me the laptop.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
From interparliamentary delegations. Is Ms. Fry online? Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third and final report of the Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of Emergency, entitled Review of the Exercise of Powers and the Performance of Duties and Function pursuant to the Declaration of Emergency that was in effect from February 14th, 2022 to February 23rd, 2022. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat Gerson has a dissenting report.
Speaker, I'm honoured to rise today to present the Conservative dissenting report from the Special Joint Standing Committee on the Declaration of Emergency. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal NDP Prime Minister has for years sought to distract Canadians from the failures of his government. The peak of his efforts came in February of 2022 when the government invoked the Emergencies Act to silence dissent to his pandemic controls. Conservatives opposed this extreme overreach at the time, and every development which has since come to light has confirmed that the Conservatives made the right call. Regrettably, the Liberals, aided and abetted by so-called independent senators, thwarted our efforts at committee to get to the bottom of these decisions in order to hold the government accountable. What's worse, Mr. Speaker, is that they have written a report with several recommendations which glossed over the legitimate, serious concerns which arose and which would reduce further parliamentary accountability of any government which claims such extraordinary legal powers for itself in the future. Even Commissioner Paul Rouleau, who once worked as the Liberal PMO, struggled to write a report upholding this Liberal government's decision, admitting, and I quote, "Reasonable and informed people could reach a different conclusion from the one I arrived at," end of quote. Canadians can be reassured, though, that the federal court, in the only legally binding analysis of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, has confirmed that the NDP Liberal government's choices were both illegal and unconstitutional. Conservatives have put forward a dissenting report which I encourage everyone to read, Madam Speaker. It outlines our analysis of the situation, our deep concerns with the lack of government transparency, acknowledges those committee recommendations which we do agree with, and sets out a series of additional recommendations which we think will ensure greater government accountability and restraint should, God forbid, there ever be a similar situation in the future. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Conservatives wish to express their appreciation for the committee staff who ably helped us through our deliberations, along with those witnesses who willingly contributed their evidence and views for our report. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise to request unanimous consent to provide our supplementary report to the Emergency Act.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Member for Charlotte, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As members of the New Democratic Party, we stand by the recommendations in the main report, but we believe that further reflection is essential. This reflection will help us address the broader implications of this moment and ensure that we chart a future that protects the rights of Canadians. New Democrats stress the urgent need to rebuild public confidence in our institutions. And achieving this will require a much deeper democratic commitment to parliamentary transparency and accountability, not just in the specific context of the Emergency Act, but in our ongoing governance efforts. The failures of local police services during the Freedom Convoy, where officers appeared compromised or even sympathetic to the occupiers, exposed the systemic issues that must be addressed. Many Canadians felt abandoned during this crisis, and the resulting loss of public trust underscores the urgent need for structural reform. It is troubling that the last Royal Commission on Policing in Canada occurred in 1962. As the challenges of public safety have evolved significantly since then, we call on the Minister of Public Safety to establish a new National Commission on Policing. This body should examine police mandates, budgets, and their alignment with public safety goals. Additionally, we urge the creation of a dedicated office to investigate the radicalization within public security forces and the misuse of resources for undemocratic purposes. The invocation of the Emergencies Act has revealed a deep and systemic challenges in Canada's governance, policing, and the protection of democratic rights. The issues of transparency, accountability, and public trust exposed during the crisis must be addressed with urgency and purpose. As New Democrats, we believe the recommendations in this report are a vital step forward, but they must be accompanied by broader reforms. Canada must seize on this moment to rebuild its institutions in alignment with democratic values, whether it's modernizing the Emergencies Act, investigating extremism within our public institutions, or rethinking the role and structure of policing. Only through sustained effort and genuine accountability can we restore public confidence and ensure that our democracy remains resilient against future challenges. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would also like to thank all of the incredible staff, the clerks, and everybody who participated, including each of our party staff, for the last close to 2 years. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Saving More Lives, Improving Guidance, Increasing Access, and Achieving Better Outcomes in Breast Cancer Screening.
Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a response to the report. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank the support staff at our committee, including the clerk and the analysts, and we thank them for their hard work. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River, Ms. Blaney, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves that the 9th report on the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs presented on Wednesday, December 14, 2022, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very, very honored to be here to speak on behalf of the tremendous members of my riding, North Island Powell River, and also to be here to speak on behalf of so many women across this country, largely women who married military men after they were 60. And what is unfortunate about this is that we're having this concurrence debate on something that started in Canada in 1901. It was a piece of legislation that was put in place to make sure that young women didn't marry older military men for their pension. So it was put in place that if they were married after 60, the person that they married would not be eligible for any spousal benefits when they died. Madam Speaker, they called it the gold digger clause because their rationale was that you would only marry someone over 60 who had served our country because you were waiting for their pension. And so here we are, it's 2024, and this rule is still in place. And it's really shocking because it impacts so many. And what is really upsetting to me and to people who've lived through this is that in 2015, when the Liberals were put into power, the Prime Minister's letter to the Minister stated very clearly to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, we want this remedied. It's time to deal with this and make it fair. And unfortunately, even though it was written to two ministers in 2015 and 2017 and then suddenly disappeared from the mandate letters of the Minister of Veterans Affairs, it was clearly there and nothing was done. Now, I know that some members in this House will think about 2019, especially the Liberals, and they'll say, we did do something, Madam Speaker. We put into place $150 million to start to support some of these largely women that are marrying people after 60 who served our country, who served as RCMP officers. We're going to put aside $150 million for them, and we're going to find a process, and we're going to make sure that they get a little bit of a survivor's benefit. And so that was done in 2019. So again, I just want to point out, it is now 2024. It's over 5 years later. And how much of that money has been spent? How much of that money has gone to these amazing women who, in some cases, were married, Madam Speaker, 25 and 30 years, who cared for the people who served our country as they aged. And $0 has gone out to those women. $0. So what I keep hearing, and the minister and her team came to visit us in committee just over a week ago, and I asked again about this. Because, Madam Speaker, this may surprise you, but people from all over Canada contact my office and talk to me about this issue because it's impacting them. And I don't know how people feel in this House about having elderly women, in some cases in their 80s, call your office and explain to you, and I've heard this again and again, Rachel, I'm not a gold digger. I married him because I loved him, and I cared for him as he aged, and now that he's gone, I can't afford the basic necessities of life. You know, I don't want to hear that anymore. It upsets me that people who cared for the people who served our country feel like they are second-class citizens and that the mantle of gold digger is on their shoulders. And I think, Madam Speaker, you know, we had a whole study about this in Veterans Committee a couple years ago. And that's what I'm here talking about. And, you know, what was very distressing about that study was listening to couples who were in this current circumstance, some of whom didn't know. So they went out, they served their country, they found a spouse, and they were happily married, and then they found out after they were married or in a common law relationship that their spouse would not get any survivor's benefits. And so because they found this out, they went back and they asked for information, and they were told then. So one of the recommendations in the report is a very basic one, which is, can you please tell the people who serve us that if they find love after 60, they will be penalized? And then the government said, don't worry, don't worry. We have this program, and you can implement it. It's called the Optional Survivor Benefit Program. And so what they can do, Madam Speaker, is give up a percentage of their income every month to put aside for their loved one. The pickup on this program is extremely low. And I think all of us in this House instinctively know why. Because they don't have huge pensions to begin with. So what are they going to do? Commit to poverty now their whole time with their spouse so that their spouse can have a pittance when they're gone? It's shocking. So we actually had one veteran that came and spoke to me about what he had done. And he loved his spouse so much. So when he found out about the optional survivor benefit, he put it in place. He put part of his pension every month, every year, away for her. Sadly, his spouse developed a serious illness and passed away. And for years, he'd been putting money away for her. It was his money, part of his pension. He was saving it for her through this program. And when she passed, he asked what was going to happen to that money, and the government said, it's gone now. That's ours. So when you think about that, people choosing to live in poverty so that their spouse can have a pittance when they pass, and then something like this happens and you lose absolutely everything. And, you know, the department officials were assuring me that when they lost their spouse, don't worry, because they get the same pension. We're no longer deducting from it once they lose their loved one. Never mind the money that they put aside that was put there specifically for a reason just disappears into the coffers. So when we think in this place of injustice and unfairness, I think we have to really look at what's happening here and really understand that we are asking people to care for the people who served our country as they age, in some cases, some of the hardest physical, emotional, and mental times for these people. And we're asking their spouses to just go without. Never mind that people live way longer now than they used to in 1901. Never mind that in 1901, already this was a sexist, misogynistic law. Because it was. To assume the only reason people would marry a veteran was for their money is shameful, and that we're still practicing that today is shameful. And the other thing that came up again and again, and is one of the recommendations in this report that I really hope all members in this House take time with, because this is a simple injustice. But one of the things that we saw happen again and again is it was like a dance. It was like we would talk to the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, and they'd say, actually, even though it's in the mandate letter from the PM, it's not us. It's National Defense. And then you'd go to National Defense and ask them, and they say, no, it's not us. It's Veterans Affairs. You know, we have veterans, RCMP veterans, all over this country who are fighting this. They are standing up and saying, this is not right, this is not fair. We do not want our loved ones to be in poverty when we go because we can't get that pension for them, that survivor's benefit. They don't even know who to advocate to because these two departments keep switching it back and forth. And I think that's simply unfair and really, really shameful. So, Madam Speaker, you know, I keep thinking about the people who came and spoke with us. And I think, you know, one of the stories that I found most frustrating in this job is during the pandemic, we had a couple with a veteran who was 59, and him and his partner were planning to get married. And then the pandemic hit. And so what happened during the pandemic, I think all of us know. Everything sort of fell apart for a while. By the time they could figure out how to get married, he had reached the age of 60. So because of a pandemic, he couldn't get married before 60. And now his spouse will not get a survivor's pension. And I think, you know, you look at some things like that and you think this is so ridiculous. And what else has been surprising is how many veterans have contacted my office who didn't know. And we've actually had people call us and say, we got married because we were worried that if we waited until we were 60 that our spouse would get nothing. It's totally shocking. And I think of, Walt and Norma. They both testified at our committee. And one of the things that will always stick with me is Walt saying to the committee, I just want Canada, the country that I serve, to understand that my wife is worth a survivor's benefit. They are married. They care for their family together. They have a grandchild that has some particular needs. Walt and Norma are a big part of providing support for those needs, which is what you do when you're in a family. And what Walt is worried about is if he goes before Norma, that she won't be able to afford and maintain their house. They won't be able to have space for that granddaughter and that whole family who needs the support and care, and that everything will start to fall apart, and that's unfair. And he feels bad. It's shocking to me that we're in a situation where Canada is literally making people feel guilty for finding love after 60. So, Madam Speaker, I do want to do a special shout out to Madeline, who is an amazing woman who lives very close here in Ottawa. And she got a hold of me to talk about the fact that she is a survivor of a beautiful person, Roger, who served our country. And things are tough for her. I mean, Madeline, with the tremendous grace and dignity that she has, is addressing her day-to-day issues with as much dignity as she can. But she is struggling because she won't receive a survivor's benefit after Roger's passing. And so, she was one of the women who called me who said, Rachel, I promise you, I'm not a gold digger. And then she said Roger was a lot of work sometimes at the end. And so it was a lot of work for her, but she would have done it again, even if it was hard, even if it was frustrating, because she loved him. And so, I did the responsible thing, and I said, okay, let's ask the PBO to do a little bit of a report on this, and how much will it cost? And Madam Speaker, there's no doubt it'll be a change. But here's the thing that I think people have to understand, is the increase to the actual payments that people are making today would be minuscule. So when I look at this place, and I look at the fact that this government promised in 2019 in the budget $150 million to help out these largely women. About 97% of survivors are women. Some of these women are struggling financially every day. And since 2019, there's been money in the coffers put aside specifically to support these women that hasn't moved forward. The only thing they paid for was some research that was done during COVID, but it was legitimate research, and they were very clear, you need to make this right, help these women out. So here we are. Is there not a way for this government to figure out how to use that $150 million to get these women a little bit of money? And while they're doing that, to figure out on the other end how much that they can start getting paid into this system to make sure that in the future, survivors are covered after 60. This isn't rocket science. This is really about accepting and understanding that we have specific people who are struggling in our country because we have an unfair rule that was made in 1901 and we've never, ever fixed it. It's something that this government committed to doing. They put it in 2 different letters to their Minister of Veterans Affairs, said make it right and fix it, and then it disappeared. Everywhere I go, I'm surprised. I remember a couple of years ago, I was in Campbell River at a fundraiser, and I was talking to people, and this gentleman came up to me, and he's like, thank you for fighting on the Gold Diggers Clause. I'm that person. I'm 61. I'm dating, but I feel uncomfortable that if I actually find someone I want to marry, I'm going to have to explain to them that there won't be anything for them. I think that's startling. I think about how just this summer I went to New Brunswick, and when I was there, several people contacted, they heard me, they knew that I was coming, and they met with me just to talk specifically about this issue. And, you know, I remember sitting at a restaurant when I was there, and you know, met the lovely couple. They got married. He was older than 60 when they got married. And she has a pension. And if she goes, he gets her pension, her survivor benefits. But if he goes, he can't return the favor. I just think it's really shocking. It's very concerning. And it does something that I think all of us should care about. It makes senior women poorer in this country. We know for a fact that the poorest seniors in Canada are women. And so here we see this cycle continue where we're penalizing women for their caregiving duties, not acknowledging them, not accepting the tremendous amount of support and free labor that they do, and we take away their survivor's benefit. It's shocking. It's just absolutely shocking. And I think of Elva in my riding. Her husband was a World War II veteran. She's my constituent. I appreciate her service to our country through loving her husband, and she needs that survivor's benefit. And I also want to point out that the following organizations actually are in favor of eliminating the clause: the RCMP Veterans Association, the Royal Canadian Legion, the National Association of Federal Retirees, the National Council of Veterans Association, and the Armed Forces Pensioners. These are important organizations that have all come behind and said, yes, this is something we need to make right. We need to stop punishing veterans and their loved ones for finding love later in life. We have to stop it. They deserve better. They served our country. We really need to do better by them. And again, I'm just going to come back. Like, if the government were to eliminate the clause, the additional cost to the pension fund would be less than 2%, a 2% change on an annual basis. You know, I know that sometimes we really have to think about money, and I appreciate that. You know, I come from a long line of people who were struggling financially, and I come from the nonprofit sector. We did everything we could to make sure that we could spread everything as far as we could, and we really had to pinch our pennies and take care. And I appreciate that. But I think that there is a cost associated with this, and that cost is letting women who care for the people who served our country, leave them in poverty, leave them with a burden of financial insecurity, and it doesn't address that issue. And if we're a country that's about fairness, if we're a country about respecting those who served us, then we have to make sure that a survivor's benefit is there, that veterans get the care they need, and so do their loved ones. So, Madam Speaker, I know that I'm getting to the end of this, but I just want to say, in Canada, we should not be punishing veterans for finding love later in life. We shouldn't be punishing them, and we shouldn't be punishing their whole families by not providing a survivor's benefit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate many of the comments that the members put on the record. The question I have for her is in regards to when we talk about the military. I served in the Canadian Forces, and there's a very close relationship between the military and the RCMP, even though they are completely independent of each other. Ultimately, even federal civil servants that are out there. And I'm wondering if she would be suggesting that we should be applying the very same principles in this situation to other federal employees.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And when we asked the PBO to actually do that work, that was the numbers that I gave you. That's not just for veterans, that's not just for RCMP veterans, that's for everybody who's excluded after 60. So it's less than 2% increase. I think it's the right thing to do, and I think there could be an approach that was implemented where the $150 million was used to get us to the place that other people would be included. So I think there could be a really targeted approach. I think it could be very thoughtful. Unfortunately, we're not seeing anybody willing to take that risk. And when we know that there's been $150 million waiting and not one survivor has received a cent, I mean, that is shocking to me, and we need to make that right, and that should be done immediately.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex Lambton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the member for bringing this up. I'm very fortunate to have just north of my riding, Parkwood Hospital, which has a lot of veterans come to get their services, whether it's through rehabilitation or physio, any of those types of things. And I recognize the impact to the families. So many people are involved in the care of that family. I'm just wondering if there's anything to show how much, because looking at the fact that women have been the caretakers, is there an analysis of how much the government has actually saved because of the women who have married? Because I'm thinking about my own mom and my own dad, the care for one another that they have, and how much that actually saves the healthcare system as well. So is there a review on how much the government actually saves by recognizing that spouse who has been participating in the care of that veteran?
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, that is an excellent question, and I don't think there's one specifically on this particular case, but I mean, I think it outlines one of the things that we've studied repeatedly in this House, which is the free labor of caregivers. And so if you look at that quantification, we see again and again largely women caring for people and how much work that they do. And I do want to say that what we heard repeatedly from veterans, I think of Bob and Sue, our CMP veteran and wife, you know, he talked about that. In the future, I know that she's going to be looking after me, and I feel crappy that I know that when I'm gone, she will not have any survivor's benefits to honor that labor. And so how do you ask for that? So it's a really interesting idea of the difficulty that it brings to a relationship where you have to sort of talk about the fact that I'm asking you to care for me and I'll do my best to care for you, but when I'm gone, we can't leave you anything because of this law. So, you know, we hope that this government, who talks about being a feminist government, does a very good analysis of how this is actually incredibly sexist. 97% are women.
Jose Gama.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is a very interesting exchange we're having this morning, and this is an issue that's close to my heart. Is this injustice? And the previous question was interesting from the Conservative member. How can we better recognise the unremunerated work? Because often when we are a caregiver and we have to take care of someone in retirement, we don't get paid for it. I met female parliamentarians yesterday, and oftentimes in retirement, women are still far too penalised. This isn't a debate on 319, but on that front, a lot of women said that women who are 68 don't get the same retirement pension as 78. And I hope that the NDP will continue to support that bill. What we're talking about today is good sense. Women should not be discriminated against after the age of 60. They should have right to this survivor's benefit. This was in our position as well. In our platform in 2021, we'll continue to fight for these survivor benefits, and I know that my colleague will give us an excellent speech on this. It's more of a comment than a question, but now I realise that the fact that committee reports are being brought back to the House allows us to raise important issues. Let's abolish this clause.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, I thank the member, and I really thank her for her work. I know that I was the seniors critic for the NDP for a lot of years, and the unfairness that women seniors face is it's quite frankly shocking. And I think about in 2015, when I first was elected, I remember knocking on my first door where I had a woman answer the door, a young woman. She had 2 children, and she was telling me that childcare was so expensive that she was making about $30 a week. So she stopped working. to care for her children, but she was worried about the fact that she wasn't paying into a pension. She wasn't paying into her CPP. What would that mean for her when she got older? So when I look at how many senior women and I look at this situation, I just see this cycle of keeping women in a place where they're going to be impoverished, where they can't rock the boat because they don't have that financial security. And that worries me. So when I look at this, like, women are often the caregivers of their family. We see this from these women who will love these men no matter what. They will care for them no matter what. But we are punishing them. And they shouldn't be punished for loving someone. And I've been asked, why do you keep calling it the gold digger clause? It's not what it's called anymore. I use that language because that is the history of this. And the impact is still the same. So until the impact changes, I'm going to keep saying gold digger because that is the right thing to do.
Good.
Member for Saanich Highlands.
Thank you. I want to thank my friend from North Island, Powell River. And the gold digger clause actually was invented after the Boer War. That's how far back it goes. And like my friend from North Island, Powell River, I have constituents who are going through this. I've been working on this with her predecessor, the former veterans critic for the NDP, Peter Stauffer, great MP from Sackville, Eastern Shore, Nova Scotia. Just want to tell one quick story, Madam Speaker. Chick Goodman, war hero, was involved, joined up, lied about his age, joined at 15 into the Second World War, volunteered, was part of the liberation of the death camps in the Netherlands. He was been honored. He got the French Legion of Honor Award, but he married Nancy when he was 60. And he kept saying to me, Elizabeth, can you fix this? Can you fix this? I said, all I can say is, Chick, we've got this support. We've got a letter now from Bill Morneau says he's going to fix it now, former finance minister. I said, all I can say, Chick, is please don't die because this injustice has to get fixed. He died at 96 and Nancy's a widow. And by God, this has to get fixed. I'm moved by your words, North Island Powell River member. I shouldn't say you. I should say to my friend from North Island Powell River, if every member in this place isn't moved by this, I've asked for two things in the fall economic statement to the Minister of Finance. Fix this and fix the unfairness to single seniors.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I really appreciate, and I know this member has been working on this issue for a long time, and this is the part that's so painful, is you're meeting widows. Like I said that. I have widows calling me, earnestly promising me that they didn't marry their partner just to get their pension. Like, that they perceive it that way, to me, is a great disservice to this country. And I think of Kevin and Tracy. You know, he served our country. He continues to fight this. He's one of the best allies I've had in this process. And not only is he working on this, but he helps so many veterans. The commitment that these veterans have and that their spouses have to making sure that their stories are heard and their realities are heard. I think of the fact that, you know, listening to one spouse talking about when her husband came back and how he couldn't bear to hear any explosions on the kids' games and how the whole family had to change to have him home again. You know, the amount of work that caregivers give is tremendous. So if we dishonor the veteran who served our country, the RCMP veteran, I think of Pat and Kelly. Pat is a retired corrections officer. They did work for us. We cannot punish them for finding love after 60 when there are ways to fix it. And I'm really interested in having that discussion. I know it's not simple, but it needs to be fixed. It needs to be fixed.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to be able to address what I know is a very important issue. As I've indicated, I had the honour of being able to serve in the Canadian Forces for just over 3 years, Madam Speaker, and one of the most memorable things that I had through my experience was actually meeting with and marching with World War II veterans, Madam Speaker, and you learn a lot in the different types of discussions that you have with veterans, and in many different ways. You know, spouses of veterans play an absolutely critical role in terms of providing the types of supports that go far beyond, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, in many ways, a more typical marriage, Madam Speaker. Individuals that have to go through war, in particular, as I say, World War II, or it could even be Afghanistan or other wars that Canada has been engaged in over the years, there's a fairly profound impact on soldiers that are returning. And family members often have to make significant sacrifices in order to be able to cater to the needs of that returning soldier, Madam Speaker. So I have a deep amount of respect for the family unit, in particular the spouses of veterans. Having said that, before I go into some details on this, Madam Speaker, I wanted to take the opportunity just to highlight why it is that we're having this particular debate today, and maybe express a little bit of frustration. Because, you know, as we're talking about veterans and the Canadian Forces, it's interesting, one of the government bills that we introduced quite a while ago, Madam Speaker, for debate, had a very significant impact on our Canadian Forces and those that are serving today, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about, you know, the benefits of survivor benefits and you know, how it impacts women disproportionately by a long shot, Madam Speaker. Well, within the legislation that we had where we were taking issues related to sexual harassment and exploitation out of military courts and putting it into civilian courts. That is one piece of a number of aspects of legislation that the government has been trying to get through. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, what we have seen is what I have indicated to people that have been following the debate for the last number of weeks, I don't know, I think it's like 8-9 weeks now, Madam Speaker, is a Conservative opposition that has made the decision to play a multi-million-dollar game here on the floor of the House of Commons, to play a very destructive, self-serving role for the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. And it is at a substantial cost. So as a direct result, we have debates that have been taking place, and you know, I don't blame the NDP because typically if they didn't bring forward this particular concurrence motion, what we would be debating would likely be another Conservative concurrence vote, Madam Speaker. But we're not, because the NDP kind of beat you to it. But that's a side issue for right now. The point is, Madam Speaker, that the House should actually be dealing with the substantive measures of legislation that are actually before the House. Every day there's legislation that's called upon. Look, we're having the fall economic statement this Monday as a direct result of the behavior of the official opposition. And so for those that want to follow in terms of what has actually taken place, you go back 8-9 weeks or so, and what you'll find is that issues of this nature, dealing with severance, Madam Speaker, for veteran spouses, is being debated in the fashion it is today, all because of a motion that the Conservative Party brought forward 9 weeks ago or so. And that motion was to actually have a report brought to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. That motion was actually introduced by the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. And they have been putting up speaker after speaker. There are well over, I believe, 200 speakers now on that particular motion of privilege. So as a result, Madam Speaker, in order to change the channel, to change the topic, what we have seen is different opposition parties bring forward concurrence reports. And the purpose of bringing forward concurrence reports from the Conservative Party's perspective is just to talk about anything but the privilege issue, because they've, in essence, run out of things to continue to repeat to say on the privilege issues. And for the Bloc and the NDP, where they have brought in concurrence reports, it's because they're tired of listening to the Conservatives talk about the privilege issue or the types of concurrence reports that they're being brought in. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that what the government has been looking for is any opposition party, whether it's the Conservatives, not likely, but the Bloc, not as much likely, possibly the NDP. And the concurrence report that they have today, Madam Speaker, dealing with the severance of veterans, Madam Speaker, upon their death, is here.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher-Verchères.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order because I'd like to have the assurance that the Parliamentary Secretary across the way will eventually speak about the content of the report. Millions of people are affected by this situation. I'm sure he'd like to tell us the government's response and tell us why these spouses would not be able to benefit from the pension in future. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary still has 13 minutes to get back to the substance of the debate. And we hope that he'll do so.
But we have to have some relevance.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do think it is important that people understand that might be following the debate as to why it is we're actually debating it today. If the member was to look, we get hundreds of reports that are brought in from standing committees. And you'll find that there is actually detailed responses to all of the reports. So when the member stands up, Madam Speaker, and says, well, tell me something about the report, if the member would like, if he doesn't have access to the internet, I'm more than happy to provide him the actual government response to each and every one of the recommendations. But that's part of the issue, Madam Speaker. When we have these concurrence reports, a concurrence report typically means that a standing committee who has done wonderful work in terms of investigating a wide spectrum of issues, such as the issue that we're talking about today, comes back to the House for the House to concur in. There's already a detailed response, Madam Speaker. If the member likes, for example, I want to be able to highlight recommendation number 3 because I think it cuts to a lot of the chase. Right? Recommendation. Now, this is after a great amount of discussion and debate in committee, and I'm not too sure when this report was actually brought to the House, Madam Speaker. I suspect it was quite a while ago. But it's being used as a way to change the topic. But instead of changing the topic, what we should be doing is we should actually be dealing with government business and private members' business. And the point that I'm trying to get across, Madam Speaker, is that what we witness in the last 9 weeks, I would ultimately argue, is borderline contempt of Parliament, Madam Speaker, because we're not being able to do the things in which we should be doing to serve the people of Canada. All people, Quebec, Manitoba, coast to coast to coast. The member asked a very good question. The member that introduced the concurrence report cited example after example after example of individuals. We all know, Madam Speaker, there are many people that this is affecting. But equally, there are hundreds of thousands of people that are being ignored because we continue to allow the abuse of a matter of privilege and not being able to address the issues that Canadians expect us to be addressing. So if I go to the specific response, for example, on recommendation number 3, and I'll read the recommendation, Madam Speaker. It says that the Government of Canada immediately adopt regulations to make the optional survivor benefit available to both common law spouses and legally married spouses. Now, if you go through the response, Madam Speaker, and there's a number of recommendations, and I highlighted this one because I thought it was quite interesting in reading the response to the report. And it states, the Government of Canada agrees with this recommendation as work is currently underway to amend the regulations under all 3 of the federal pension plans, the CFSA, the RCMP, PSA, and the PSSA. Now, I'll stop there because that's the reason why I had asked the question of the person moving the motion, Madam Speaker, in regards to when we talk about the military, and I hear a lot of sympathy for the military, and I can assure all members of the chamber, I am very sympathetic, being someone that has served in the Canadian Forces, someone that has walked in marches on Remembrance Day with World War II veterans and others, Madam Speaker, fully understand the important role that families play. I am very much interested in seeing how this issue can be advanced and addressed. But we should also be taking into consideration at the very same time the RCMP. Because the same principles that we apply here would also apply, I would suggest, to the RCMP. I would ultimately argue, Madam Speaker, that if we talk to federal civil servants in Canada, you will find that there is a very keen interest in the federal civil service also being able to qualify. So at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I would hope I wasn't as a part of the committee when they were having these discussions, but what I do know is, like many other issues that committees deal with, they will come back with a report. And typically, if we're in agreement and trying to move the issue forward, you concur in it. If we were to debate every report, Madam Speaker, we would never be able to have a private member's hour. We'd never be able to have government legislation pass. And that's why my comments at the beginning were more so in regards to concern, in regards to what it is that's happening on the floor of the House of Commons today. And we can now write off this whole fall session as a direct result. But we're coming back in spring, Madam Speaker. And I'm hoping that we will see, whether it's the Bloc or the NDP, recognize that we need to move forward because that's what's in the best interest of Canadians, Madam Speaker. But let me continue on with that one recommendation because there is detail to it. So it states, and again, very quickly, the Government of Canada agrees with the recommendation as work is currently underway to amend the regulations under all 3 of the federal pension plans to make the optional survival benefit available to both common law spouses and legally married spouses. You'll notice, Madam Speaker, I was standing up hoping to get another question, because in some of the examples that were being raised by the New Democratic Party, she made reference, Madam Speaker, to an individual that was not able to get married because of the pandemic. But common law, from what my understanding, still would have applied for it. And we need to ensure that at the very least that we recognize that, because no doubt it would not have been an issue for that particular couple in that situation, Madam Speaker, because he was under 60, and I suspect, she didn't make it perfectly clear, but it sounded as if they were actually living potentially common law, Madam Speaker. So I think that was something that was worth noting, and it's actually noted in the response. The CFSA, which governs the Canadian Armed Forces pension plans, contains provisions that permit a retired member to marry after retirement, allowing the spouse to have the survivor benefits upon their death, provided that they were married or entered into common law relationship prior to their 60th birthday at an age in line with the compulsory retirement age of a CFA member. And that's why I make reference to the whole issue of common law. CFA veterans who are members of the regular force pension plan and marry after the age of 60, excluding in common law marriages, can provide this optional survivor benefit for their new spouse if they apply for the optional survivor benefit within 1 year of their marriage, and they agree to reduce their current level of pension in exchange for providing a survivor pension to their new spouse in an event of their death. This means that a portion of the retired member's pension would be reallocated to fund their spouse's survivor benefit. This option is only revocable upon the death of the spouse or a divorce, and as noted previously, is currently not an option for a common law relationships. Again, Madam Speaker, in looking at the details of the report, and I say this because I'm anticipating, unfortunately, that we will continue to see more concurrence reports being brought forward. If there is a response, if you really want to be able to contribute to the debate from an opposition perspective, what you should be doing is you should be addressing the actual report that has been brought to the attention of the chamber, Madam Speaker. If you feel that, okay, we want to have a vote on this and we want to have a debate on it, then you should be providing some detailed comments as to what it is that's in the response to the report, Madam Speaker. I would find that to be most interesting. Madam Speaker, I've indicated that every one of the recommendations that are in the report, there's actually a response to it. And I would encourage members, as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, I know is very much approaches things with an open mind. And we need to recognize that it's more than just Veterans Affairs. There's 2 or 3 departments that are ultimately having to coordinate any sort of changes. I would recognize that the government itself, whether it's the Prime Minister, myself, my colleagues, are very much sympathetic. In fact, I believe it was in the 2000, I have it here somewhere, 2019, 2019 budget, where we had actually allocated $150 million. That is a significant amount of money. I know it was being somewhat ridiculed a little bit earlier in terms of that money not necessarily being accessed, but the money was allocated. The government is in fact interested in pursuing the issue in a positive way, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that we very much look at ways as a parliament, and particularly on the floor of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker, that we can somehow get over the privilege issues, stop some of the concurrence motions that are coming, 1 minute, Madam Speaker, and get on to the legislative agenda of the government, and get on to private members' bills, and so forth. But having said that, Madam Speaker, at this time I would like to move, seconded by the member for Toronto Danforth, that the question now be put.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Brusen, moves the following amendment that the question be now put. The motion, sorry. The motion is in order. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the opportunity, as always, to be able to stand and ask important questions. So when it comes to the specifics, this is specifically related to something that to pensions and survivors' benefits for veterans, military servicemen and women, and their veterans' pensions post age 60. But it does open up the bigger conversation about many of the challenges that so many Canadians, and in particular veterans, are facing when it comes to food insecurity and homelessness, and in particular the cost of living that is associated with that. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the Parliamentary Secretary, a comment was made yesterday by the Prime Minister, actually, saying that inflation was down. Would he acknowledge that that is misleading to especially individuals on fixed incomes like pensioners, that inflation is not down? The costs of things are not going down. It is the rate at which costs are rising has slowed. So Madam Speaker, to you, and it sounds like the member from Kingston also has an opinion on this matter. Would the Parliamentary Secretary acknowledge that prices have not gone down when it comes to what Canadians are actually paying for things at the grocery store?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, one of the encouraging things that's been happening over the last 8 or so months is not only have we been seeing inflation go down, we have also been seeing interest rates go down, Madam Speaker. We've also been looking in terms of just the overall performance of the economy. We continue to look at ways in which we can invest in Canadians, support Canadians. We've had actually programs that have been there, such as the dental program, the pharmacare program, the National Food Care program. They're helping Canadians in a very real and tangible way. At the same time, we're able to keep tabs on our inflation and interest rates. And when you compare Canada to virtually any other country of the G20, we are doing exceptionally well. But that does not prevent the government, Madam Speaker, to continue to look at ways in which we can support Canadians. And a good example of that is we're giving the tax holiday for the GST, Madam Speaker, on a number of products in which, by the way, the member just posed the question, he voted against it, along with the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Voucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, if I were to summarize the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, Madam Speaker, it would be simply to say that today we shouldn't be talking about this. We shouldn't be talking about the report which says that people who'd married later in life should have access to the survivor's pension. He says we shouldn't talk about this. Why shouldn't we be talking about this? Because in his opinion, the report, was good where it was on the shelf, gathering dust. They were fine with that. We shouldn't also be talking about the Conservatives' privilege motion. What we should be talking about is the government's priorities, according to him. But, Madam Speaker, the government's priorities, what we see in the, in this report should be one of their priorities. This has been in the minister's mandate since 2015. They still haven't fixed it. This government's been here for almost 10 years, and what have they done? They haven't moved on this, and there are people who are suffering today because of that. Because, today when people are 60 years old, they're not at death's door. When you're 60 these days, you've got a lot of life ahead of you, so, things should change. Does the Parliamentary Secretary understand, Madam Speaker, that this government's archaic policies should come to an end? It's time for them to wake up. Because, in Quebec, we've fixed this problem. They just have to, you have to make a phone call, fill out a form, and it's been fixed. How is it that in the federal government, nothing ever gets fixed?
Well, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, I was in the forces and I happened to be 62 turning 63. I understand the age factor also. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the member is right. The only thing he's wrong on is the fact that it's not the Liberal Party's priorities. It's Canadian priorities that we should be talking about. What we should be talking about is the type of legislation that's there on the books. We should be talking about many of the private members' bill. There's all sorts of things that this House of Commons should actually not only be talking about, but taking action on, Madam Speaker. That means passing legislation. That means passing a fall economic statement. There's many different things that we could be doing for Canadians, but the Conservative Party and the light blue bloc, Madam Speaker, continues to want to filibuster. It doesn't mean that we're not concerned about the issue at hand. I am concerned about the issue at hand. We're all concerned about the issue at hand. But there's the issues and priorities that Canadians have, and that's what I will continue to push for.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Speaker, I share my Bloc colleagues' frustration with this member's attempt to distract from the issue at hand. And I think any attempt to suggest that there are more important things that we should be talking about in the House of Commons this morning is a direct disservice to these senior women who have been denied survivor benefits for so many years, many of whom are living in poverty. And I was so moved by my colleague from Powell Rivers, North Island Powell Rivers' excellent speech on this issue and the dedication that she has shown. And yet I read the government's official response to this report, and what I read is an excuse. What I read is tacit support for a policy that is fundamentally unjust. And so I would ask the member for a very direct yes or no answer to this question. Does he or does he not support Recommendation 9, that the Government of Canada repeal the Marriage After 60 clause in both the Canadian Forces Superannuation Act and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superannuation Act?
Thank you, Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member makes reference to Recommendation 9, and there is actually a response to that recommendation. It's one sentence and two paragraphs, and turns over to the next page. I would encourage him to read that particular aspect of it, Madam Speaker. But what I do take exception to is when you get a member that tries to put words in my mouth. It's not to say that I do not care about the issue. I care about the issue. It's the same if I was to say to the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley on a point of order. Exactly which point of order?
I don't believe it is consistent with the standing orders to suggest that a member said something that that member did not say. And I did not say...
It's really...
Name the standing order.
Kettle pot here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let's put it this way. If we went through the hundreds of reports and I was to identify reports that I believe are more important to Canadians, does that mean that the NDP don't care about those other reports or those other issues? I can assure the member that there are many different serious issues in concurrence reports. There's many of them. This is an important one. There's lots of important issues. But so is passing legislation, Madam Speaker, passing a fall economic statement, dealing with private members' business, getting work done for Canadians. That's what I'm here for.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, there were a couple of things. First, I want to agree with him profoundly that there is, while the cries for justice are particularly should move us from those who are spouses who've served in the armed forces. But equally, it makes no sense to deny spousal benefits to other classes of civil servants and others covered by the Superannuation Act. The whole notion of marriage after 60 should be stricken from all of the rules around pensions. But I do say to my honourable colleague from the Parliamentary Secretary that it's a bit much to say, well, some people will say the $150 million wasn't adequate. Not a single penny has moved towards those who are disadvantaged by the gold digger clauses. It affects the widows and survivors of our veterans. So it was a sham move by former Finance Minister Bill Morneau to get out of doing what he'd promised to do, which was to remove the clause entirely.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I respect the comments that the member is making, and one of the reasons why we have the standing committees, and the standing committee on Veterans Affairs continues on, and it might actually be a good agenda item for that particular committee to take a look at that $150 million allotment that was given back in 2019 and pose the question in terms of why hasn't it been accessed, and maybe there are some things that we can be doing to push the file faster. I've always believed there's a number of areas within government in which we could always look at ways to improve. And I share many of the concerns. It's not to say, as I say, that the government or Liberal members are not concerned about this issue. I genuinely believe that we all are, that it crosses all political parties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Madam Speaker, I'm actually very happy that you're in the chair today, because I know that you have a very good sense of humor. And looking at my present desk, I feel like I've got a yard sale here, and it's come to my attention that I forgot my own glasses at my condo. So I'm actually using something from the lobby, and they're women's glasses. So I hope I can carry them off. Very well, yeah. Maybe I could exchange with my colleague across. Excuse me. And I apologize, I'm just getting over a slight cold. But it is truly an honor and a privilege to be able to stand here on behalf of the people of Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan. And this is an important issue for our riding, because not only do we have a military base, 2 military bases, but we have a lot of veterans that live and reside within the riding. And before I go any further and make my day any worse, I'd like to say that I'm going to be sharing my time with my colleague from Battle River, Crowfoot, and making sure that I'm dotting my I's and crossing my T's. And I've appreciated everything that's been shared today from my colleagues from the NDP and from the Liberals with regards to this very important subject. One of the things that was brought up was priorities. And I want to kind of focus on that for veterans right now. We understand that those who have served, and I've been one of those members, and I didn't serve for very long, and I didn't do anything that was heroic or dramatic, but I think of those that have put in a lot of time, that have served overseas, that have encountered or seen and witnessed things that we have not as Canadians. What they experience and what they bring back to this country, it's sometimes hard for them to understand the devastation that man can do to each other. And they come back to this country, and we walk through grocery stores where things are aisled up, and there's milk everywhere, there's eggs, there's groceries in abundance. We live in a country of abundance, and that's what they're fighting for, but they don't understand what they've witnessed in other countries where people are just fighting for scraps of meal, and how people have treated each other inhumanely. And so that stress and that trauma manifests. And one of the biggest challenges we deal with in Veterans Affairs is post-traumatic stress disorder. My cousin served in the PPCLI, was in the Medak pocket in Croatia, and came back, and he's faced those challenges, and he's shared with me what he's dealt with. And so we know that it's not just the person that is serving in the military that experiences that. They bring that home with them, and they come home and they have their spouses. And their spouses don't understand why their husband or their wife has changed. What's changed in them? I couldn't wait for you to come home. I couldn't wait for us to start our lives over again. We missed you. The kids missed you. Things have happened. We weren't able to spend Christmas. We want to make up time, but there's something missing in that person. And there's brokenness. And sometimes marriages fall apart, and we understand that. We understand. And people can move on, and they rebuild their lives, and they go and get married again. And some are married out over the age of 60. And this is what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about what this gold digger clause means. Madam Speaker, it has to be said that this is culturally an old comment made, over 100 years ago, and we live in a different culture, and the Canadian forces and Canada has evolved, and our engagements and where we've been deployed and what we stand for have changed. And so this is one of the issues that was brought to Veterans Affairs Committee for us to study. We've had many studies, many studies that we've been dealing with. Some, I have to say, in my own experience as someone that served, I'm horrified. I'm horrified to hear what some of our witnesses have experienced and what they've gone through. But Madam Speaker, it is important to keep our eyes and ears focused on the times and with what we're experiencing. And time and time again, we're hearing about the challenges veterans are dealing with upon retirement. The cost of living crisis is impacting veterans. More veterans are using food banks than ever before because of, as my colleague from Battle River, Crowfoot, mentioned earlier on, inflation. Inflation has impacted veterans who are on fixed incomes, and if they've been remarried and their spouse is helping them out, as we talk about this gold digger clause, and I'll get to that, Madam Speaker, they're finding that their dollar, their buying power, isn't going far enough. It's not meeting the needs of today's grocery prices, and they're finding challenges. They're cutting corners, they're cutting meals. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. And that's just soda water that I'm drinking, just to be sure. All in the Christmas spirit. I know I can. Yeah, it's all we're allowed in here. But the heartbreaking stories that I've heard about the spouses who have had to care. They've fallen in love. They love their partner. They've had to care, and they do that. They made a commitment. They made an oath. They made in front of the church, in front of their families, through in sickness and in health. And many of the veterans that they're dealing with or that they're married to are dealing with issues that they've encountered because of carrying backpacks or, like I said, physical ailments, mental ailments. And so these people over 60 who are there to care for them are being left out, and we understand that. And so that's why it was so important for us to do this report. It was important for us to listen to many of the people that are caregivers now for those that they love and who have served. Madam Speaker, I think one of the challenges that we've dealt with in this file is that after hearing the heartbreaking stories, that we're finding that this file has gone from pillar to post. We understand that you just can't change one pension act, that there has got to be a holistic and inclusive look at this. We do understand that. But I think one of the challenges is whether this is a priority or not. Madam Speaker, one of the disappointing things that we've had to recently hear about was the Minister of Veterans Affairs has had to take on another portfolio. And so one of the biggest concerns for the Conservative government is there enough focus being put on veterans after all the horrific stories that we have heard time and time again of neglect, of not being a priority for the Canadian government, to have continually been put on the back burner. Now, is this department being put on the back burner because the Minister for Veterans Affairs has another portfolio to look after, pardon me? So, Madam Speaker, that is one of the questions the Conservative government has. Is the focus and priority being, the Conservative Party, I told you I was having a bit of a rough day, but thank you for your grace and latitude. But is the government focusing on this file, period? Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an important motion and discussion that the NDP has brought forward today, and I'd like to thank the member for North Island Powell River for doing this. The member referenced Conservatives and veterans, and I wanted to read into the record, Madam Speaker, what the terrible Harper regime did to veterans. It was the most disrespectful period in our nation's history. They slashed personnel, eliminated hundreds of positions. They closed district offices, forcing veterans often with disabilities to travel across provinces to try to get the services that were being denied systematically by the Harper regime. They denied disability benefits, and perhaps in one of the most cruel examples of disrespect by Conservatives of our nation's veterans, they denied 20,000 funerals of veterans, people who had laid their lives on the line for this country. Conservatives treated them in the most disrespectful, dishonoring way possible. Will there be a single Conservative member that will stand and apologize for the despicable treatment of our nation's veterans under Conservatives? They should never be given control.
We've been quite over the time. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, Madam Speaker, I actually was serving when Mr. Harper was the Prime Minister, and I have never in my time been more prouder to have worn the uniform and been a serving member of this country. I was proud of my uniform, and I was proud of my government at that time. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, it's interesting. When I was in opposition, when Stephen Harper and his current leader, who sat around the cabinet table with Stephen Harper, in fact, he was his point man on many different issues. And one of the issues that came before us at that time when we were in opposition was the fact that the Conservatives were actually shutting down veterans' offices. And I think the total number that they ended up closing down was 9. And obviously, as a government, we've opened up, I believe, the 9 and maybe even a possibly 10th one. Don't quote me on the 10th one, Madam Speaker. But I'm wondering if the member would agree that maybe there is a little bit of regret within the Conservative benches, maybe not with the leader of the Conservative Party, but with other members of the Conservative caucus, that they should not have closed down those veterans' offices.
Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, Madam Speaker, I've heard my colleague's question, and he in his time speaking about this matter, he talked about priorities. And priorities for not only veterans, but for everybody in this country is the cost of living. You know, it's time to axe the tax. It's time to look after the people of this country. It's time to actually listen to what's going on and look at the cost of living and to give people hope instead of these little carrots that you throw out at Christmas time for a couple of months of GST cuts. Axe the tax. Let's do it for the Canadians. Let's do it for the veterans.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's true that the situation for veterans is pertinent. Many women have asked me about this. In his speech, what I noted was the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder and the impact that this has on the rest of one's life. I spoke to the Armed Forces Ombudsman, and this can have a real impact on people's futures and people's lives. These people have needs. There's also been an increase in the number of homeless veterans. So this clause, the survivor benefit clause, is essential to help these people. We need to stop tabling reports. We have to act to help what people did, people who worked for us. What does my colleague have to say about this?
Alexander Lenigan.
Madam Speaker, I think one of the most touching testimonies, witness testimonies, was of a veteran from Quebec who came to the Veterans Committee with a suitcase of claims that were either neglected or rejected or denied, and it was heartbreaking. She couldn't even get a ramp for her wheelchair to get into her own home. People had to help her in and out. And after the committee, after being promised, she was denied. They had to get a third-party organization to help this woman out who served our country. I find it disgusting, and I think the priorities should be focusing on veterans and getting...
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Deputy House Leader. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to rise and talk about the important issues facing Canadians. And before I get into the substance of my speech, let me first, on behalf of the people of Battle River Crowfoot, and in part because I do represent a military base, Camp Wainwright, and the thousands of serving men and women that don our nation's uniform and do the hard work that is required to keep our nation safe. In spite of the challenges we face, these dedicated men and women, absolutely an incredible example of what it is to be the best, the absolute best of our country. And along with that, because of having a military base in Wainwright and the small towns and communities surrounding it, there are many veterans that I have the honor of representing. So as we go into the Christmas season, especially at a time when often emotions run high, and times can be difficult, whether that be because of economic circumstances, emotional, those who have faced loss. Madam Speaker, let me start by simply saying thank you to the men and women who have and who are currently serving our nation. You truly, to all those veterans and servicemen and women, you are the best of what our country is. So thank you. Thank you. And Madam Speaker, we're here talking about an interesting subject, and it actually reminds me back to some of the early months of when I was first elected, and hearing from a veteran. His name is Tom, and where he was sharing with me a bit of his story. He had reached out to my office. I was newly elected MP. It was before COVID, which seems like a long time ago. But what was very interesting, Madam Speaker, is I heard from Tom, and he described a little bit about himself. He was a technician in the armed forces and described a bit of his work. He had served in a number of overseas deployments and had retired and was now doing contract work with DND, but had spent much of his life, as is the story of so many who have served our country, in very traveling. He didn't call any one particular place home for very long. And as a result, he had just settled down in a small town in rural Alberta, of course, the greatest place on the planet, and had after getting settled there, bought his first house, and or I believe it was his first house, if memory serves correctly. Very, very proud of that, and had found love and got married. But it was much to his surprise when, wanting to make sure that his wife was taken care of and updating the pension documents and everything associated with paperwork, that he learned about this clause that would eliminate the ability for his spouse, because and I believe, if memory serves correct, at that point in time he was just over the age of 60, so had just fallen out of that qualification range, and now was having to make difficult decisions in terms of long-term planning for his family because of the implications of this. And I know at the time he expressed his, and I remember very specifically just the grace to which the request was made. He explained that he wants to see that this is fixed so that others don't have to go through what he went through. And what I would highlight, Madam Speaker, is that while this was a part of, I believe, 2 or 3 consecutive Minister of Veterans Affairs mandates, and there were some proposed changes, but they were clarifying changes that didn't actually fix the substance of the issue, just clarified some of the rules around marriage versus common law in the superannuation acts affected. This is still a concern that many veterans have to face, and especially at a time, and we deal with this on other public policy issues, things like the CPP, OAS, and other seniors benefits. At the time when many of these things were brought into effect, the average life expectancy of Canadians was significantly lower than it is today. And as a result, the calculations associated with these programs and whatnot, when life expectancy generally was much lower, and thankfully because of advancements in health and whatnot, we see that the average life expectancy now of both men and women in Canada is pushing 80. I believe for women it's a little bit above 80, and that's good news for Canadians, but it also has changed the way that many of these things are calculated. The context to which that happens has in fact changed. So to have some of these discussions, and the fact that in 1901, I believe, was when this policy was brought forward, circumstances were very different in terms of what an average Canadian's family life would look like. And you couple all of those things together, and now we have individuals that are simply falling through the cracks. And let me highlight how important it is that we honor and respect our veterans, because they are putting their lives on hold. And it's not that they get into the military. I don't know that I've ever heard of a military serviceman or woman who gets into the military, wants to serve for the pay. They get into it because they want to serve our country. They want to ensure that they are doing what's best for our country, and for those who make a career out of it. And just to highlight, I'm proud to serve in a caucus with a number of veterans, and to hear their perspectives, and the member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre Lanigan, having spent some time, and I think he doesn't boast enough about his time specifically with the Snowbirds and the pride of the Air Force that is. But we have these incredible men and women put their life on hold, and it's not for financial gain, but the sacred obligation that government has to ensure that they are taken care of. And when it comes to what is really a technical issue, to ensure that those family members are able to have the peace and security to as life can be unpredictable, and I know this very, very well from some of the things that happened in my own life this fall. We need to ensure that there is that predictability at a time when these men and women face circumstances that so often are, by nature of their service, unpredictable, and the consequences that go along with that. And I would just highlight, it's I believe, incumbent upon all of us, and it was actually a gentleman by the name of John, lives in Camrose, the only city that I represent, a small city, about 18,000 people, and where my main constituency office is. And I remember John, a veteran, very outspoken, very stereotypical in terms of the type of demeanor that you would expect from a military man, and had very, very strong opinions, and was not afraid to share them with me. And I knocked on his door in the 2019 election, again in the 2021 election, had great conversations, and he pointed this out to me. And I highlight it again today in the House of Commons, that the irony that an MP qualifies for a pension after 6 years, but that's certainly not what is afforded to our veterans and the service of them putting their lives on the line for our country. And I think that it highlights how quite often there is a disconnect between how we approach the thinking of what public service is, and to ensure that we do everything we can to ensure that our men and women who put their lives on the line are in fact given the dignity and respect that they have. And just to highlight how difficult it is for all Canadians, specifically those who are on fixed incomes, like those who are pensioners. And the fact that you have a pension that may increase by 2 or 3%, sometimes less, sometimes if you're fortunate a little bit more than that, but yet your costs are significantly more than that. And I know I'd asked the Parliamentary Secretary earlier about if he could explain to Canadians how celebrating that the rate of inflation coming down doesn't actually mean cost savings. And I think that that's something that's important to highlight. So, and just further to highlight one other important aspect here is just the help that veterans need. And to do a shout out, I had in, I believe it was the first week of September, a great conversation with the Worthington branch of the Royal Canadian Legion in Wainwright, Alberta, where I highlighted that that is home to Camp Wainwright, one of the Army's training facilities. I'm very proud to represent that. And just a great conversation with the President of the Legion and other representatives, including some veterans who shared practical steps that the government could take. And in some cases, not even steps that would cost much in terms of the dollar amount, but just to help make sure that barriers are removed and that veterans are respected. And something that was interesting that I will put on the record here just as I wrap up my speech, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that when a veteran calls needing help, that it's a veteran that answers the phone. And that seems to me like that would be common sense, because I know that especially sometimes when a veteran is facing a difficult circumstance, to make sure that they have somebody that answers the phone that is in fact a veteran would be the calming security that is needed to help ensure that they are able to get the response that they need. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the important issue of this particular clause and the larger veterans issues, I am glad to have had the chance to intervene today and look forward to questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
For all the rhetoric and melodrama that we've been exposed to today from Conservatives about their support for veterans, can this member explain to Canadians why 2 nights ago he and all of his colleagues voted against $900 million worth of supports for veterans? And before he goes on about it's a budget bill and we are opposed to budget bills by default, we'll always vote against them because we vote against the government, it would have been very simple for this member to ask for the items related to Veterans Affairs to be removed from the whole vote and those be voted on separately. So it is possible for him to have just voted on that $900 million for veterans and voted against everything else.
Good point.
So can he tell us why he voted against the $900 million worth of supports to veterans only 2 nights ago?
Well, member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians do not have confidence in that government or that Prime Minister. And Conservatives are ensuring that when it comes to matters of confidence, of which, if that member isn't aware, every spending bill is in fact a matter of confidence. It is time for a change. It is time for a carbon tax election, because Canadians do not trust that Prime Minister, that government, and that member. And Conservatives are taking a stand to make sure that that attitude, that perspective of Canadians that increasingly is being made known. And I know for a fact, because there are people in Kingston that are reaching out to us that are sharing that exact opinion. They're tired of him, they're tired of that government, and it's time for change. That's what Conservatives are offering.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke about the situation for seniors and the fact that pensions are a fixed income and have not followed inflation, and that we should reconsider how we index pensions. That could be a solution. There's something really unfair about the fact that a senior does not necessarily get the same pension at different ages during their retirement, and I hope my colleague's party will support our bill in that regard. And regarding this clause regarding marriage after 60 also doesn't make any sense. I think that it's past time to respect retirees. We can take simple, clear actions to help them. What does my colleague think about repealing this as quickly as possible?
Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, it was the now Leader of the Opposition that at a time when spending was spiraling out of control, when there was hundreds of billions of dollars of cash being injected into the economy, that he very clearly articulated the consequences of that would be the inflationary situation we find ourselves in today and the long-term impacts that will have even as the target inflation increases come into what the Bank of Canada considers a target zone. And Madam Speaker, I think that what is an indisputable fact is that Prime Minister and those Liberals supported by the NDP have made life unaffordable for all seniors, and is the consequences of that are having a devastating impact on Canadians' ability to make ends meet, to afford the food, the heat, and the fuel that they need in order to survive. It's those Liberals that are taking away the Canadian promise that not so long ago Canadians could count on.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was quite shocked by the earlier member from Moose Jaw's intervention. And I want to give this honourable member the opportunity to reflect on what was asked. And hopefully, with integrity, he'll honestly answer the question. Would he not agree that between 2006 and 2012, that when the government rejected more than 20,000 applications to veterans' funeral and burial expenses, more than 2/3 of all requests, forcing veterans to file a costly $34 million lawsuit, class action lawsuit, that took them 6 years to get the benefits that they owed, would he not just rise and acknowledge that that was inappropriate and certainly not supportive of veterans in their most dire time of need?
The honourable member for Battle Weaver Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know I am proud to represent, like I mentioned before, Camp Wainwright and many active servicemen and women and many, many veterans, and have conversations. In fact, it was on Remembrance Day that I stopped by the Drumheller Legion, had some great conversations. And veterans want us to make sure that we are removing the barriers that exist currently, especially the bureaucratic barriers that exist to ensuring that they get the benefits that they deserve. But just in my final words, Madam Speaker, I would simply say, in case I don't have an opportunity to rise again, very Merry Christmas to you and everyone in this place. Very Merry Christmas. And because we're talking about veterans, a very Merry Christmas to our past and present serving men and women in uniform. Merry Christmas.
I thank the honourable member for the good wishes, and I return them. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Hello, good morning, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to see you in the chair. Madam Speaker, today we are debating the 9th report of the Veterans Affairs Committee regarding survival benefits marriage after 60. This was a complex committee study that took place over 6 hours of meetings with 19 witnesses. It all took place in October and November of 2022. An hour ago, I learned that I had a speech to make about this, and I got back into it. I'll do the best I can, but I repeat that this is a complex file. We cannot say that the government is entirely wrong, nor can we say that veterans are completely wrong. But there is a great deal of work to do. Let me try to illustrate with some context. So just to start, Madam Speaker, in most of our retirement plans, whether public or private, there are always clauses that guarantee that surviving spouses and children can get benefits if the principal dies. There is a great deal of variety and diversity in the specifics of these clauses. But nearly always, they make a clear distinction between the member who pays into the plan, who was paying into it at the time of their death, and the beneficiary who would have a right to the survival benefits. Another key point is that if the member was retired at the time of their decease and therefore was already getting pension benefits, most pension plans state that their spouse would receive survivor benefits if and only if that person were the spouse of the original member when or before they retired. And that's what this issue centers on. So if the member begins a new relationship, a new union, after they've started receiving their pension, their retirement benefits, well then, their partner or spouse would not be eligible to the survivor pension if the retiree were to pass away. That is what this issue centers on, Madam Speaker. In the case of forces retirees, and that is what we were looking at since we were on the Veterans Affairs Committee. In the case of veterans, therefore, spouses are indeed excluded from the survivor pension if they got married after the member began to receive their retirement benefits. But in the legislation, there is a clause that states that this is not actually when the member begins to receive benefits, but rather when they are 60 years old, which is the mandatory age of retirement in the armed forces. So, for example, if the member starts to receive their retirement benefits at 55, the exclusionary clause does not instantly apply. So if this retiree marries or remarries before 60, their spouse would receive survivor benefits. Again, that is really the center of the issue. That's what we're talking about today. And then there's this clause, which we call the marriage after 60 clause, because as we all know, it's very frequent to marry after 60. In fact, I'm looking forward to turning 60 so I can remarry. Oh, wait, I never married. So, this legislation about the armed forces pensions has often been criticized. The courts judged that this marriage after 60 clause was not discriminatory. That's something that could be discussed. That it wasn't discriminatory, or there should at least be reasonable grounds. So you can see what's going on here. I would say that in the Minister of Veterans Affairs mandate letter, going back to the 2015 to 2017 period, we see that the Government of Canada decided that this marriage after 60 clause a real priority. That's what it says in the mandate letter very clearly. So that surviving veteran spouses could receive survivor benefits, including the healthcare benefits. And where things became a little more difficult is that that was never actually implemented, even though it was part of the minister's mandate letter. The government gave up on the idea. It gave up on the idea of the preferable path forward, the legislative path forward, and did not eliminate the clause. And instead, in Budget 2019, it instead announced that a fund would be created, that a veteran survivors fund would be created. And it said, and the government said that in order to better support survivors of veterans who married after 60, Budget 2019 announces $150 million over 5 years starting in 2019, creating a fund for veteran survivors. And thanks to that fund, the government will work with communities to identify affected survivors, process their applications and ensure that these survivors have appropriate support according to their individual needs. With all that said, Madam Speaker, we can see that there are gigantic issues here. There are questions of gender equality. We're talking about equality between veterans and non-veterans. We're talking about fairness between different pension plans. And in the midst of all this, we should remember that 80% of veterans or military members leaving the forces, 80% are men, 20% are women. This has a significant financial impact. If 80% are men, we need to recognize that 80% of spouses would be women who are affected or may or may not have an adequate pension. There's a lot of money involved here. And it's not immediately clear how this transfer should take place in the public service. There's usually a good gender balance, so it's not quite the same. This is an important matter, obviously. And the impact of all this is that if there were consistency between what we have as pension plans in the public service, if there were better consistency between the public service and the realities for military members, if that were to be made consistent, it would have a huge impact. It might even total billions of dollars over just a few years. And the impact would go even further than that. And of course, we want everyone to be treated appropriately. But if the government takes action in this manner, it would also force 400,000 public servants to have their collective agreements reopened. You can't just use legislation to change all kinds of things and expect that other public service employees won't react. They might say, well, listen, we also need to ensure that we rebalance things. So we know that this would lead to some conflict between the government and unions. Despite the fact that this was in the mandate letter, the government said it would create a $150 million fund to try to compensate for this over a period of 3 years. That was done. The money was spent. But the question is, how was that money used? And so coming to the recommendations in the report, the first recommendation said that the Ministers of Veterans Affairs and National Defense should work with other departments to offer a definitive answer to the question of which department is actually responsible for survivor retirement pension benefits for veterans. As usual, when we make recommendations at our committee, well, and in general at committee, we receive responses from the government to our recommendations, which are almost always favorable responses. We hear that the government of Canada agrees with the recommendations, but the devil is in the details, of course. That's where the difficulties start when we wait to see the recommendations implemented. Here's another recommendation: that the government table as soon as possible a document explaining in detail the creation and wording of the clauses, the exclusionary clauses for marriage after 60 and the effects of that on pension benefits. And of course, we're still waiting for that 2 years later. We're still waiting for any kind of answer or follow-up or any kind of solution. Once again, with its usual benevolence, the government said, yes, the government agrees with that recommendation. And then there is a passage where they explain why they agree. But ultimately, all we want is for there to be an actual solution implemented. Another interesting recommendation here, and an excellent idea. I'm sorry, I don't have a cold or COVID. I'm sorry, I'm actually an asthma patient, and the problem is that every time I come in here, the rugs make me cough. So the other recommendation is that the departments of public safety and national defense take energetic action, I like that word, energetic, in order to do something to ensure that members of the forces and the RCMP have all necessary information that they need about the pension plan, and that they be able to access high-quality financial advice in order to be able to make informed financial decisions before they retire. I mention this because for veterans who are about to retire, they deserve to receive solid financial advice. And we know that the government has people that can offer that advice. But it does mean that people would have the opportunity to engage in financial planning. I mean, most people don't have those abilities and skills, including veterans. After all, they're used to having all sorts of things taken care of by other people while they're in the military. So this type of planning ought to be done, and this is what we're hearing from the department. These actions should be taken while veterans are still in active service to help them put aside money and save, among other things. Now, I mentioned the $150 million fund. That's a great idea. But when an armed forces member leaves, they may not be in the right emotional position to get help at that exact moment. After all, we know that many veterans experience PTSD. And we know that the transition back to civilian life can be difficult. After all, when you've been in uniform for decades, and then after leaving the forces, you find yourself getting up in the morning and putting on civilian clothes, sometimes it can be very destabilizing. People struggle to fit back in to a less regimented form of society.
So we're asking them to do financial planning before they leave. Otherwise, there's the $150 million that are there. Great. The services are there, but that's not the problem with Veterans Affairs Canada. The services are there, but the problem is accessibility. The problem is how do you make sure that the veteran is properly directed to the necessary resources, and how do we make sure that they have enough of financial resources to go forward? Because there's a possibility with that $150 million that the spouse's pension could be adjusted and increased. Now, listen, I spent some time at university, 10, 11 years. I went, from one faculty to another. So, I'm familiar with looking at these sorts of things. But when you look at this report and you look at all the different numbers, it's a bit complex. In terms of the $150 million, well, I was trying to work out how I would have reacted. Where would I have gone to get help, and what would I have asked for? And it's a problem that still hasn't been solved for our veterans. The question of how do we make sure that they get help? And that's not something that's always easy to ask for. A veteran is a hero. A veteran is somebody who's fought for their country, somebody who, in principle, doesn't think that they need help, somebody who thinks that they're independent. So in that case, simply asking for help, or in a case like the situation we're talking about today, that's not something that's easy for them to do. And so on top of that, we have here a government, a liberal government, that has two departments, the Veterans Affairs and National Defense, two departments that don't communicate with each other, two departments that operate in silos. When a member leaves the forces and becomes a veteran, well, they go from one silo to another, from one zone to another. And the fact that these two departments don't speak to each other creates major problems, like we see in the case before us, the question of the survivor's pension. And there are 32 transition centers for the Canadian Armed Forces, 32 centers. When a member leaves the forces, they have a right to a couple of hours of training to prepare them for what's to come. Now, once again, this maybe isn't the best moment in that person's life to be making decisions or to be asking for help, but there are people who are there to help, and there are 32 transition centers. So in closing, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to come back to something that the Bloc Québécois had asked for. Do I have a minute left? Well, it's like leaves in the fall, Madam Speaker. The time goes by. So the Bloc Québécois has asked that we increase pension payments for seniors aged 65 to 74. And there's a link here with what we're talking about today. The Bloc Québécois wants payments to those seniors to go up by 10% because we know that this is a group in the population that needs financial help more than any other group. So that's our position. The government is aware that that's our position. And the link here is that here we're talking about survivors' pensions for those 60 and older. So once again, these are seniors who are targeted or who, are the victims of these problems in our system. And, the Liberals know that they don't have to do anything for this group because they know that they're not going to be out in the streets with signs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a question for the member, and I don't know the answer, and that's the reason why I want to ask this specific question in regards to the province of Quebec. The member made reference to the Federal Civil Service, and I've made reference to that earlier too, the RCMP. Having survivor benefits and how that should also be taken into consideration in regards to our civil service and RCMP. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to whether it's, let's say, first responders in the province of Quebec or Quebec civil service. Is he aware in terms of what sort of survivor benefits that there would be in situations of that nature?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, listen, we're talking about 400,000 public servants who are affected or who could be affected. And there will be a review of collective agreements that could be taken if the government were to look at adjustments. In terms of Quebec, we're in another area. Today we're talking about the federal government, and so that would be my answer, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to sincerely thank my colleague from the Mille-Îles for having clearly defined the issues that veterans face when they leave active service and come back to civilian life. I particularly appreciated the tribute he paid to those who have worn the uniform, and he did a very good job of describing the reality that they face. Because for those who, like us, have never worn the uniform, it seems like it should be normal to come back to civilian life, but I know that that's not the case. And in my riding, there are hundreds of forces members and veterans, and I can certainly have seen that transition is not easy. So the question that I have for the member is that, within this debate, there are a number of issues. Is there a specific recommendation that he thinks any government should take. What should a government do? What is the first thing that they should do to aid the transition from active service to being a veteran? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. He often asks very good questions. Well, the main recommendation that I'd have, and this is something that we see in our riding offices, is that there needs to be better help for members who leave active service. You know, the programs are there, but they're not always, adapted. But what they need is active help, accompaniment. These are people who've defended our values, our democracy. We owe them a lot. But once again, I would say that, as is the case for seniors to some extent, these are people who are no longer forces members. There's a veteran that I spoke to recently who was on a hunger strike, and he said, I went from being a hero to being a zero, from being a hero to a zero. He was asking for help, but he didn't know how to ask for help. He needed to be accompanied in his work. And so I would say that it's in that area that any government could do work. We can't forget them, but we don't always do the right things to help them. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think that we all agree today on the issue at the heart of the motion, but we have to say that veterans have not always been treated with respect by the federal government. And here I'm talking specifically about what happened under the Harper government. At that time, the Conservatives just cut all the services for veterans. They stopped recognizing certain disabilities. The effect of their cuts was terrible. And so far, we've never heard from a member, a Conservative member who's apologized. The member for Carleton has never apologized for this terrible treatment of veterans during the Harper years. So I'd like to ask my colleague, does he agree that the Conservatives owe sincere apologies to all the veterans that they mistreated during the Harper years? And if not, what should Canadians learn from the Conservatives' refusal to apologize to veterans? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, I can see that my colleague wants to take the discussion in a very political direction, and certainly we're here for that. I understand that, and there are certainly things that we could reproach the Conservative government for. But I think the Conservatives also did some good things, and so listen. I would rather focus on solutions. You can keep knocking on somebody who's already down, but I think we need to look for compromise and solutions. And here the solution, it's not a question of parties, it's not a question of cuts. We're talking about humans, people. People are at the heart of this issue. And how can we adequately meet their needs, whichever party is in power? And, with our parties and our programs, we all have different answers to that question. But I think, once again, and to go back to the previous question, we can't forget the individuals. Veterans Affairs is one of the only departments that deals directly with individuals, and we can't forget that. The individual person should be at the heart of what they do, and I think that should be the case no matter which party is in power. I'd like to thank my friend for his speech.
I have two quick questions and a brief commentary. So first off, during the study, did the committee look at the fact that the prescribed age of retirement of 60 is really no longer relevant? I know just recently at Remembrance Day, I met two serving members in my own neck of the woods. One just completed basic training at 54. Another one serving at 58 and still continuing to serve and is able to serve past 60 because the military is doing that now. Secondly, the member talked about post-traumatic stress, the impact, and how it doesn't necessarily happen right away. It can happen decades later. And the fact of the matter is, within the military, the rate of divorce, unfortunately, is a lot higher than even civil society. So the impact that this specific clause and issue faces. And my brief commentary, as someone that's only 50, who did serve, may be lucky enough to find that special someone after 60, it really scares me to some extent to think that that future loved one may be sort of left in the dust if we don't fix this. So I'd just like the members' feedback on that.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, I really appreciate that colleague. I've had the opportunity to travel with him, and it was a memorable occasion. I was scared of him beforehand, but he's become a good friend since then. And his comments about love after 60 are very, pertinent. And, veterans, the amount of time that they spend in the forces can be very variable. So the question of the age, I understand that there needs to be a limit. There needs to be a number. There needs to be a beginning or an end. And the number that we have before us is 60. And this is something that was questioned at committee. But the ideal solution, honestly, I'm not sure what it is. I don't know what it would be. And, it brings in, we have to get really to the heart of this issue. And, people can join the Army quite young. They can join quite a bit later. And the limit right now for this is 60. Now, listen, right now, I don't think that's right. Maybe one day if I'm minister, we'll be able to play with this. Obviously, I'm kidding. But, age is certainly an issue here. In terms of post-traumatic stress, he's absolutely right, the member. I think there are very few members who leave the forces and who automatically get a diagnostic of post-traumatic stress disorder immediately. And these are things that can come up 10, 5, 15 years later. I have a good friend in the riding who came back from Afghanistan, and it's just now for the last couple of years where things have not been going well, and a diagnosis of PTSD has been made. So here, once again, if the follow-up had been adequate, if the support had been adequate when that person left the armed forces, then maybe he wouldn't be a victim of PTSD as so many former members are. So it comes back to that support, early support, and prevention. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to say that I will be splitting my time today with the incredible member for New Westminster Burnaby. I'm quite honored to be able to stand and speak to this debate today, and I'm very grateful to the member for North Island Powell River for bringing this forward to the floor of the House of Commons. I think it is something, I've been listening very carefully to the debate today. It is something that very clearly all parties feel there needs to be action done. I mean, we have seen, of course, that the action has not been taken by this current administration or the administration prior, but I think, there is a clear indication that this piece of our legislation is wrong. It is deeply wrong. I'm a proud advocate for the well-being of Canadians, and I'm a strong supporter of our veterans. I'm here today to talk about that provision within veterans' pensions that some call the gold digger clause. I'm deeply grateful that we have this opportunity to have this debate, because what's been happening for far too long is that this piece of policy, this piece of how we deal with veterans is cruel. It's unjust. And for too many veterans and too many veterans' families, it means financial insecurity, it means unfair restrictions and unnecessary hardship. So to give you a little bit of a sense of what is the Gold Digger Clause, in Canada, the Gold Digger Clause refers to the rule that denies spousal benefits to any surviving spouse who marries a veteran after the veteran turns 60. Now, this provision applies to all veterans, but it's extraordinarily discriminatory. It assumes that there is ulterior motives to marriage, that those marriages are not based on love and partnership and are genuine marriages. That is absolutely an appalling thing to be saying to our veterans. It punishes honest, committed relationships. It disregards the rights and dignity of both veterans and their partners. Obviously, this is very misogynistic as well when you consider that this disproportionately impacts seniors who are women. You know, the group of seniors that we know are already amongst the most vulnerable, that we know are already discriminated against, that already will find life more unaffordable. And this is one more way that we are making lives more difficult for women seniors. And that's appalling, and it needs to be fixed as fast as possible. This discriminatory and outdated policy has real and harmful impacts. So many of the veterans remarry later in life. We've heard about that from many of our colleagues today in the House, seeking love and companionship after years of service, but their spouses are denied that financial support simply because of an outdated and old rule. It's not about protecting pensions from exploitation, it's about denying help to families who need them. And the reality is that many of these spouses dedicate their lives to caring for veterans, often making personal sacrifices along the way. They act as caregivers, as advocates, and as companions. And when the veteran passes away, the surviving spouse is left without the pension benefits they need to maintain their livelihood. Obviously a situation that is unjust and needs to be avoided. I want to tell you a personal story. My grandfather was a veteran. His name was Albert Burt McCoy. He was a gunner in the Second World War. I've told this story in the House before. He was shot down over Belgium. He lived in the underground for 2 years. It took 2 years for him to come back to my mother and to my grandmother. Sadly, my grandmother passed away, and my grandfather remarried. He remarried Dorothy later in life. And my grandfather, at the end of his life, had dementia. He had a number of health issues. He was in his late 80s when he passed away. And Dorothy cared for him and provided the love and the companionship and the care that my grandfather deserved. So when I think of this legislation, I don't just think about, you know, random policies that we need to fix. I think about my grandfather. I think about how at the end of his days, as he was suffering from dementia, as he was reliving those moments that he had spent during the war, it was Dorothy that cared for him. It was Dorothy that made sure that he was loved and he was given that companionship. And to say that any veteran's partner who cared for them does not deserve those benefits, does not deserve to be supported, is really something we should all be deeply ashamed of. You know, Canadian veterans have made incredible sacrifices for our country. They've served in peacekeeping missions. They've defended our values abroad, and they've responded to domestic crises. They are workers. They are Canadian workers. You know, they deserve the utmost respect because of all workers. They are the ones that have sacrificed the most for this country, sacrificed the most for us. And yet the Gold Digger Clause sends a message that we don't trust their personal decisions, that we don't value their loved ones, that we don't value their families. This is not the Canada I know. Canadians believe in fairness, in dignity, and in compassion. We understand the importance of standing with those who have supported us. So we need to look at the report that we are discussing today. We need to look at what needs to be changed to make this outdated and discriminatory rule to stop this. We need to modernize the policy so that it supports veterans and their loved ones rather than penalizing them. You know, in this report, we have 9 recommendations that were brought forward. 9 recommendations that the government could act on right now. And in fact, the member for North Island Powell River brought forward 2 additional recommendations. And I would encourage the government to immediately eliminate, I'm just going to read these 2 for you, but that the Government of Canada immediately eliminate the Marriage After 60 clause from all pension legislation, and that Veterans Affairs Canada distribute the Veterans Survivors Fund to the identified survivors immediately. Immediately. We've heard in this House today, so many people have said that this has been something that has been going on for far too long, that this is something that has not been fixed by this Liberal government and was not fixed by the Conservative government before it. This is an opportunity for this Parliament to do the right thing and to actually adopt these recommendations, including the 2 recommendations from the New Democratic Party, and fix this problem. You know, in closing, let me just say that our veterans and their families have given so much to our country. They've earned more than just our thanks. They've earned policies that support them through every stage of their life. The gold digger clause does not align with Canadian values, and it's time that we change that. Let's work together to build a system that truly supports our veterans and their families, a system that is based on fairness, justice, compassion, and respect. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the whip is listening, I intend to vote for this, so, just put that on the record right now. But secondly, the whole gold digger clause thing represents an attitude toward women that was just back in the dinosaur age. And I wonder if the honourable member can reflect on the fact that maybe the tables are turning because we now have very capable women serving in the armed forces who may remarry some gold digger guy off in the future, and maybe this is all about equity, right?
The member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to just point out to the member that while he has mentioned the whip, I am not his whip, so I hope that's not who he's informing that he'll be voting for this legislation. Listen, it doesn't matter who is the veteran and who is the spouse. What matters is there is a principle of equity, a principle of justice, the idea of doing the right thing. I certainly wouldn't hope that we are making decisions as sort of a tit-for-tat scenario, and I don't think that's what the member meant, but I do think that what we need to look at is the very basic principles is what is just, what is fair, what shows respect for our veterans, and what we have right now does not, so let's fix that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will note in the committee's report, many of the recommendations were vague. The government's response to that was, I would classify as vague. We have a clause here that dates back to early military history when, in fact, perhaps there was some abuse, but as any society evolves, as we have here in Canada, I believe that there's a fundamental right of people who marry those military members to be granted this type of coverage as a result of not just the member's service, but the caregiving as well. Which I think she agrees with that, but that was my comment.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his comment today. As he correctly says, this is a watered-down report. That is why the New Democrats brought forward those 2 much stronger recommendations in the supplementary report that the member for North Island Powell River brought forward. This could stop immediately and should stop immediately, and there is the possibility and the ability of the government to do that. I can't help, though, but noting that the member, as a member of the Conservative Party, also had that opportunity. Instead, we know that the Conservatives cut support for veterans, and that becomes a bit of a problem when we have the government of the day failing to take the steps necessary to fix the legislation, but previous governments, when they had that opportunity, also failed to take those steps. And I think he did make an excellent point in that veterans have waited far enough. They've waited long enough. It's time to fix this.
Hear, hear. Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech that I found very interesting. This is a colleague that always has a humanist approach to the reports that she works on, and we need to remind ourselves that what we note in several committees, and I hope that if it's true at the Veteran Affairs Committee, very often recommendations are made, and that's what my colleague mentioned. We often make rather vague recommendations, and then the government's response to these vague recommendations is an even vaguer response. Recommendations are accepted, but then nothing is done. Why is the government not acting? Should the government be acting? I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this.
Merci, ma présidente.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague's question. I'm sorry, but I don't speak French enough for my answer.
Thank you for acknowledging that. I think we try to bring a human lens to the work that we do here. Listen, the government has the ability to make these changes, and as I read in my report, there are two concrete things that New Democrats think need to happen. I think you would agree that could happen immediately, or that the member would agree could happen immediately. The fact that the Government of Canada eliminate the marriage after 60 clause from all pensions legislation immediately, and that Veterans Affairs Canada distribute the Veteran Survivors Fund to the identified survivors immediately. It's the immediately piece here. I agree with her. It is frustrating when we come to this place and there's a little bit of a thoughts and prayers mentality where, shoot, I sure wish that we could get something done here. Shoot, like, let's do another study and a round table and maybe have a consultation. We can do it now, so let's do it now.
Hear, hear.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Edmonton Strathcona for her very important speech on this day, where we want to honour veterans. We owe them a lifelong debt. I would also like to thank my colleague for North Island Powell River for having tabled this motion and for her diligent work in making sure that veterans receive the rights that they deserve, rights that they should get automatically, and this shouldn't even be a debate. Veterans need to be given their due. And the fact that even today, even after decades, veterans may lose their survivor benefits or spousal benefits because they married after 60, it's completely logical. An NDP government would re-implement this or implement this measure immediately. That's the kind of situation we will fix, because it can be fixed rapidly. It's so easy that the government said that they would do so years ago, but they haven't done so. They haven't respected the promises made. I also note, Mr. Speaker, that it's not just the Liberals that have failed veterans and that haven't strengthened the rights of veterans. In 2006, the Harper government had just started, and a motion got adopted by Parliament unanimously, but the Harper government did not follow through. The reality of the matter is that neither the Conservatives nor the Liberals respected the rights of veterans. A New Democrat government is what we need for this.
I wanted to, because I come from a community that is deeply respectful of our nation's veterans. New Westminster, British Columbia, and Burnaby, BC, the two cities that I'm proud to represent in the House of Commons, have a deep and ongoing engagement with our nation's veterans. The Royal Westminster Regiment is based, as you know, Mr. Speaker, in New Westminster, and the Armoury is often the site of where we pay respect to our nation's veterans. Legion Branch 83 in Burnaby, BC, Legion Branch number 2 in New Westminster are both as well. Organizations that provide remarkable service to the community, but also are focal points for respecting our nation's veterans. And before the City Hall in downtown New Westminster, Mr. Speaker, as I know you're well aware, sit the cenotaph where we commemorate those who gave their lives for our country. My grandfather and my uncle are on that cenotaph, and everyone in the community pays respect. In fact, at Remembrance Day this year, thousands of people turned out in Westminster and in Burnaby to pay respect to our nation's veterans. The fact that this gold digger clause, even though Parliament passed in 2006, as the Harper Conservative government was just coming into power, we passed that motion. The Harper government refused to implement it and did much worse things. I'll come back to that in just a moment, Mr. Speaker. And then subsequent to that, we have a new government, a Liberal government, that does the same thing, ignores the needs of veterans, discriminates against the spouses of veterans. To our mind, on the NDP corner of this House, we believe it is simply profoundly disrespectful to our nation's veterans. Right. This is something that should be done today. It could be done today. And yet the government has delayed for 9 years. The previous government delayed for 9 years. It shows a remarkable and profound disrespect for our nation's veterans. This can be done, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague from North Island, Powell River, pointed out, these are real people that are impacted. She mentioned in a supplementary opinion to this report that we are debating today the case of Walton Norma Pinson. She mentioned as well the case of Corporal Kevin Sewell and his spouse, Tracy Evanson, and what that means in terms of their lives, that the pensions are denied, despite the fact of finding love later in life. We have this profound discrimination by the federal government towards veterans who have put their lives on the line for the country, often coming back from laying their lives on the line for the country with severe disabilities, with a whole range of challenges, coming from a family, I can tell you, where my family members went overseas. We know the kinds of impacts that being in service, with the kinds of impacts that can entail, Mr. Speaker. And it is profoundly sad to me that we are still in a situation where we're not immediately moving to honor our nation's veterans. Mr. Speaker, a number of Conservatives have stood up today, and I wanted to come back to the Conservative record on veterans. The Liberals have been restoring some of the damage that was committed during the Harper regime, but I was here in the House, Mr. Speaker, and like so many veterans indicated, often at the cost of discrimination by the Harper regime, the Conservative government, the former Conservative government, has lost any moral authority forever in terms of being in charge or stewardship of our nation's veterans. The Conservatives should never, ever in the history of our country be put in charge of Veterans Affairs again. Because what they did was absolutely reprehensible, Mr. Speaker. Unbelievable to me. To a party that pretends, as the member from Carleton often does, pays lip service to honoring our nation's veterans. What they did was profoundly despicable and disrespectful and should never be forgotten. And I want to take a few minutes just to go through the litany of the tragic and horrible things that the Harper regime, that the Harper Conservatives did. And the member from Carleton has never apologized for a single one of those things. It wasn't just slashing the services in Veterans Affairs, cutting about a quarter of the services, a quarter of the staff that were available to veterans. Mr. Speaker, the Harper Conservatives forced veterans often to travel for days across provinces as they closed offices across the country. If you're in the interior of British Columbia, in Northern Ontario, in Western Newfoundland, there were no longer veterans services available, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely reprehensible that they would do this. And they denied funerals. The scale is unbelievable. 20,000 applications for veterans' funerals and burials were rejected under the Harper Conservatives. 20,000. The reality is, if we as a country cannot pay tribute to our nation's veterans at the time of their passing, then how could any member of Parliament stand in this House and say they've respected our nation's veterans? And yet this is what Conservatives did systematically, not over 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but for more than half a decade. They denied systematically tens of thousands of proper burials and funerals for our nation's veterans. Not a single Conservative has ever stood in this House and said, we're sorry. We apologize to our nation's veterans for the profound disrespect that we showed. We shouldn't have clawed back $1 billion and denied services and slashed staff and closed offices. We shouldn't have denied those disability claims that came in such a legitimate way from our nation's veterans. And yet, time after time after time, the Harper Conservatives denied those fundamental benefits. Yet, not a single time since that abysmal period of time, the most disrespectful period of time in our nation's history to our nation's veterans, was under the Harper Conservatives. And yet, not a single Conservative MP has ever apologized for that, has ever said we were wrong, has ever said we shouldn't have denied funerals, we shouldn't have denied disability claims, we shouldn't have slashed offices, we shouldn't have clawed back $1 billion so we could give the $1 billion from veterans that needed those services desperately and give it to billionaires. Not a single Conservative has apologized. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that they stand in this House today and solemnly apologize to our nation's veterans for all of the devastation they wreaked upon veterans over those terrible, terrible years.
Shame.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what I want to put here as a question necessarily to the leader, the House Leader of the NDP. We're here debating a concurrence motion that I think is very important on an issue that they brought forward that we need to address on how we take care of our veterans, and especially this concern after the age, marriage after 60. I don't understand. I actually like the block member that spoke just a couple speakers ago, who, when he was asked a question by this member, said, look, it's not about rehashing the past or fixing the past. That's not going to help our veterans going forward. As a veteran, I get very frustrated when any party speaks here and makes veterans a partisan issue. We should be united here, and I'd just like to ask the member, what is his recommendations going forward as a parliament? We can all work together to fix this shortfall.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, Conservatives have a record. They need to acknowledge it. When you're disrespectful to veterans, you need to acknowledge it as a party and as members of Parliament. And you have yet, Mr. Speaker, speaking through you, the Conservative Party has yet to acknowledge the incredible harm that they did. Peter Stauffer, the Veterans Affairs critic for the NDP, passed that motion in 2006. Conservatives were in power for 9 years after that and never fixed this disrespect to our nation's veterans. And the Liberals have added another 9 years on top of that. And yet, it is so simple to fix. But the reality is, the Conservatives have a record that they do need to apologize for. The slashing of benefits, the closing of offices, the refusal to provide disability benefits, all need to be acknowledged, and I hope one Conservative, will have the guts to do that today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I must admit, that last question, I was sitting here stunned out of the desire for nonpartisanship after having been subject to Conservative speeches that are nothing more than political rhetoric and exactly that, partisanship. But, you know, I can actually answer the last Conservative question, Mr. Speaker. You know what we could do for veterans? We could have all unanimously voted in the House 2 nights ago for the $900 million towards veterans, but Conservatives voted against it. And of course they're going to say, oh, well, no, we voted against every budget thing, it's confidence. Well, they could have separated that one item on veterans, voted against it, and then showed non-confidence for the other 149 times to the government. Would this member not agree that 2 nights ago, when we voted on the estimates, the Conservatives should have voted in favour of those funds and resources to go towards veterans?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree. They could have provided support for those veterans funds. I'm even more disturbed by a year ago. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, December 7th and 8th, 2023, a night that will live in infamy in Canadian parliamentary history. Conservative MPs, every single one of them, voted to slash services to veterans. This isn't We're not talking about 18 years ago. We're not talking about 15 years ago. We're not even talking about 10 years ago during the Harper regime, which is the worst period for veterans in Canadian history. We're talking about a year ago.
Shame.
They voted to slash all veteran services. They all voted. We were here for 30 hours, and they voted proudly. They smiled as they stood up and voted to slash veterans services. And so we're not just talking about 2 nights ago. We're not just talking about a year ago. We're talking about systematic paying lip service to our nation's veterans. The member from Carleton loves to do that, while Conservatives obviously want to slash and cut and burn yet again, as they did when they were in power, and the results were catastrophic for our nation's veterans. If they don't apologize for what they did in the past, how can anyone believe that they wouldn't act the same way in the future?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member from Burnaby, he raised an important point that in 2006, it was an NDP New Democrat, Peter Stauffer, who first introduced this. In fact, we've introduced it 7 times in private members' bills, most recently Bill C-221, which was introduced in the 44th Parliament by the honourable member from Powell River, from Campbell Powell River. And, you know, here we are. We're still here today. And again, Mr. Speaker, this is unfortunately a government who likes to lament and send the thoughts and prayers and say, oh, if only there was somebody in power who could actually do something, they could do it. They could do it right now. So the question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member, given how long the NDP has fought for veterans, because we consider this to be clear, we consider every single person who has served, including all the members in the Conservative caucus who've served, we consider them workers who deserve the utmost respect and not government overreach. Right? This is not just about justice delayed, this is about justice denied. So through you to the honourable member, will he please rise and just expand on the fact how this has been a decades-long struggle for the NDP, fighting for workers, fighting for our veterans.
And knowing we are out of time, but I will allow the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby to answer.
I thank the member for Hamilton Centre. He always has great clarity on these questions. We could do this now. Could have been done a year ago. Could have been done at any time. But there is no time better than the present. Let's get it done. The government needs to act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise on this Veterans Affairs report. The reality is that the Minister of Veterans Affairs has great power, and literally with one fell swoop of a pen, he can make this happen. She could make this happen if she wanted to. This has been going on far too long. The committee report, as I said, was somewhat vague in its recommendations, but I think that there wasn't unanimous support because there was a dissenting report by the NDP that called for this to happen as soon as possible. But I think there was agreement. There was a lot of witnesses that came forward speaking about this particular issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, it was October 2016 that I was given the honour of by then leader Ron Ambrose to be the critic for Veterans Affairs, and admittedly, it was a very difficult time after the 2015 election. To be the critic for Veterans Affairs. I had a tremendous amount of advice that was given to me by the then former Minister of Veterans Affairs, Aaron O'Toole, on what I needed to do as the new critic for Veterans Affairs at the time. And so what I did was I immediately embarked on a cross-Canada tour to meet with veterans, their families, stakeholders and advocates, and I was very grateful to do that with the member from Yorkton Melville, who I'll be splitting my time with, and who is a great advocate for veterans and their families. And as I went across the country, obviously coming out of the 2015 election, as difficult as that period was, there were a lot of questions that were given to me, and I didn't back away from any of those questions at all, Mr. Speaker. I faced them head on. And I talked to veterans right across the country and their families, and I explained to them the difficult challenges that had come out of that 2015 election and in advance. Many of them were grateful for the types of programs that the former Conservative government had put in, but there were some issues, and I faced those issues head on. And the one thing that veterans appreciate more than anything else, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that you tell them the truth. You face those questions head on, and you admit when mistakes were made, and you don't necessarily take credit for everything. You show some humility, and that's one of the things that I tried to do. And I can tell you, I've listened to much of the debate this morning, and the blame game is being used in this place. Look, I'll tell you right now, this is a very toxic place right now. And everybody's looking for political positioning. The NDP and the Liberals are 20, 25 points behind in the polls, so they're looking to attack the Conservatives in any way they can, and that's part of it. I get it. But when it comes to veterans and their families, Mr. Speaker, there should be no attacks. There should be no partisan games. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that veterans and their families can smell it from a mile away. They know when they're being used as political pawns by political parties. And in much of the debate that I've seen today, I see that. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I'll tell you frankly, veterans and their families don't give a flying you-know-what about what people say. It's what they do that matters. Okay? And so there were difficult times, and I admit that. And I did, as I was critic for Veterans Affairs. But the one thing I was with veterans was honest. And if there was something that we could do, we would do it. If there's something that we couldn't do, I would tell them why. And it was in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, that in 2017, after traveling the country and talking to veterans, their families, stakeholders, and others, that I proposed my private member's bill, which was Bill 378, which would have established a military covenant, an obligation between the Crown and our veterans. And I used the example of Great Britain at the time, Mr. Speaker, because they were the only Commonwealth country, the only country in the world, in fact, that had established that military covenant. And that covenant would have been based on respect. And it would have obligated not just the government of the day, but governments in the future to prioritize the needs of veterans and their families. There were many cases that I heard where benefits weren't being applied in a fair amount of time. And so I was hoping, by establishing that obligation on the minister and on the government, and on future governments, including our government, Mr. Speaker, that those veterans would have been respected. And it would have dealt with three basic principles that the minister would have to take into account and take into consideration in every act that they undertake. And the three principles were veterans, as well as their families, and survivors. Survivors, in the context of what we're talking about today, in the so-called gold digger clause, survivors would have been taken into account, be treated with dignity, respect, and fairness. Second obligation, veterans and their duties are unique among Canadians. I think we can all recognize that. There's an obligation to care for veterans because of the sacrifices made by them, and that obligation extends as well to the experience of their families. And the third core principle in that military covenant that I looked to establish through a private member's bill was that the care, treatment, and transition of Canadian Armed Forces in and to civilian life are dealt with in a timely manner. And I've sat on committees, I've been through many Veterans Affairs reports, including those involving transition. I think the number, maybe the member from Yorkton Melville can correct me, have been about 13 or 14 transitional reports of military members transitioning into civilian life, and many of the problems that exist are still a problem, Mr. Speaker. Oftentimes committees, they'll have all these witnesses come in, they'll make recommendations to the government responds, but the reality is that in many circumstances nothing gets done. And you wonder why veterans are frustrated. You wonder why their families are frustrated when consecutive governments don't fulfill their obligation to those veterans, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, my private member's bill, 378, that would have established this military covenant, was defeated in 2017. And I was extremely disappointed by that fact, Mr. Speaker, that we weren't able to fulfill that obligation to veterans and their families. And I'll remind you again, service extends beyond the battlefield. It's not just the men and women who are on the front lines protecting our nation, defending peace and security around the world and the rule of law, human rights, and human dignities. Those families who serve back home, who worry, who are there to support their families while their military member is deployed, in my opinion, is equal to or greater than that service and sacrifice itself, Mr. Speaker. Now, on this clause, the report suggested that there were roughly 9,000 people that would be affected by this. And it's interesting because there was a PBO report in 2022 that shows 5-year costs would be over $1.3 billion over those 5 years. The Canada Pension Plan 2019-2020 annual report indicated the removal of the clause would be less than a 2% change, less than $1 billion on an annual basis of $38.9 billion in payouts. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's put that in context in terms of what this nation is spending as far as foreign aid is concerned. I mean, veterans, they're not unlike anybody else and their families. They see the amount of money that's going towards supporting other nations. They see the amount of waste. They see the amount of money that, for example, on the SDCC scandal, $400 million, they see all that. They're able to calculate all those numbers and figure out, why are we not looking after ourselves? Why are we not looking after, as a matter of priority, our veterans and their families when they see, these announcements of billions and billions of dollars going towards what they would consider, because they've told me this, ideological pet projects. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe it incumbent upon us to look after our veterans, not just by the words that I say, but the actions that I take. Bill 378 would have established that military covenant and provide respect and dignity to our veterans. I stand by everything I've done as Veterans Affairs critic, and I will stand by veterans now and forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The temptation is, for me, is to talk in terms of just the sense of frustration and not being able to deal with other legislation, in particular a bill that sees issue going from military courts into civilian courts for military personnel that's been subjected to sexual abuse. And that would have been a wonderful thing to talk about today. Having said that, we're spending the time talking about our veterans, which is a great issue. It's something in which I'm exceptionally sympathetic to. The question I have for the member, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to the member just made reference to he's quite proud of his record. His leader, the leader of the Conservative Party, sat around a cabinet table where they actually cut 7 veterans' offices across the country, and I'm wondering if he has any regret in making those cuts.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, first of all, I didn't make those cuts, Mr. Speaker, and I think I acknowledge the difficulties coming out of the 2015 election that I had to face as critic of Veterans Affairs and answer many of those questions that were given to me, which I did, honestly and forthright, not in a manner that would allow veterans to be told otherwise. It's the only way I can say it. Like, look, they can smell it from a mile away. You have to be honest with them. You have to tell them why. They may not agree with it, and in many cases, they don't. But if you can do something, you tell them that you can do it, and if you can't, you tell them why. And they're tired of being used, veterans and their families are, of being used as political pawns. They want to see action on not just this issue, but many other issues as well, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I definitely congratulate him and welcome the news about asking or trying to explain to veterans why. 17 years ago, when the Harper government was in place, a gentleman named Walt he qualified for a pension. He says, "My stress level is resulting sometimes in restless nights. I'm continually assessing our resources. I want Norma to be able to live in her own home and continue to be an integral part of this community. I want to grant her the benefits of my pension and give us peace of mind. I'm running out of sunsets, and this issue is heavy on my heart." He waited and is still waiting almost 2 decades. Why? And if he can explain to him and to veterans across the country, why didn't the Conservatives ensure that this survivor's benefit was made optional for folks like Norma?
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, I don't have an answer for that. I don't. And if I did, I would tell you, Mr. Speaker. What I can tell you now, and as I started my speech with, that with one fell swoop of a pen, the Minister of Veterans Affairs can do anything she wants. Future ministers, with that same pen, can make amends and correct the wrongs of the past. That can be done. The minister has that power. I don't have that power as an individual. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I don't disagree with the member on this.
The
honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We keep hearing about these survivors' pensions that cannot be received if you got married after the member was 60 years old. This is a very old rule. Even my great-grandfather was probably not born when this legislation was brought in. That's how old it is. If you go all the way back to 1930, life expectancy for a man was only 60 and 65 in 1945. So at that time, if you remarried at what was then the end of your days, might have seemed suspect to the government. And perhaps they felt that this was not an appropriate time to transfer pensions. But today, average life expectancy for a man is about 80. It is no longer 1930 or 1945. Society has changed. Life expectancy and lifestyles have changed. So what does my colleague think? Should the government also evolve and change with the times? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. Well, very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I would say that I agree with my Bloc colleague. A great many things have changed. Over the years in Canada, things have changed. This arrangement around pensions seemed appropriate, perhaps, during the first portion of the last century, but today things have changed. Our lives last longer, and marriages may be based on love more frequently. It is not simply because someone has come back from war. There are other reasons to get married. Things have greatly changed in this country. It is far more modern.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. And I know the honourable member will get her full speech and maybe even a question after. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you so much, Speaker. It means a great deal to me to be able to stand in this place today and talk to the issues that are impacting our veterans, and specifically on this one issue. As the previous speaker mentioned, I had the privilege of being the Deputy Shadow Minister when I first came in as a brand new Member of Parliament for Veterans Affairs, and was able to travel with my colleague across Canada to ensure that we were really learning and hearing what veterans and what Canadian Armed Forces members had to say across the country. And this was in 2015, following, 10 years of the previous Conservative government. And I remember being told a great deal about the fact that new veterans not modern-day veterans, they hate being called that, next generation of veterans, was very upset with the fact that they came back from Afghanistan to a whole new set of rules around care for them with the new Veterans Charter, which was created just before the Liberal government fell and was adopted by the entire House without the proper oversight. And since then, it has been a challenge for veterans to appreciate what this new Veterans Charter did. And now it's been changed more and more and more. It's like never putting, we say if you're going to spend $1, you got to take $1 from somewhere else. It's just a pile-on of one program after another. And it is very confusing for our veterans, and they deserve better than they have. And I can say, as my colleague did, there are things here that need to be put right. I have been on Veterans Affairs for a decade now. I'm into my 10th year, and it's absolutely right. We have studied transitioning to death and given recommendations, and witnesses have come and talked about what needs to be done to make this means of taking care of our veterans smooth and transparent and fast. And really, nothing has changed. If anything, things have gotten more difficult. And it shows partially in the inability of National Defence Canadian Armed Forces to work with Veterans Affairs through a seamless transition. And in the government's response to this very issue, it says that the Government of Canada agrees with most of these recommendations. However, they then go on to explain that the Minister of National Defence under the CSFA is responsible for the overall management of the pension plan. In support of the Minister's role, the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces, they're responsible for the oversight of the pension plan, contribution calculations, financial analysis, all of this. And then the Minister of Public Safety is responsible for the RCMP part. And then here is what they say about the Minister of Veterans Affairs. The Minister of Veterans Affairs has no authority over any superannuation acts. No authority. Even though this government made big to-do about they were going to make this a seamless transition and the departments were going to work well together, and they made the Minister of Veterans Affairs Associate Minister of National Defence. And yet somehow still nothing seems to be able to be done to solve a lot of these issues. And I can appreciate the fact the member from the bloc said this reflects something from, my goodness, decades ago, when men in general, the average age was 60. And you know, today, I'm way past that. And I can tell you, 68 is the new 50. Just saying. Right? Thank you. The truth of the matter is, we are functioning in an archaic environment and not taking care of our veterans the way that we should be. As a matter of fact, there's proof of that in the way that veterans are feeling about how they're being cared for. And I have the supplementary estimates that we discussed and spoke with the minister about just recently. And this is really important. They asked for an additional $942.5 million in the supplementary estimates. Whoa, that is a lot of money. And the bulk of the requested appropriations, they said, is for pain and suffering compensation applications. They represent an increase of 51.6% compared to what was in the main estimate. So a huge jump in funding for pain and suffering. So the explanation was that the additional funding is needed to respond to an increase in the number of benefit applications, which includes the pain and suffering, but also as well as higher than expected numbers of veterans that are opting for a lump sum instead of monthly payments. Huge numbers of veterans are saying, I'm leaving, I'm getting my pain and suffering, I want it all, and I want it now. They no longer have confidence because of the way this government has treated our Canadian Armed Forces and treated our veterans over the course of these last 9 years. Since coming into power, what we are seeing and what I hear quietly said over and over again by our veterans is, here we are in another decade of darkness. That's what they called the last time the Liberals were in power and decimated our Canadian Armed Forces. There is no way that this government is taking care of our veterans. Right off the bat, they said they're asking for more than we can give. Oh, yeah, but there's this slush fund. Well, we have our friends to take care of. The confidence of our veterans and our armed forces in this government is pretty well nil. And as my colleague said, do we have work to do when we form government shortly? Absolutely. Do our veterans know that we've not done everything right in the past? Absolutely. And we're open about that. But at the same time, our veterans are facing the same challenges that every Canadian is. There are veterans' food banks that cannot keep their shelves full because of the need that is out there. There are more veterans that are homeless now because they cannot afford rent. They cannot afford a home. There are veterans now that are on the street or couch surfing because they do not have the ability to take care of themselves or their families. And they feel guilty, and so they've left their homes and their families. Speaker, there is no question that our veterans are not being cared for the way they should be. I've had the privilege of being part of the Women's Veterans Study, reflecting on the largest study that has been ever done. Actually, no study was done until this one was done on our women serving within the armed forces. It's frightening what they have had to go through. We have a great deal of work to do to improve life for our armed forces, but I can assure you of one thing, two things. We will care for them while they're serving, and we will provide what they need to go to war, something that this government pretends they don't have a role in. And we will care for our veterans in ways that meet their needs, and where there's a situation where something can't be done the way that they would want it to be done, we will have our conversations. We will do our best to come to a consensus. There will be true conversations rather than organizations of veterans groups set up that they rarely actually reach out to but claim that they have that relationship. So I am so pleased to see that we have the opportunity very shortly to give credence to what we're saying with what we will do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, if we do this quickly, you might be able to get a couple of questions in. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting when we listen to Conservatives speak on the whole issue of veterans. I could talk about the veterans' offices that they shut down, literally, 9 of them across the country. But what really intrigues me is the fact that that particular member, along with the leader of the Conservative Party, in fairness, she didn't have a choice. She has to follow her leader. Mr. Speaker, they actually voted against supports to veterans. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Can she tell us why she votes against them? And on a side point, why it is she agreed with her leader to actually shut down 9 veterans' offices across the country?
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
I am so pleased. I was worried the member wasn't going to ask me that question. Here's the truth that needs to be shared in this House that veterans know. When we took government and had to deal with the extreme load of debt of the previous government, we went to every department and said, we need you to help out. You, please, inform us of where cuts could be made, 5% I think it was with Veterans Affairs, and we will respond to that. The decision to cut those 9 offices came from the bureaucracy of Veterans Affairs. And I can tell the member that in my riding of Regina, in my province of Regina, I went to the office when they reopened it. The bulletproof glass was there. The lights were all off. I knocked on the glass, trying to get someone's attention. Finally, someone came. I said, "Hi, I'm the new member for Yorkton Malville. I would love to come and just say thank you for what you're doing." You know what? My veterans said, "Why didn't they leave it where they put it in the mall? We could do our..."
I guess I was too optimistic there. It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with every question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. DeBruschen, moved that this question be now put.
If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, let them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much. Given this important report to broaden respect and services for veterans and respecting their spouses, we would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The House will now resume the remaining business under routine proceedings. We under the rubric motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation pétition. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents of Sandwich Gulf Islands, for whom I'm, of course, very honored to represent, acknowledging that I work on the territory of the Wasanic people, today standing on the lands of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples, and I acknowledge their extraordinary generosity and patience. Petitioners have asked me to present the following, calling to the House attention that Canada is legally bound by the terms of the Paris Agreement to seek to hold global average temperature increase to no more than 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. That's Celsius, Mr. Speaker, that the government must take, according to the petitioners say, bold climate action to ensure that we play our part to avoid runaway climate change. The petitioners urge the government to set more ambitious targets so that we have any hope of holding to 1.5 degrees, and working with provinces for the combined efforts federally and provincially to reduce greenhouse gases dramatically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be as brief as possible. We, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, draw the attention of the House of Commons to the following. Whereas Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommended expanding euthanasia.
A point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we're not necessarily supposed to be reading petitions into the record.
That will go again, just to make sure we're summarizing the petitions that we are presenting. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
May I start again, sir? Thank you. So these citizens, the undersigned, are calling on Canada to do the following. Because Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommended expanding euthanasia to babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities or very serious syndromes, this proposal for the legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing to many Canadians, and infanticide is always wrong. So these citizens are calling on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children. This will probably take a new government. And the second petition is in regard to the Falun Gong, a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline consisting of meditation exercises and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance, are very concerned about the fact that the Chinese Communist Party is basically persecuting them extensively. Canadian lawyer David Mattis and former Canadian Secretary of State for Asia Pacific David Kilgore have investigated, and they have information on that. The Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting have over 1.5 million petition signatures. The European Parliament has passed a resolution condemning this behavior, and therefore they're requesting the Canadian government to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime, amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and publicly, if this government would please, call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China.
Presenting of petitions, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very important petition here to present to the House. The undersigned Canadians are bringing to the attention of the government the RCMP's recent report that the government in India has interfered in Canada's elections and murdered, threatened, and extorted Canadians on Canadian soil. They're also indicating how deeply troubling they find that foreign interference is occurring in Canada. And they also mention that they're concerned that the leader of the Conservative Party has not received his security clearance. So the undersigned Canadians are calling upon the leader of the Conservative Party to get his security clearance and take the action necessary to help stop foreign governments from interfering in Canada and targeting Canadians. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
As coincidence has it, Mr. Speaker, I do have a petition on the very same issue, where what they're talking about, the petitioners, Mr. Speaker, is they're asking that the leader of the Conservative Party actually get the security clearance. Given the issue of foreign interference, what we've witnessed in Canada is everything from extortion to murder, to interference in the leadership of the Conservative Party through foreign interference. We've had Conservative MPs involved in foreign interference, Mr. Speaker. What they're really wanting to see is that the leader of the Conservative Party do the honourable thing and get the security clearance.
Great petition.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to I want to present petitions on behalf of Canadians from across the country. The first petition I have to present today is about the concerns around what's going on in Turkey, Pakistan, and Bahrain, where officials have committed gross violations against human rights. They're concerned about over 300,000 people who are being jailed without reason. Several international human rights groups have confirmed gross human rights violations happening in Turkey. And so the folks that have signed this petition are calling on Canada to closely monitor this situation and to place sanction on 12 Turkish officials who are responsible for these atrocities. And they call on the Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahrain governments to end all violations against human rights happening in their country. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned with the attacks on religious freedom within the Canadian Armed Forces. These Canadians support the Canadian Armed Forces chaplaincy program and believe that our servicemen and women should retain the right to public expression of religion. For many of our men and women in uniform, the courage and conviction to risk their lives is rooted in their faith, and they call on the Liberal government to honour our Canadian traditions of public prayer and stop undermining the rights of Canadian veterans. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country concerned with the expansion of medical assistance in dying. The Parliament is to consider the priority to ensure that supports are in place for mental health for everyone in Canada. Folks in this petition also note that vulnerable Canadians must be given suicide prevention rather than suicide assistance. Folks that have signed this petition also are concerned that medical assistance in dying risks normalizing suicide as a solution for suffering from mental illness, and they call on the Government of Canada to support Bill C-314 to stop the expansion of medical assistance in dying to those with mental illness. The next petition that I have, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are in the support of the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. Petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms and they note that this is a part of our Canadian heritage. We also note that there is sometimes significant impact of hearing loss caused by the use of firearms, and they're calling for the Government of Canada to recognize the use of sound moderators as hearing protection devices in Canada. They're calling on the government to protect legal firearm owners by the use of these devices. So these are the petitions I have to present today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Presenting of petitions. We're going to go to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. And I believe the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, is standing on a point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising with respect to the notice of a question of privilege, which I provided to you under Standing Order 48 concerning the third and final report of the Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of Emergency, which was tabled in the House of Commons earlier today. In brief, when the member from Eglinton Lawrence, then the Minister of Public Safety, appeared before the committee on April 26th of 2022, he made repeated assertions that the NDP Liberal government invoked the Emergencies Act at the request of law enforcement. This now infamous claim by the former minister, made at the committee table, went viral.
I believe a point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always important to question a privilege. It's important to be factually correct. The minister wouldn't have referred to the NDP Liberal government, and so I would ask through you that the member respect the rules around a question of privilege and stick with the facts.
I appreciate the honourable member's intervention on that, and I will again just remind those who are presenting points of privilege here to be factual and, of course, as efficient as they can with the time they have before them, and stick to the facts themselves. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Speaker. This now infamous claim by the former minister, made at the committee table, went viral as police officer after police officer and official after official denied it before the committee, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and the Public Order Emergency Commission. Documentary evidence further substantiated just how wrong the former minister's claim was. With all reports from all three bodies now formally before the House in the present session, the House is seized with irreconcilable claims for which the air must be cleared. As you know, it is a contempt to mislead the House of Commons or any of its committees. I will therefore argue that the member from Eglinton Lawrence deliberately misled the Special Joint Committee, giving rise to a prima facie contempt. The committee's third report details, in the first paragraph of the justification section of Chapter 7, under the invocation of the Emergencies Act, the former minister's evidence to the committee on April 26 of 2022, and I quote, "Some witnesses before the committee cited the public safety concerns as justification for a cabinet's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. For instance, the former minister told the committee that the federal government received advice that law enforcement needed the Emergencies Act to be sure that they would resolve, for example, ambiguities around those who were staying close to ports of entry. He reiterated that we invoked the Act because it was the advice of nonpartisan professional law enforcement that existing authorities were ineffective at the time to restore public safety," end of quote. For good measure, Mr. Speaker, the former minister's other comments to the committee that night include the following, and I quote, "The government remained engaged with further enforcement throughout to ensure that they had the support and the resources they needed. However, when efforts using existing authorities proved ineffective, the advice we received was to invoke the Emergencies Act," end of quote. He went on to say, and I quote, "The advice we were getting was that law enforcement needed the Emergencies Act," end of quote. He also was stated as saying, and I quote, "As we took our decision in what we could do to respond, we were following the advice of various levels of law enforcement, including the RCMP and commissioners," end of quote. Now that last quote is particularly important, bearing in mind what the committee reported, beginning at the 10th paragraph of the section on cooperation among different levels of policing found in Chapter 5, Police Response to the Freedom Convoy, and I quote from that report, "There is evidence to suggest that police leadership had exhausted all available tools to bring the protests and blockades to their conclusion when the federal government decided to invoke the Emergencies Act. At the Public Order Emergency Commission, a 14th of February 2022 email from then Commissioner of the RCMP, Brenda Luckie, to the Chief of Staff to the former minister stated, and I quote, "This said, I am of the view that we have not yet exhausted all available tools that are available through the existing legislation. There are circumstances where charges could be laid under existing authorities for various criminal code offenses occurring right now in the context of the protest. The Ontario Provincial Emergencies Act, just enacted, will also help in providing additional deterrent tools to our existing toolbox. These existing tools are considered in our existing plans and will be used in the due course as necessary. End of quote. I want to pause here for a moment, Speaker, to note three things. First, on September the 22nd, 2022, the committee adopted a motion with a view to achieving efficiencies in its own proceedings to, and to quote the report, deem the evidence, including testimony and documents received by and published on the websites of the standing committees of the House of Commons and the Public Order Emergency Commission in relation to the February 2022 public order emergency and matters consequential to it to have been received by this committee and may have been used in its reports. End of quote. Secondly, as we know from the Rillieux Commission records, the former minister's chief of staff forwarded the RCMP commissioner's message directly to the then minister. The email is Rillieux Commission document Sierra Sierra Mike SSM NSC CAN 0000228. And thirdly, Commissioner Lucky's statement about not exhausting all available tools was actually emboldened to attract the attention of the minister's eye with red lettering. So it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Eglinton Lawrence was put on clear notice that invoking the Emergencies Act was not the RCMP's advice, in sharp contrast to what he had claimed at the committee table. Now, going back to the third report, picking up 4 paragraphs later, we read, and I quote, then Ottawa Police Chief Peter Sully told the committee that the Ottawa Police Service had a plan ready to clear downtown Ottawa and that the Ottawa Police Service maintained control of the plan during his tenure as the Chief of Police, end of quote. Now, his tenure ended the day after the Emergencies Act was invoked. Mr. Sully testified before the committee on October 6, 2022, and is quoted on page 3 of the evidence saying, and I quote, there were no explicit conversations that I had with other levels of government regarding declarations of the Emergencies Act at all 3 levels, end quote. He then immediately clarified this, adding, and I quote, we did have conversations with the City of Ottawa around their emergency, but not the other 2 levels of government, end quote. Other witnesses before the Special Joint Committee also testified that they had not requested the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Then, RCP Commissioner Brenda Lucki is quoted on page 10 of the evidence for May 10th of 2022, saying, and I quote, no, there was never a question of requesting the Emergencies Act, end of quote. When pressed to confirm that statement, if she ever asked for the invocation of the Act, she firmly answered, no, end of quote. The then Emergency Preparedness Minister, now the Minister of National Defence, testified on June 14th of 2022 at pages 22 and 23 of the evidence that he had not heard any advice or request from the police asking for the invocation of the Emergencies Act, adding, and I quote, quite frankly, I would have been surprised, quite surprised, if the police had actually made a policy recommendation or asked for any legislative authority, end of quote. On October 26, 2022, then Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson confirmed at page 14 of the evidence that he had not sought any emergency declarations. On November 3rd of 2022, Ontario Police Commissioner Tom Korik confirmed at page 17 of the evidence, and I quote, I can tell you that I am telling you the absolute truth, sir. At no point did I provide or request that Emergencies Act be invoked, end of quote. He then added, and I quote again, I did not provide any advice of that nature, nor am I aware of anyone from my legal team providing such advice, end of quote. Those statements alone, Mr. Speaker, show that there was irreconcilable evidence before the committee, which has now been reported to this House. But the concern just doesn't stop there. In parallel to the Special Joint Committee's work, our Procedure and House Affairs Committee was conducting its own study of security arrangements on or near Parliament Hill hearing from a number of pertinent policing and security witnesses who appeared in the aftermath of the former minister's famous claim. The evidence which it heard was reported to the House in that committee's 19th report, tabled on December 14th of 2022. Firstly, on page 13, we read the former minister's own take, and I quote, "During the appearance by the then Ministers of Public Services and Procurement and Public Safety, some members of the committee asked questions about the invocation of the Emergencies Act. In particular, it was asked which police agency asked for the Emergencies Act to be invoked. In response, the member for Eglinton Lawrence stated that there was a very strong consensus among law enforcement that the Emergencies Act was necessary, as stipulated in the letter from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police." End of quote. Then, turning to page 23 of the 19th report, we see, and I quote, "When asked about the invocation of the Emergencies Act by the federal government, then interim Ottawa Police Chief Steve Bell stated that the Ottawa Police Service, had conversations with its partners and political ministries, but did not directly request that the Act be invoked." Chief Bell later testified before the Special Joint Committee on November 3rd of 2022 at page 2 of the evidence that, and I quote, "No, we never made a direct request for the invocation of the Act." End of quote. Later in that same meeting, at page 9, he confirmed, and I quote again, "That's correct. There was no direct request made from the Ottawa Police Service." End of quote. Now let's go back to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee's 19th report. We read on page 26, and I quote, "Asked whether the service of the police service of Gatineau was able to manage the disruptions in Gatineau caused by the Freedom Convoy, Service Director Luc Baudoin indicated that it was able to do so, in particular thanks to the collaboration of its partners and the Coordination Center." End of quote. Moving to page 29, we learn, and I quote, "When asked if the Parliamentary Protective Service had requested the invocation of the Emergencies Act on February of 2022, Service Acting Director Superintendent Larry Brooks answered no. He noted that there was no benefit whatsoever in the invocation of the Emergencies Act for PPS because it is not a policing organization, so it has received no additional powers through the Act." End of quote. I would pause here, Mr. Speaker, to add that Superintendent Brookson confirmed this evidence for the Special Joint Committee during his appearance there on September the 29th of 2022 at page 10 of the evidence. Mr. Slowly, the former Ottawa Police Chief, had also appeared before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which reported at page 37, and I quote, "He did not ask the federal government to invoke the Emergencies Act. He was not aware of anyone making that request within the Ottawa Police Service." End of quote. The then city manager of the City of Ottawa, Steve Kanellakis, was also a witness. And the 19th report, page 48, states, and I quote, "Mr. Kanellakis was asked by the committee whether the Ottawa Police Service had requested the invocation of the Emergencies Act. In response, he stated that he was not aware of any such request." End of quote. Mr. Kanellakis also said in his opening statement to the Special Joint Committee on October 26, 2022, at page 3 of the evidence, and I quote, "To my knowledge, the city never requested the invocation of the Act." End of quote. Next, Speaker, let's turn to the report of the Public Order Emergency Commission, which was tabled at in this House on February 17, 2023, as sessional paper number 8530-441-17. First, on page 115 of Volume 1, Commissioner Rouleau wrote, and I quote, "A question that arose during the Commission's hearings was whether Cabinet was advised of Commissioner Lucky's view that not all existing tools had yet been exhausted in Ottawa. She had expressed this view to the former Minister's Chief of Staff less than an hour before Cabinet meeting began, but this was not passed on to Cabinet." End of quote. Later, the Commissioner expanded upon this at page 92 of Volume 3. A question that arose during the Commission's hearings was whether Cabinet was advised of Commissioner Lucky's view that not all existing tools had yet been exhausted in Ottawa. Less than an hour before the Cabinet meeting began, Commissioner Lucky responded to an email request from the former Minister's Chief of Staff, Mike Jones, for a list of emergency measures that might assist law enforcement in bringing the protests under control. Commissioner Lucky suggested a number of tools, but added that, in her view, all of the tools available through existing legislation had not yet been exhausted. She noted that there were instances where charges could be laid under the criminal code, and that Ottawa's recent declaration of emergency would also help in providing additional tools. Mr. Jones forwarded Commissioner Lucky's email to the former minister and then Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Deputy Minister to Public Safety, Robert Stewart, half an hour before the Cabinet meeting began. The comment about the sufficiency of existing tools was not incorporated into the speaking notes that Commissioner Lucky sent to the former minister. And the then National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister, Jody Thomas, a few minutes before the start of the meeting. End of quote from the Commissioner's notes. In addition to these three reports, Mr. Speaker, the former minister testified to the Special Joint Committee is also contradicted by the government's response to order paper question number 613, signed by the then minister's parliamentary secretary. Through this written question, the government was asked, and I quote, "With regard to the government's invocation of the Emergencies Act earlier this year, did any police force make a request for the Act to be invoked? And if so, what are the specific details of any such requests, including which police forces submitted that request, and on what date each such request was received by the government?" End of quote. The then Parliamentary Secretary response danced around the heart of the question, but she nevertheless answered, and I quote, "The RCMP did not request for the Act to be invoked." End of quote. And she reiterated that quote with again, and I quote, "With regard to the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police did not make a request for the Act to be invoked." End of quote. All in all, Mr. Speaker, the former minister's claim to the Special Joint Committee found in its report, which is now before the House, has been flatly contradicted by all other evidence on the question before the House. Now, the House of Commons Procedure and Practices, 3rd edition, at page 81, provides a list of established grounds for contempt, including, and I quote, "deliberately attempting to mislead the House or committee by way of a statement, evidence, or petition." End of quote. This point is reiterated again at page 112. For its part, United Kingdom House of Commons Committee on Privileges has also recently considered the matter of a minister misleading Parliament. That committee's 5th report, tabled in June of 2023, notes at paragraph 6 that, and I quote, "misleading intentionally or recklessly, refusing to answer legitimate questions, or failing to correct misleading statements impedes or frustrates the functioning of the House and is a contempt." End of quote. The importance of accurate information being provided to Parliament has been underscored in a number of rulings in this House, including your predecessor on March 3rd of 2014 at page 3430 of the debates. It states, and I quote, "This incident highlights the primordial importance of accuracy and truthfulness in our deliberations. All members bear responsibility, individually and collectively, to select the words they use very carefully and to be ever mindful of the serious consequences that can result when this responsibility is forgotten." End of quote. The United Kingdom Privileges Committee, meanwhile, explained at paragraph 8 of its 4th report, tabled in March of 2023, that, and I quote, "the expectation is that when the House hears from ministers, what it hears is the truth as far as the minister knows it. The House considers legislation and scrutinizes government activity on the basis that what it is told is accurate. Parliament expects and requires proactive candor and transparency. This is what is necessary for the House to do its job properly. If a minister makes an inadvertent error, they are expected to correct it at the earliest opportunity. Mistakes inevitably happen, and corrections are made routinely. The more important the issue, the more seriously the House will take any questions of misleading." End of quote. There is a well-established test for determining whether deliberately misleading information has been provided, which, for example, you explained in the February 15th, 2024 ruling at page 21158 of the debates, and I quote, "It must be proven that the statement was misleading. It must be established that when making a statement, the member knew it to be incorrect, and finally, it must be demonstrated that the member intended to mislead the House." End of quote. In the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully submit that all three branches of this test can be made out. First, the overwhelming body of evidence, in fact, basically every source of evidence other than the former minister himself, which I have already quoted, contradicts the former minister. There can be no reasonable conclusion other than the fact that the former minister's statement to committee was misleading. Secondly, the email from the then RCMP commissioner to the former minister's chief of staff, who in turn forwarded it to his boss, makes it quite clear that the former minister was on notice of the actual opinion of the country's top cop. In the face of it, how could he plausibly claim that law enforcement actually made the request? And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the context of the former minister's comment and tried to manage concerns regarding an extraordinary assertion of legal powers by the federal cabinet in response to a protest against its policies is one which goes to explain the likely intention behind it, to syndicate the responsibilities for such a controversial decision onto the shoulders of non-political institutions like the police and away from the political actors who actually took the decision. In any event, intention is not something which I would respectfully submit requires, at this stage, ironclad proof, like a confession. Indeed, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, at paragraph 15 of its 50th report, presented in March of 2002, explicitly acknowledges that intention may well be a matter for committee investigation. And I quote that particular report. As the then Clerk of the House, William Corbett, explained to the committee, "It is not uncommon for inaccurate statements to be made in the course of debate or question period in the House. This issue is whether the statements were made deliberately with the intent of misleading the House or its members. In the case where a member later admits to having knowingly provided false information, as in the Profumo case, the issue of intent is clear. In the absence of such an admission, however, it rests with the committee to examine all of the circumstances and determine whether the evidence demonstrates an intention to mislead." End of quote. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee continued in the same vein at paragraph 39 of the same report, noting that at times inferences must be drawn to establish intent. And I quote that report again. "Intent is always a different element to establish in the absence of admission or confession. It is necessary to carefully review the context surrounding the incident involved and to attempt to draw inferences based on the nature of the circumstances. Any findings must, however, be grounded on facts and have an evidentiary basis." End of quote. At Westminster, meanwhile, the Privileges Committee, in its fourth report, wrote at paragraph 6, and I quote from that particular report, "If a statement was misleading, we will consider whether that was inadvertent, reckless, or intentional. If we conclude that it was in any way reckless or intentional, we will consider what sanction to recommend to the House. It will be for the House to decide whether to accept or reject our conclusions and recommendations." End of quote. It might also be worth noting here, Mr. Speaker, citing the related footnote in footnote 4 of that report, and I quote, "We emphasize that the committee is not a court of law. It is a select committee of Parliament, and its processes are parliamentary rather than forensic. The committee will adopt plain English definitions of key concepts as used in a parliamentary context." End of quote. The Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, second edition at page 234, explains, and I quote, "Before the House will be permitted by the Speaker to embark on a debate in such circumstances, it must be demonstrated that a member of the House of Commons was intentionally misled or an admission of the facts that leads naturally to the conclusion that a member was intentionally misled." End of quote. The long list of contradictory evidence, which I suggest lead naturally to the very strong inference, is not the conclusion that the Special Joint Committee was intentionally, if not the, sorry, I'll read that again, Speaker. The long list of contradictory evidence would, I suggest, lead naturally to the very strong inference, if not the conclusion, that the Special Joint Committee was intentionally misled. Next, Speaker, I wish to address another matter concerning this question of privilege, namely the requirement to rise in a timely manner. On first blush, raising concern about something which was said over 31 months ago would not be considered timely. However, since it happened in a committee, the clock only started from the moment the third report was tabled in the House, which was this morning. It would have been premature to have raised this concern any sooner. As Mr. Speaker Reagan said on September 27th of 2016 at page 5175 of the debates, and I quote, "The Speaker cannot pass judgment on matters that are not properly before the House. The authority of the Speaker is limited to studying evidence before the House, such as statements made in the House or matters detailed in reports from committees, and not evidence gleaned from other sources." End of quote. Your immediate predecessor held on May 11th of 2021 at page 7023 of the debates, and I quote, "There is no precedent where the chair has used testimony from a committee without there being a report on the subject." End of quote. This rationale was more fully elaborated by Speaker Milliken on February 10th of 2011 at page 8030 in a comment quite relevant to the present case, given the former minister's wild claim became a matter of considerable discussion on the floor of the House. And I quote from that particular ruling. "The chair was limited in its ability to act on the full range of that review, since much of the proceedings referred to in member submissions were never officially placed in the hands of the House. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader was not mistaken in his assertion that any and all statements made in committee, even when there have been repeated verbatim in the House, remain the business of the committee until such time as it elects to report them officially to the House. It may sound overly technical, but the reality is that when adjudicating cases of this kind, the chair is obligated to reference material fully and properly before the House." End of quote. But now, the information is fully before the House and squarely before the House in the form of the third report, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee's 19th report, the Reload Commission's report, as well as the order paper question response, which I quoted. We are now faced with the concern expressed by one of your predecessors on March 3rd of 2014 at page 3430 of the debates, and I quote, "At the same time, the fact remains that the House continues to be seized of completely contradictory statements. This is a difficult position in which to leave members, who must be able to depend on the integrity of the information with which they are provided to perform their parliamentary duties." End of quote. In that case, the chair found a prima facie case of privilege, just as Speaker Milliken did on February 1st of 2002 at page 8581 of the debates when he said, and I quote, "The authorities are consistent about the need for clarity in our proceedings and about the need to ensure the integrity of the information provided by the government to the House. Furthermore, in this case, as honourable members have pointed out, integrity of information is of paramount importance, since it directly concerns the rules of engagement for Canadian troops involved in the conflict in Afghanistan, a principle that goes to the very heart of Canada's participation in the war against terrorism. In deciding on alleged questions of privilege, it is relatively infrequent for the chair to find prima facie privilege. It is more likely that the Speaker will characterize the situation as a dispute as to facts. But in the case before us, there appears to be, in my opinion, no dispute as to the facts. I believe that both the Minister and the honourable members recognize that the two versions of events have been presented to the House. On the basis of the arguments presented by honourable members and in view of the gravity of the matter, I have concluded that the situation before us, where the House is left with two versions of events, is one that merits further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air." End of quote. At the same time, or the same motivation to clear the air also inspired another prima facie finding by the chair in March 9th of 2011, as well as the 2014 cases I cited. Now, while the present circumstances do not relate to Canadian participation in conflict abroad, they do relate to the justification for the invocation of the Emergencies Act, a decision which allowed Cabinet to legislate without regard to the authority of Parliament or to the usual constitutional divisions of power. A decision of this magnitude must be supported with clarity and integrity of information, just as Speaker Milliken had insisted concerning the deployment of JTF-2 soldiers in Afghanistan. Speaker, I would submit that the necessary thresholds have been made out here, allowing for you to make a prima facie finding. In order to allow for the air to be fully and properly cleared, I intend to propose referring the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee so that we might get a definitive response, a report on the issue. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Parliament deserves to receive clear and definitive answers to questions. It must be entitled to the truth. On a matter about sidelining Parliament's own legislative and constitutional authority, the stakes are even higher. That is why I urge you to find a prima facie case of privilege in relation to the member for Eglinton Lawrence in his testimony to the Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of Emergency, for which I am prepared to move an appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member, and we're going to see if there's any input on this particular privilege motion. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll have to review the matter in terms of the way in which it was presented and possibly come back to the House. It might take me an hour or so to respond to it in great depth, Mr. Speaker, but I'll do my best at trying to get back if there's a need to in the not-too-distant future.
L'honorable député de New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP also reserves the right to intervene, but I'm also rising, Mr. Speaker, as you know, to respond to what was a frivolous question of privilege raised by the Conservative member from Thornhill a few days ago. And I wanted to start by referencing, Mr. Speaker, the fact that when we look at prima facie cases of privilege on obstruction, in every case that has been adjudicated by this House, I'm thinking of the member from Milton in 2017, the member from Toronto Danforth in 2015, the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley in 2015, the member from Acadie Bathurst in 2014, the member from Winnipeg Centre in 2012, the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development in 2011, and the member from Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord in 2004. In every single case, the question of privilege was raised the same day or the subsequent day. In the case of the frivolous question of privilege from the member from Thornhill, she waited 4 days before she rose in this House, and she rose in this House to obstruct the member from Burnaby South, who was speaking on the NDP opposition day. The reality is this type of weaponizing of the question of privilege is yet another example of how Conservatives are disregarding the standing orders that we have that clearly govern our activities, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that she added to the frivolous question of privilege by raising a whole range of false allegations that have subsequently been repudiated by the member from Edmonton Strathcona, the member from Winnipeg Centre, and the member from Hamilton Centre. I also think is very clear that this was a weaponizing of the question of privilege, a frivolous, yet again, from the member from Thornhill, a frivolous question of privilege. She's certainly done this before. And I wanted to raise two citations from our procedural Bible, which is, of course, what governs our activities in the House, Mr. Speaker. First, referencing in Speaker Milliken's decision back in November 5th, 2009. Speaker Milliken had occasion at that time to rule on a strikingly similar incident referenced a number of other incidences where there were false allegations of a member having knowledge of or were complicit in a disturbance in the galleries. In all of those cases, Mr. Speaker, Speaker Milliken promptly ruled that it wasn't a question of privilege. And this is another example of this, though in the case of the member from Thornhill, the fact that she sat on it for 4 days very clearly shows that it wasn't a question of privilege that is bona fide. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member from South Shore of St. Margaret's rose to say that he had to postpone a meeting. And that was his justification in this hour-long weaponization of the question of privilege, solely designed to block the member from Burnaby South from speaking on the NDP Opposition Day. And I wanted to reference, again, a House of Commons procedure and practice, which states the following. In order to find a prima facie breach of privilege, the Speaker must be satisfied that there is evidence to support the member's claim that he or she has been impeded in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions and that the matter is directly related to a proceeding in Parliament. The fact that a stakeholder postponed a meeting is not directly related to proceedings in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And so I contrast that, of course, with how the Conservatives acted when we had the takeover of downtown Ottawa. 600 businesses closed, seniors not being able to get access to their groceries, people with disabilities not being able to access their medications, a complete calamity. We saw those businesses that flew a pride flag being vandalized, windows broken, the Happy Goat Company, for example, on Elgin Street, vandalized by these convoy extremists. And at no point, despite the fact that we had to move through every day with the obstruction and intimidation and insults that were and jeers that were thrown at members of Parliament, at no point did Conservatives want to entertain any sort of question of privilege there. That is a case where there were severe restrictions on parliamentary activity. The case of the member from Thornhill is simply ludicrous. The fact that she sat on it for 4 days, that she's trying to weaponize a question of privilege, should be treated, I think, as what it is, very clearly, after the throwing of false allegations, not responding in any material way, in any factual way, with actually what transpired. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have heard from the member from Winnipeg Centre, we have heard from the member from Edmonton Strathcona, we have heard from the member from Hamilton Centre. In each case, those members have repudiated the false allegations that were made that day. And, Mr. Speaker, the fact that this weaponizing of a question of privilege raised days after the fact was solely intended to block the member from Burnaby South to speaking on the NDP's Opposition Day, which you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, touched on GST relief, making it permanent on family essentials, on home heating, as well on cell phone bills and internet bills, all of which are family essentials. Conservatives opposed this. And so instead of speaking in the House against it, which would have been the honest and honourable thing to do, what Conservatives did was created obstruction that day, obstructed the member from Burnaby South's ability to intervene, and raised what was a series of speeches, none of which touched on in any way, in a meaningful way, on the question of privilege. So, Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that this was a frivolous question of privilege. It should not have been entertained in the first place. The false allegations have been completely repudiated. And what that would lead you with, Mr. Speaker, I believe, is a rejection yet again of the member from Thornhill, yet again, raising a frivolous question of privilege, yet again, and trying to weaponize question of privilege. I would implore my Conservative colleagues, through you, Mr. Speaker, to start respecting the orders that govern us, the procedures that govern us, the values and traditions that govern us in this place, and to stop making a mockery of the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby for his intervention on this question of privilege. Colleagues, we are now moving into the period for statements by members. The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight the relentless efforts of Canada's only non-profit organization focused on advancing Lyme disease research, located in Vaughan, the G. Magnata Foundation. A deeply personal cause to the founder and president, my dear friend, Rosanna Magnotta, who after losing her beloved husband Gabe to Lyme disease, has rallied our community to raise awareness, fund research, improve testing, and Lyme disease treatment for all Canadians. Just a few weeks ago, the G. Magnata Foundation renewed its commitment to Lyme disease research with a $2 million gift over the next 2 years to the G. Magnata Lab at the University of Guelph. Along with dozens of friends and neighbours, on September 18th, I joined Rosanna and Lab Director Dr. Melanie Wills at the annual Vaughan Walk for Lyme to show our community's hope and resolve to combat this terrible disease. Embodying the G. Magnata Lab's mantra, driven by passion, fueled by philanthropy, the unmatched generosity of Vaughan residents is once again a beacon of hope for a healthier future for all. Thank you to Rosanna, the entire team of the G. Magnata Foundation for their leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're here.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, in 1994, my mother visited me when I was living and studying in England. We toured Canterbury Cathedral, where she wrote out a prayer request. That prayer has stayed with me from that moment on. Her prayer was salvation for my family. The true gift of salvation came as a baby born in a manger in Bethlehem over 2,000 years ago. It is a gift if you acknowledge who that baby was and became to be and what he did on the cross for you and me. His name was Jesus, Emmanuel, God is with us. Christmas won't be the same without Mom and Dad this year, having lost them both in October, but they lived lives of faith and knew Christ. But I know hope still remains. The reminder of the gift of salvation comes every Christmas. And so I want to let everyone here who hears my voice, I want to wish them a very Merry Christmas and a very Scottish Happy Hogmanay. God bless you. Have a Merry Christmas. You are not alone.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's a real privilege to highlight two incredible organizations in Milton that are making a profound difference in our community. First, I'd like to acknowledge the Special Friends Network and their inspiring Dream Kitchen initiative. By partnering with the Halton Down Syndrome Association, Chef Brandon Bousfield and team are creating opportunities for those with special needs to develop employable skills, build confidence, and create lasting friendships. With help from the Milton Optimist Club, they're delivering some of those meals that they create to people who need a little bit of help over these holidays. I also want to commend the Tigerjeet Singh Foundation on their 16th Miracle on Main event. It was amazing, Mr. Speaker. It included a toy and a food drive, and it's a true testament to the spirit of giving and celebration. It's very heartwarming to see local families, businesses, and volunteers all come together to ensure that every family in Milton and across Halton region have a really enjoyable Christmas holiday season. Both organizations embody the true meaning of community, compassion, generosity, and care, and I'm so proud to support the work they do, and so grateful to everyone in Milton for building a brighter place for everyone. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Really looking forward to seeing everybody this year.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, on December 4th, my great riding of Lac Saint-Jean held the annual, the inaugural opening of a new business, an investment of $25 million at a time when the forestry sector is facing a number of problems. This is a source of pride and optimism to see such a project go forward in Saint-Monique. And it's a relief for the mayor, for the workers, and for the entire community. This business, which has very modern equipment, will be able to use wood fiber in an optimal way to increase its productivity and develop new products. I obviously want to congratulate Mr. Louis-Fren, Mr. Laberge, and the entire team at Monosera who have put in place this vision. With this project, Monosera will be a keystone of success in the region. Congratulations to the entire team.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orléans.
Mr. Speaker, as 2024 comes to an end, I want to extend my warmest wishes to everyone in this House and to the people of Orléans. As the representative of the most beautiful riding in Canada, I want to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of the residents of Orléans. Your unwavering support, your leadership, and your dedication to our community have made a profound impact. Together, we've built a strong and vibrant community that I'm proud to represent. J'espère que cette période.
I hope that this holiday season will bring you peace and joy, and that you will enjoy the time spent with loved ones.
To a fantastic start to 2025, a year of new opportunities, dream realized, and continued success. Joyeuse fête.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holiday. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy New Year. Bonne année, Orléans.
Happy New Year, Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
After 9 years, this Liberal government has unleashed crime and chaos from coast to coast to coast. Nationwide, violent crime has skyrocketed by 50% since this Prime Minister took office, while violent gun crime has increased by 116%, using weapons smuggled over our insecure border. Let's look at the numbers closer to home. In Saskatoon, crime has absolutely exploded, and it is the result of the decisions of this out-of-touch NDP government. Violent crime is out of control. For youth, it is up over 113% since 2019 alone, and assaults and robberies that saw the largest increase. In 2024 was already the worst year on record for Saskatoon in terms of number of murders, and the year isn't over yet. The NDP Liberal Coalition does not care at all about victims. Only common sense Conservatives will bring home safe streets by securing our border and giving jail, not bail, to violent repeat offenders.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to the Honourable Ray Startini, who recently passed away. Ray became one of the first judges of Italian descent appointed to the bench in Ontario. He was a champion for fair representation and legal aid. He was proud of his Italian heritage and West End upbringing in the Sioux. He shared his traditions, stories, and experience by documenting them and publishing several books. He was a force outside of the courtroom, actively volunteering on many community boards, including the Soup Kitchen, Ken Brown Recovery Home, Algoma University, YMCA, Children's Aid Society, Algoma Public Health Unit, and the St. Joseph Islands Lions Club. And a family man, a dedicated husband, a husband that was always there for his wife, there for his 4 children, and their 12 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. Ray's motto was, "Leave the wood pile higher than you found it." Truly a Northern Ontario great. Thank you, Ray, for your lifetime of service. I want to say thanks. You will always be remembered. Grazie.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in Brampton, safety is a major concern. Community safety must be our top priority. Doug Ford's government should make it their priority as well. Instead, they have been blaming the federal government for their failure. The government of Ontario needs to get their acts together. But according to CBC investigative report, since 2020, 56% of charges in Ontario get withdrawn, stayed, dismissed, or discharged before going to trial. We have passed tougher bail laws, created new offenses, and tougher penalties. We also gave them $121 million to help prevent gun and gang control. It's time for the province of Ontario to take action, stop playing blame games, and provide money for the policing and the justice system.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lilley-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, once again today, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are once again going to suffer the consequences of this Liberal government's lack of leadership. The Prime Minister is in a fiscal feud with his Finance Minister, who will definitely blow past the $40 billion deficit limit, a limit that she promised herself. Mr. Speaker. They've broken yet another promise. It's become the Liberals' signature move. The Prime Minister imposes inflationary policies, then gets angry with his minister when, surprise, surprise, she's unable to manage Canada's economy. And who's going to replace the Finance Minister after she's dropped by the Prime Minister? None other than Mr. Mark Carney, an unelected person responsible for the carbon tax who has already hurt Canadians with this irresponsible and inflationary tax. The solution is simple, Mr. Speaker. Stop. 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 Stop all this spending. Stop raising taxes. Stop feeding inflation. Stop digging us into a deficit. It's not complicated. Just stop.
Alors, s'il vous plaît.
Order.
The honourable member for Sydney, for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, on November 30th, I was honoured to attend the signing of the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty in Treaty 1 territory and the homeland of the Red River Métis with the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations. Mr. Speaker, it was the first of its kind. This co-developed modern treaty will recognize the Manitoba Métis Federation as the government of the Red River Métis with an inherent right to self-government and lawmaking powers over its own citizenship, election, and other internal operations. Furthermore, this signing marks an important milestone on the path of reconciliation as Canada's first self-government treaty with a Métis government. Mr. Speaker, this is about self-determination as stipulated in the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. I look forward to continued partnership with Indigenous governments on future self-government treaties as we move forward towards true reconciliation.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost control of spending and his cabinet. He forced his Finance Minister to blow through his ridiculously high $40 billion guardrail, and now he's getting ready to throw her off the fiscal cliff so he can replace her with his phantom Finance Minister, Carbon Tax Carney. This is a man who will spend whatever it takes and take our country down with him as long as he gets to stay on as Prime Minister. Even members of his own caucus are sounding the alarm on his self-made, miserable, reckless fiscal disaster. The Liberal member for St. John Rothsay says it's time to show fiscal restraint, and the Liberal member for Thunder Bay Rainy River says his preference would be for zero deficits, but admits that it's never going to happen. The Prime Minister won't listen to his own caucus. He won't listen to anyone. But maybe he'll get the message that we've been sending him again and again. It's time to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's have an election so our common sense Conservative team can get our country back on track.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
This Prime Minister has lost control of spending and his cabinet, and this week this Prime Minister's fake feminism was on spectacular display. He is smashing Canada through $40 billion fiscal guardrail and pushing his female Finance Minister off the glass cliff to make way for Carbon Tax Carney. He did it with his Justice Minister, he did it with a Treasury Board President, and now he's doing it to the Finance Minister after crushing the $40 billion safeguard she put in place. Just 2 days ago, he stood in a room full of equality stakeholders and advocates and said, I am and always will be a proud feminist. It is beyond insulting that he says this as he actively plots to destroy the $40 billion fiscal guardrail, replace his female Finance Minister with an unelected stooge, while blaming the women around him for his poor choices. Pure hyper-hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, this fake feminist Prime Minister is not a feminist. He's an opportunist, and he's not worth the cost.
I would just like to remind members about a ruling that I said before about people who are outside of Parliament to make sure that they are judicious in their choice of words, especially since they can't be here to defend themselves. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise today
to highlight the affordability measures our government is implementing to help Canadians save more money of their hard-earned money. Starting on December the 14th, the new GST HST tax break will allow Canadians to keep more money in their pockets during holiday season. Additionally, we celebrated a significant milestone in affordability and health care this week, the one-year anniversary of the Canadian Dental Care Plan. Since its launch, over 1.2 million Canadians have received vital dental care. Before the CDCP, 1 in 4 Canadians skipped dental visits due to financial constraints. Cost should never be a barrier to health care in Canada, and we remain committed to ensuring accessible care for all. And I wish all my constituents and all Canadians a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Order. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about my friend, my former MLA, my constituent, a proud resident of Langford, and the 36th Premier of BC, the Honourable John Horgan. On Sunday, I'll be attending the memorial service for John, where we will gather to honour the lasting legacy he leaves for his family, his community, and our beautiful province. I had the privilege of knowing John for almost 20 years, and I have a lot of fond memories of our relationship. He was an excellent purveyor of dad jokes, often repeating them again and again. Among my favorites was his quip in our region about having to drive west to get to East Souk, drive east to get back to the West Shore, and drive north to get to South Cowichan. The relationship we enjoyed didn't change when he was Premier. Even when he was at a busy community event surrounded by people, he would always make sure to point me out, saying, "Hey, there's my MP." John, you were one of a kind. I will sincerely miss you.
Order. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the ACEF in Longueuil is celebrating 50 years of community involvement as an organization that defends consumer rights and promotes financial education. Since 1974, ACEF has supported thousands of local citizens by helping them manage their personal finances, by fighting for responsible consumption, and through their consultations, workshops, and awareness-raising initiatives, ACEF has established itself as a key ally in promoting financial independence and debt prevention. With a committed and caring team, ACEF in Longueuil stands out for its human and personalized approach, offering indispensable support for people when they're in times of vulnerability. This anniversary is an opportunity to salute the tireless work of their staff and volunteers, as well as the profound impact that ACEF has had on the lives of so many families. Today, we are celebrating half a century of solidarity and dedication in the service of the community, and we wish ACEF continued inspiration and continued support towards a more serene financial future for the people of Longueuil. Happy 50th anniversary to the ACEF Longueuil.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
The Prime Minister has lost control of spending and his cabinet. Next week's fall update is teeing up to be yet another dramatic disaster because at this point, we're not even sure who the Finance Minister is going to be by Monday. The Globe and Mail reports that tensions between the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have never been worse and getting more intense by the day. She wanted to run a gigantic $40 billion deficit, which she called her guardrail. Now the Prime Minister is pushing her through that guardrail and over the fiscal cliff. And now he learned he wants to humiliate her further by firing her and replacing her with carbon tax Carney. Even Liberal MPs are calling all this chaos out by saying, quote, "The federal budget is not an unlimited pot and we need to show fiscal restraint." Well, that's a little late after 9 years. Yeah. This week, Prime Minister has lost control of immigration, border, spending, inflation, the debt, and even his ministers. Common sense Conservatives on this side, meanwhile, are fully united behind our leader and ready for a carbon tax election.
The honourable member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker,
This holiday, our government followed through on its promise to put more money back into the pockets of Canadians. With a tax cut for everyone, we're making sure businesses can succeed and families can have a little less stress this holiday season. The Conservative leader's response? Instead of supporting Canadian workers, the Conservatives are prepared to cut essential services like childcare, healthcare, and pensions, services that Canadians depend on every day while doing nothing to reduce costs for families. Canadians deserve better than what the Conservatives are proposing. Our tax cut announcement is a perfect example of how our government is ensuring that workers and families can afford what they need and have saved for what they want, while Conservatives shout empty promises.
That's right.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
The Prime Minister has lost control of spending and his cabinet, and the fiscal feud over the $40 billion guardrail is worse than we ever thought. New reports show that the Prime Minister is set to replace Canada's first female finance minister with his old boys network pal, carbon tax Carney. And Canadians are on the bus watching in terror as the Prime Minister is yanking her out of the driver's seat so that Carney can send us smashing through the guardrail and over the cliff. Does the Finance Minister still have her hands on the wheel, and will the deficit be below that $40 billion guardrail?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that the first question from the Conservatives relates to the economy and the Finance Minister. Let's talk about the work she's been doing on behalf of Canadians. Yesterday, we had a 50 basis point interest rate cut announced by the Bank of Canada. That was the 5th time in a row, leading the entire G7, we've seen the interest rates come down from the Bank of Canada. On Saturday, we have a further great news for details for Canadians, which is a GST tax cut on basic essentials for every Canadian from coast to coast to coast. That's groceries, that's things that you buy for your kids for Christmas. That's great news for Canadians under the leadership of this Finance Minister.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Even the bank admitted that they had to cut rates because the economy is performing so poorly under this NDP Liberal Prime Minister. And, you know, Canada's phantom finance minister has been pulling the strings for a while. Carbon tax Carney has been forcing radical new spending and forcing the finance minister to smash through a $40 billion guardrail. And now that Canadians are fed up and angry, the Prime Minister is going to blame her, dump her, and replace her with Carney. A classic example of an incompetent boss blaming subordinates. Does the Finance Minister not realize that she's about to join a long list of cabinet ministers that have had their careers and their reputations ruined by this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm equally delighted that he's talking about the Bank of Canada, because what has the actual Bank of Canada governor said recently? He said, quote, CPI inflation has been about 2% since the summer, and we expect it to be close to target on average over the next couple of years. On inflation, what has Tiff Macklamachi said? Quote, we are no longer trying to get inflation down. Government spending is not pushing against us getting inflation down. We have brought it down. That's the handiwork of this Finance Minister and this government, generating economic growth and being prudent with fiscal management. That's about inflation being on target 11 straight months, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
If he just read a little further, he'd read that it's not because of anything the government's been doing except causing our economy to slow down and underperform. That's why they've taken this step. But you know, a guardrail is something you're supposed to stay far away from. If you even brush up against it, it's a sign you're way off track. If you smash through it, you go flying off a cliff. Now, even Liberal MPs are terrified and are ringing the bell, trying to get off before they smash through the guardrail. One of them said, quote, I think that if we state that we have a $40 billion guardrail, we better stay within those numbers. And another is begging for a fiscally responsible framework. Will the Prime Minister allow a free vote, or will he force his Liberal MPs to stay on that bus as it goes?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Speaker, allow me to reference not just what the domestic Bank of Canada is talking about, but let's talk about what the IMF is stating. The IMF is projecting that Canada will have the strongest economic growth in the G7 on average in 2023 and 2024. Canada is expected to maintain its position as the country with the smallest deficit as a share of GDP among G7 countries, and still by far the lowest general government net debt as a share of GDP in the G7. What's up, Mr. Speaker? Canada's growth and leadership of the G7. That's what's up, and we're proud of it.
The Honourable Member for Belchester-Litchfield-Lévis.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost control over spending and his ministers. The Minister for Finance promised to limit the deficit to $40 billion, but the Prime Minister pushed her to spend more. The Prime Minister, a fake feminist, by the way, can he finally admit that he's already replaced the first female finance minister with Mark Carney, an unelected man who is already pulling the strings behind the scenes? Order. The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no lessons to learn from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the economy, Canadians have seen the work put forward by the Liberal government. A key interest rate at 3.25%, Mr. Speaker. A key interest rate that will help families, that will help SMEs, that will help our business people. Soon, there will be a GST vacation. It's Christmas time. I know the Conservatives. I'm sure they have a good heart. Let's celebrate Canadians and our entrepreneurs, and let us celebrate this reduction in the key interest rate. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Chemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, now we've seen it all. An incompetent Prime Minister who is pushing his Finance Minister to run up a staggering $40 billion deficit. And now he's blaming her for his failure and is replacing her with an unelected man. And all the while, he struts around equal voice, claiming to be a proud feminist. What hypocrisy! Will the Prime Minister finally admit that his minister is a mere facade now, because he is forcing her to break her promise to respect the $40 billion deficit ceiling? Order, please. Order. The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans and Coast Guards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that they've learnt their lessons across the way. I don't have to repeat myself, but we have a member from the opposition, a Conservative, a woman who comes from Quebec. How can that kind of person attack our Minister of Finance, who has implemented the Canadian childcare benefit? I hate to interrupt questions, I hate to interrupt answers, but I must ask the member for Louis Saint-Laurent and the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier to please not order on both sides. Minister. I will ask the Minister for Fisheries and Oceans and Coast Guards to start from the top. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even if there are Conservative men on the other side who are heckling, that doesn't bother me at all, Mr. Speaker. Women are the ones who tackle men head on. And shame on the opposition, because we have a woman from Quebec, a colleague, and she dares attack our Minister for Finance, who has implemented programs like the Canadian childcare benefit, programs that help women when it comes to childcare, Mr. Speaker. We've implemented programs to help children. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Normally, it is here in this House that important votes should take place, but today it's happening in the Senate. Senators will vote upon an amendment that would sabotage C-282 and prevent it from protecting supply management. The non-elected senators will be voting whether or not to respect the desire of elected representatives from all parties to protect our farmers in trade agreements. Has the Prime Minister contacted each of his Senate appointments to tell them to vote on the right side of history, the side of democracy? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague. Something important is happening in the Senate today. I would like to remind her, however, that now, under a Liberal government, the Senate is filled with independent senators. However, Conservative senators They have to toe the party line, so I'd be curious to hear what they have been imposed. In any case, Mr. Speaker, you know that we have worked hard to transmit good information to senators, and we hope that they have understood how important supply management is for Canada and for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order, please. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I appeal to all party leaders. Each and every one of them voted to protect supply management in trade agreements through Bill C-282. But today, senators will vote either to respect our will or to overturn the decision in a complete breach of the very basic principles of democracy. Leaders, the farmers of your ridings are watching you closely. Will all party leaders, starting with the Prime Minister, ask senators to defeat the amendment and pass C-282 in its entirety by Christmas? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Supply management is something we believe in. We will continue to protect it. We've also committed to reducing our market share. We have done everything possible to go to the very end of this bill and see it adopted because it is essential. We have to be careful, Mr. Speaker. This bill protects our producers and farmers, but until there is a government that will get rid of supply management. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we have to protect supply management for farmers and producers in Quebec and throughout the country. Emergency rooms are overflowing. People can't even find a family doctor. The governments in Ottawa and Quebec aren't doing what's needed, and what's more, the private sector is too expensive, it doesn't even work. Therefore, we have fewer services for Quebecers. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker. Profit has absolutely no place in our healthcare system. It is up to the governments of Quebec and Ottawa to ensure fast and fair access to healthcare. Why aren't the Liberals doing anything at all to defend access to healthcare services for Quebecers? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, absolutely we are here to defend our universal healthcare system, and this from coast to coast to coast. That is the reason for which we have signed an agreement with every single province and every single territory to the tune of $200 million to improve our healthcare system. Absolutely. Provinces and territories have their responsibilities, but we will always be here to make sure that people can get health care.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Prime Minister met with the Premier to discuss Trump's tariffs. Canadian workers were not consulted, and yet it's their jobs that are at risk. Instead of waiting for the next threat from Trump or premiers running off with their own plans, why not create a Canadian plan that protects and increases our jobs? The Conservatives parrot Trump's talking points even after they fired 1,100 border officers when they were in power. Canada needs to turn the tables on President-elect Trump by promoting Canadian jobs and a workers' plan in manufacturing and natural resources. They have Buy America. Where's our Buy Canada?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can count on our government to play as Team Canada to defend Canada's interests. Prime Minister met with the First Ministers yesterday. I proudly can say in this House that I, along with my colleagues, have met with Canadian workers all across the country from coast to coast to coast to reiterate how important this trading relationship is. Their voices, workers' voices, business voices, and all of our voices matter in this important relationship, and we're going to keep working hard to make sure that this continues to work for Canada.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
The Prime Minister has lost control of spending and his cabinet. The Finance Minister promised to cap the deficit at already reckless $40 billion, but now it turns out the Prime Minister is shoving her through her own guardrail. The fake feminist Prime Minister is setting up Canada's first female finance minister to take the hit for his reckless spending so that he can then officially bring in the unelected man who has been pulling the strings. Why is the Prime Minister bullying the Finance Minister into breaking her $40 billion deficit guardrail promise and forcing her to deliver carbon tax Carney's fiscal update?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
While the Conservatives are focused on this soap opera, Parliament Hill, grapevine, gossip, Mr. Speaker, our Liberal government has been focused on the pocketbooks of Canadians. Inflation is way down. It's at 2%, and the Governor of the Bank of Canada confirmed yesterday that it's going to stay at about 2% for the next few years. Interest rates are way down. We saw another jumbo rate cut yesterday, Mr. Speaker. That means more money in the pockets of Canadians because they're going to be able to renegotiate their mortgage at a lower rate. We're going to be able to help all Canadians that have loans, and our small businesses and entrepreneurs are going to see costs going down.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Canadians cannot afford this Prime Minister's fake feminism. He had the gall this week to say, and I want you to know that I am and I always will be a proud feminist. You will always have an ally in me and my government. All while working overtime behind the scene to throw Canada's first female finance minister under the bus for his reckless spending. Will the so-called feminist Prime Minister set aside his hypocrisy and admit that he is responsible for forcing the finance minister to break her $40 billion deficit promise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. I was also at the Equal Voice Gala the other night, and I heard the Prime Minister's speech. I heard him talk about all the tangible measures that we have taken as a government to advance equal rights among genders, including a gender-neutral cabinet, including $10 a day childcare, including a women's entrepreneurship strategy. I also heard the Deputy Leader of the Conservatives and her speech, which completely undermined the whole mission.
I really do apologize. I've been having trouble hearing the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary answer the question. Members really must not take the floor when others are speaking. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. I was also at the Equal Voice Gala the other night, and I truly enjoyed the Prime Minister's speech, which listed dozens of things that we have tangibly done as a government to advance gender equality, including a cabinet that has equal numbers of men and women, including $10 a day childcare, including a female entrepreneurship strategy, $500 million going out across the country to end the process of gender-based violence. Meanwhile, the Deputy Leader of the Conservatives in her speech completely undermined the whole point of equal voice, Mr. Speaker. It's very telling about what the Conservatives think about equality.
Order. The Honourable Member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
This fake feminist Prime Minister is determined to decimate Canadians' lives by destroying the economy, and he will throw anyone under the bus to do it, including his token finance female minister. Canadians know he's weak. They know he's lost control of his cabinet and his spending. The question is, will the first ever female finance minister have the courage to stand up to that fake feminist Prime Minister and stick to her promised $40 billion deficit?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, here's something tangible that the Leader of the Opposition could do. In the next election, he could run more women, and he could get more women in those seats. If he really wants to prove his credibility in terms of standing up for women, let me just give you some stats, Mr. Speaker. In this current House of Commons, 16.9% of the women elected sit here in the Liberal benches. How many in the Conservative benches, Mr. Speaker? 6%. That's the kind of numbers that we are talking about.
Order. Order. I'm certain all members want to hear the question from the honourable member. The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, on the Conservative side of the House, women stand here because we're skilled and we're allowed to use our voice. Mr. Speaker, Jody Wilson-Raybould is testament to this. That is a fake Prime Minister, but that is not the point. We're not here to talk about gender. We're here to talk about the economy, and it is destroyed under that fake feminist Prime Minister. So again, if she is not a token, will she stand up to him and say, no, I will abide by my $40 billion deficit guardrail to help this economy get back on track and save Canadians' lives?
I know that all members are keen to return back to their constituencies for the Christmas break, but until that point, please, let us treat each other with respect. And that means not speaking when the Speaker is standing or when someone is recognized by the Speaker to take the floor. The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that woman might feel like a token, but I never do. I earned my seat in this House of Commons, and I'm proud of it, Mr. Speaker. And you know why they don't like numbers, Mr. Speaker? Because the numbers don't speak in their favour. There are 30% of these seats taken by women, Mr. Speaker. Fully 17% of those are here over on this side. More than half of the women elected are Liberals, Mr. Speaker, and the other half are the rest of the parties combined. So they should do their job, Mr. Speaker, as parties and get more women to run.
Order! Order! The honourable member who is about to speak is deserving of having her voice heard. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The Prime Minister, who has long self-described as a feminist, starting in July and through anonymous sources, have repeatedly maligned Canada's first female finance minister by undermining her competency. This week, reports have suggested that the finance minister has been at odds with the Prime Minister, who's been bullying her to blow back her already exorbitant $40 billion deficit. And now we've got female cabinet ministers defending the Prime Minister's decision to bring in an unelected man to replace her job. Why?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Diversity and Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, I always find it a bit rich when Conservatives talk about feminism, when their own leader will use hashtags on his YouTube videos to attract men who hate women. Mr. Speaker, it is anything but feminist when they bring forward backdoor legislation to ban abortion in this country, or when they all vote against increased funding to combat gender-based violence or to support survivors. Their leader doesn't care about women or equality. He only cares about himself. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, the fact remains, Mr. Speaker, that after months of reports that the Prime Minister wanted to turf Canada's first female finance minister, we find out today that he's in talks to put an unelected, conflict of interest riddled man into the role. The Globe and Mail story must have really stung for every single Liberal backbencher who has carried the water of this scandal-plagued Prime Minister for years. Why wouldn't they be getting this job? So my question is this. Does the Prime Minister really think that there is no one in the elected Liberal caucus who could be the finance minister? Anybody? No one?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the nature of the questions coming from the opposition today speak more about their opposition to feminism than it does our commitment to feminism. But that's typical, Mr. Speaker, because actions speak louder than words in this case. When we brought forward things like the Canada Child Benefit or childcare, actual policies that help women, what did the Conservatives do? They voted against it. When we stand up for a woman's right to choose, what do the Conservatives do? They vote against it, bring in backdoor legislation to make it harder to access sexual health and reproductive rights in this country. When we work to make contraceptives free in this country, what do the Conservatives do? Stand in opposition. The real fake feminists are those folks on the other side of the Conservatives.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Order, please.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the report on Islamophobia tabled by the Justice Committee recommends that the federal government implement all the proposals made by the Senate in 2023 on the matter of Islamophobia. The Senate's recommendations, however, are a full-out attack on Quebec's secularism, which the Senate considers racist and Islamophobic. If this report was intended to combat Islamophobia, it has failed. It promotes Quebec bashing by claiming that Bill 21 encourages racism in Quebec. The government must reject the entire anti-Quebec report by the Justice Committee. Will it do so? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleague knows full well, committees of this House are independent. They have the right and the duty to do the work that they want to do. Their recommendations are publicly shared, of course. And like all other members of this House, we will read these recommendations and see how they could be used or not be used. The Honourable Member for Drummond. The Justice Committee has taken up the demand by Amira El-Gawabi that teachers be chosen on the basis of their religion rather than their competence. So what does Ottawa have to do with the hiring of university professors? Is there a Minister for Higher Education in Ottawa and they forgot to tell us in Quebec? Secondly, this proposal is the opposite of secularism. It's bringing religion back into our schools. And we saw what happened in Bedford and Saint-Maxime. Quebecers want nothing to do with this. When will this government stop attacking Quebec's secular model? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, committees of this House are independent. They do the work they deem to be useful for Canada and Canadians. Quebec universities are also independent and do the work that they wish to do with their jurisdictions and responsibilities. The Honourable Member for Drummond. The Senate has issued a report accusing Quebec secularism of all the wrongs. The Minister for Immigration says nothing. Amira El-Gawabi calls Quebecers anti-Muslim. The Immigration Minister has remained silent. The Justice Committee tables a report repeating the Senate's anti-secularism arguments. Not a problem for the Minister for Immigration. Ottawa proposes choosing teachers based on their religion. Still great news for the Immigration Minister, apparently. But if François Legault wants to defend Quebec secularism, the Minister suddenly loses his temper and condemns a Quebec Premier. Why is this Minister lashing out at Quebec in particular? The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bloc MPs are doing everything they can to seek out squabbles, but we're not going to be part of this. I'm not quite sure what happened on the other side of the aisle, but when it is not your turn to talk, when you're not recognised, it's important to not speak. If you want to have a chat among yourselves or a squabble among yourselves, then you can do so in the antechambers.
Member from Halton, Norfolk.
The Prime Minister has lost control of spending in his cabinet. The Liberals are about to smash through a $40 billion deficit guardrail. The media is reporting that the Prime Minister is forcing inflationary spending on Canada's first female finance minister by forcing her to break through the $40 billion deficit guardrail and pushing our country over a fiscal cliff. Everybody knows that Mark Carney is the de facto finance minister. So why is this prime minister bullying the first female finance minister and forcing her to take the fall?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what we're seeing here today is Conservatives trying to make feminism great again, but what they actually do is they don't elect women to their party. The leader actually uses misogynistic hashtags that promote violence against women. Mr. Speaker, they don't support reproductive health care for women. They want to ban abortion health care for women. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to feminism, it's pretty clear Conservatives are struggling, and this seems like a fight they don't want to take with us.
Order. The Honourable Member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, feminism will always be great when there's no tokenism. The hypocrisy of this Prime Minister knows no bounds. He lectures everybody else about progress, saying women's rights and women's progress are
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
The Honourable Member from Halden Norfolk. Please start again.
Mr. Speaker, feminism will always be great when there's no tokenism. The hypocrisy of this Prime Minister knows no bounds. He lectures everyone else about progress, saying women's rights and women's progress are under attack. My question for this Prime Minister is, will he park his hypocrisy and stop attacking the rights of women in his own caucus? Is this fake feminist Prime Minister going to really bully Canada's first female finance minister and have her read Carbon Tax Carney's update on Monday?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Services. For Indigenous Services.
That member is fully endorsed by the anti-abortion organizations that look for candidates, indeed a full 40 of them over there, that bully women when they want to make choices about their own reproductive freedom. Mr. Speaker, it's a little bit rich for members of Parliament from the opposition to get up and stand up, say they stand up for women, when on the backside, they're working as hard as they can to restrict women's freedom in this country.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, my apologies. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, this fake feminist Prime Minister, is out of control. Time to take stock. He's lost control of immigration. He's lost control of the management of public funds. He's lost control of his own ministers. And now he's bickering with his finance minister. She's already plunging Canada deep into a huge deficit, but the Prime Minister says we can always go deeper. He even plans to replace her with Mark Carney, a non-elected official, if she doesn't do what he wants. On Monday, will the minister present her economic statement or Mark Carney's? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's absolutely disgusting in the discourse we're hearing today, like calling the Prime Minister a fake feminist when he has shown umpteen times that he is a real feminist, while they, on the other side, the Prime Minister has been committed to equality, to women, to the rights of women in many ways. What they are doing across the way, these people that love petty politics by putting hashtag to attract misogynist men, what they are doing is showing full disdain for the Minister for Finance.
Alors, j'ai demandé au...
Order. I would like
to tell the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier that he's had a chance to ask his question. I asked people to quiet down so they could listen to his question, and I would ask him to do the same for others and to not take the floor unless he's been recognized by the chair.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Settlement services agencies have received notice of massive funding cuts of up to 70% to their budget. This will decimate the delivery of critical services to help integrate newcomers. Two NDP provinces, BC and Manitoba, seem to be targeted with the deepest cuts. Case in point, after 3 decades of providing essential language training to newcomers, Vancouver Community College will lose all of their funding, even though 92% of the students get employment afterwards. Why are the Liberals punishing newcomers, settlement service agencies, and VCC's wildly successful language training program?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every 5 years we review the funding model for the settlement services to welcome newcomers, to let them learn, make sure that they learn English, make sure that they learn French, integrate them to the new country, overcome trauma. This is something that we can be very proud of as a country. Obviously, this year we have reduced the levels of people that we are welcoming into the country. That comes with some cuts and some readjustments. But clearly, this is a sector that is critical to the integration of newcomers. We will continue to fund it generously and continue to help people integrate to this beautiful country that's the best in the world.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Albertans are paying millions of dollars in healthcare fees for their aged loved ones who are stuck in hospitals because there are no spaces in long-term care. This is one more example of how Daniel Smith is turning our universal public healthcare system into a U.S.-style for-cash system. We know the Conservatives would cut public healthcare, and in true Liberal fashion, this government is clearly too weak to stand up to Smith's privatization schemes. Why is the government sitting by while Albertans are forced to pay to get the care their loved ones deserve?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, everywhere, every part of our health system must be transformed into a system of prevention rather than a system of illness. We are doing our part. In fact, I would point out just this week announcing 1.25 million Canadians who've received care under dental care. Moving forward with pharmacare, deals with every province and every territory. And yes, provinces must be held to account and be responsible for their share, for the portion that they carry and have burden for. We will lead nationally, and we demand that everybody rise to this moment to transform our health system.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, the holidays should be a stress-free period for Canadians, for all Canadians. But we know that that's unfortunately not the case for some. And during the holidays, sometimes there are extra expenses which can make it hard for some families. I'd like to hear from the minister what our government's plan is to help families during difficult times for certain families. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, whether it be the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit, or tax breaks for small business, we will always be there for Canadians. With the GST break, we will be giving Canadians a little more money to spend during the holidays. The Grinches on the other side of the house only have empty promises and slogans to offer. The Conservatives are playing partisan games, but our government will continue offering real significant support to Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The Prime Minister lost control of spending in his cabinet. He sent this spending spat spiraling out of control, forcing his finance minister to smash through her $40 billion deficit guardrail promise. He then solidified his fake feminist credentials by appointing carbon tax Carney as the de facto finance minister after using her. Even the PBO confirmed they smashed through their $40 billion deficit guardrail by at least $6 billion. Will the Prime Minister confirm the deficit is not a penny over $46 billion?
ask members not to make noises. There's actually rules in this place for us not to be slamming desks anymore. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm certain the Honourable Member had finished his question. Yes, he had. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
It seems that we've lost a quorum in the House, Mr. Speaker, in part because the Conservatives have been attacking female elected representatives, women in this House who represent women and men across the country proudly, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservatives are really interested in asking questions of the economy, I do have answers for them. Yesterday, the Bank of Canada lowered interest rates yet again, making it easier on Canadians to buy a new home, making it easier on families that need to renew their mortgage, making it easier on Canadians that have loans, Mr. Speaker. We're keeping our eye on the ball. We're keeping our eye on the interests of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The last time the bank dropped 50 basis points on the interest rate was 9/11, the global financial crisis, and COVID. And carbon tax Carney's comeback fueled his fiscal feud further. The weak Prime Minister used the Finance Minister to rack up debt, and now he's going to replace another female minister, but this time with Davos elite carbon tax Carney. All of this just to smash through his $40 billion deficit guardrail and drive Canada's finances off a fiscal cliff. Once again, will the Prime Minister confirm the deficit won't be a penny past $46 billion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Listening to the Conservatives today, you would think that the Conservative Party of Canada wanted interest rates to be higher, Mr. Speaker. You would think that the Conservatives want inflation to be higher, Mr. Speaker, listening to their talking points today in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, we have invested in Canadians and we have invested wisely. We have ensured that 110,000 more Canadian women have entered the workforce thanks to our early learning and childcare program. This has saved families nearly 30% in childcare, but it has also created $32 billion of greater wealth in our economy. Mr. Speaker, we are growing the economy and we're doing it wisely.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has lost control of his finances and his cabinet. We all know that there's a fiscal feud between the finance minister and the prime minister. She promised Canadians that the deficit would not exceed $40 billion, which was her fiscal guardrail. When you smash through a guardrail, it's too late to break. You just end up falling off the cliff. Will the prime minister promise that the deficit will not exceed $40 billion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. The Conservatives seem to be asking about the economy, Mr. Speaker, but actually, they are desperately trying to deny the fact that yesterday the Bank of Canada reduced interest rates in order to help Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's great news. That will make life more affordable for families that need to renew their mortgage. It will also let our SMEs and entrepreneurs have lower costs and will help young people who are aiming to buy their first home. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has completely lost control of spending and he's lost control of his cabinet. He's bringing in radical spending increases and is sacrificing his own Minister of Finance. And he, in fact, wants to replace her by a man by the name of Mark Carney, who has not even been elected. Canadians have already fallen victim to this government's disastrous mismanagement, and now they will be paying for the deficit. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the deficit will not exceed $40 billion? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, we've already answered that question, but what I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House have brought in actual programs to support women. How is it that the Conservative Party has voted against investment in programs like are programs to support seniors, for example, when we know that women tend to live longer than men. They voted against programs for childcare. They voted against school lunch programs, Mr. Speaker. They voted against dental care. And they're going to keep doing that kind of thing. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear now. The CAR map is a complete fiasco. Already, it was going to exceed its budget by 50%. The bill had climbed to $556 million, but then in March, maintenance costs had brought that to $625 million. That was in March, so that means that by today, things might actually have climbed above $800 million. And the app probably has cost a lot since it started being used as well, because it broke down 22 times in a single month. So as of today, what is the real cost of this fiasco?
Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as it's been clarified in the House, the CARM system was to replace a 36-year-old system that was at risk of failure. This was actually developed in 2010, this process under the previous government, and it was to address concerns raised by the Auditor General in Canada that we risked 20% of our goods at the border being misclassified. Mr. Speaker, we're going to ensure that the new system is working and there aren't delays at the border.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member. Whenever the Liberals take on some kind of digital project, well, the bill is pretty high. Imagine what happened with Phoenix, which is still causing nightmares for public servants 9 years later, or ArriveCan, which was supposed to cost $80,000 but instead ended up costing $60 million, which was mostly to benefit dubious businesses that did not offer services. Meanwhile, the CARM system cost at least $625 million, probably more, but we don't know because the government doesn't want to tell us the real costs, as we just saw. Why is it that each time the Liberals take on a digital project, it ends up turning into a scandal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question because it's an important reminder that the CARM system that was replacing a 36-year-old system actually put at risk assessing $40 billion worth of duties and taxes annually. Mr. Speaker, we have to make investments to ensure that the border system and processing of these taxes and duties are being done efficiently and effectively for today's businesses, and we've ensured that any IT issues that need to be worked out are not impacting borders or any delays at those borders.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has lost control of his spending, his cabinet, even his own MPs. And as this government is set to blow through the $40 billion deficit guardrail, Canadians are feeling it everywhere, including the grocery store, a place the Prime Minister has never been. It's not just Canadians, his own MPs are feeling it. The member from Thunder Bay said his personal preference would be to see the government run a $0 deficit, but that won't happen. Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister won't visit grocery stores, won't listen to Canadians, will at least listen to his own Liberal MPs and decide not to run a dime after $40 billion.
Here. Good question.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm glad to hear the member opposite talk about groceries because I have great news for him. This House actually passed a GST tax holiday over the next couple of months to reduce the cost of groceries. But, oh, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I forgot that member and all members of the Conservative Party voted against that because even though they say they want a tax break for Canadians, when it comes time to actually giving them one, they're opposed to it. But on this side of the House, we're happy to be able to provide that extra relief to Canadians on groceries, on toys for kids, on clothing for kids, and other essential items. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, this government's so out of touch, they don't even understand that that's only saving Canadians $4.51 because there is no GST on groceries, just pop and chips. But here's another number. The unemployment rate is up to 6.4%. This Prime Minister has lost control. And as this government is set to blow through the $40 billion deficit guardrail, it has its own MPs thinking about unemployment. The member from St. John said it's not an unlimited pit, and importantly, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister are not even talking. Before the Prime Minister loads up his MPs on the unemployment bus, will he tell them about the $40 billion deficit guardrail, or will he just drive them over the fiscal cliff?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
You know, Mr. Speaker, for many Canadians, the GST tax holiday actually makes a difference. Just because it doesn't make a difference for that member of Parliament doesn't mean it isn't meaningful for many Canadians. Right. And when I speak to constituents in my community, when I speak to small business owners, when I speak to restaurants, they've told me how important this GST tax holiday is going to be for them over the next couple of months. So just because the tax break isn't meaningful for Conservative MPs doesn't mean it isn't meaningful for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost control of his spending and his cabinet. He is also bullying the Finance Minister into crashing through the $40 billion deficit guardrail. Even Liberal MPs are uncomfortable with the financial consequences. Ask the member from St. John Rossay, who was quoted calling for fiscal restraint, or the member from Thunder Bay Rainy River, who said that he wanted a zero deficit, which we all know is not going to happen with this NDP Liberal government. If the Finance Minister crashes the deficit through the $40 billion guardrail, will the feckless Prime Minister allow a free vote for his MPs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Interesting that the Conservative member chose to talk about bullying in his question after today's question period, which has been fraught with bullying from Conservative members. To get back to what's important to Canadians, I would like to talk about the economy. You see, Mr. Speaker, when looking at the numbers, we can see that consumer confidence is up. We see consumer spending is up. And, Mr. Speaker, folks are looking forward to the tax holiday that is also coming up. On Saturday, we will be removing federal taxes. We'll be removing GST from everyday goods in order to help Canadians with a tax cut I know they need.
Then I have the deputy d'Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, yesterday I was very pleased to visit Willis's College dental assisting students to celebrate the first anniversary of the beginning of the Canada Dental Care Plan, which will enable more than 3 million additional Canadians to consult a dentist, because 1 out of 4 Canadians has avoided seeing the dentist because of the expense. Could the Minister tell us how this plan is making life more affordable for Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. I'd like to thank my colleague for Ottawa Vanier for an excellent question. The bad news is that when you ask the Leader of the Opposition why he's against the dental plan, he says it's because it doesn't exist. And he's discouraging seniors from signing up. But the good news is that they are not fooled by what he's saying. 2 million Quebecers, 3 million Canadians have successfully signed up to the dental care program, which has saved them on average $760 a year since they signed up. This is very good news for all Quebecers and bad news for the Conservative leader.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has lost control of spending and his cabinet. Former advisor to 2 Prime Ministers, Robert Asselin, has said the rising debt burden limits Canada's ability to act during future economic slowdowns and unforeseen circumstances. The Minister of Finance set a fiscal guardrail of a $40.1 billion deficit in her last budget that looks drastically off the rails. This isn't just a number. It's a glaring sign of systemic overspending and poor fiscal planning. The Liberals' choice now is clear. Will they heed their former advisor or drive Canada's deficit off a cliff?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker. This member is so off-rail that he forgot that Canada, actually, Mr. Speaker, is the land of opportunity and possibilities. You don't need to ask me, Mr. Speaker. Talk to CEOs who have invested in this country, Mr. Speaker. Just in 2023, we landed the largest investment in Dow's history in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, Mr. Speaker. I think the Conservatives should all rejoice. It's Christmas, Mr. Speaker. I hope they're going to put that in their Christmas card to their constituent to thank this Liberal government for bringing jobs in Alberta.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
That's the minister that's never seen a check he didn't want to sign of Canadian taxpayer dollars. You can't. Well, former Liberal advisor Robert Asselin also stated you can't pick and choose fiscal anchors as you go and renege on a commitment you made only a year ago. There's a huge disconnect here. The Prime Minister wants to spend away to popularity, and the Finance Minister is trying to hang on to a shred of fiscal accountability. Liberals are famous for taking no lessons, but this one's an obvious choice. How far past the guardrails is the Prime Minister pushing the Finance Minister's credibility?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Order, please. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the question. Mr. Speaker, actually, there's more good news for their Christmas card, because let me talk about another investment in Canada, Mr. Speaker. This time, BHP, Mr. Speaker, the largest mining company in the world, have made its largest investment in its history in Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker. In Saskatchewan, close to $20 billion, their largest investment in their history. Mr. Speaker, I hope again that in their Christmas card that they're going to send to their constituent, they're going to thank this Liberal government for bringing jobs in Western Canada, growing our energy sector, and making sure
The honourable member for St. Margaret's, South Shore St. Margaret's.
The Liberal minister is so informed he doesn't even know Canada Post is on strike. Another lost cabinet minister. More leaking Liberals are speaking out about the economic disaster of this Prime Minister who's decided to crash through his $40 billion deficit guardrail promise, an obscene number in its own. Yeah. And the Liberal MP for St. John said that Liberals need to show fiscal restraint, like that's going to happen. Crashing through his promised $40 billion deficit will increase the cost of food. So if the deficit guardrail is broken and driven right through, will the Prime Minister allow his Liberal MPs a free vote?
L'honorable ministre des Pêches et Océans et de la Garde côtière.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, we have already answered this question. What I want to know from my colleague across the way, who is from the Atlantic region, what I want to know is how they could vote against investments in small vessel ports. How could they vote against investments in the Coast Guard? How could they vote against, in the supplementary estimates, how could they vote against investing in fuel for the Coast Guard so that they could help save our fishers when they're experiencing problems offshore? It's a crying shame.
Again, when members are afforded the respect to ask a question, I'd expect them that they would also have the respect to listen to the answer. Minister, please. L'honorable député de Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, from supporting wildfire response here in Canada to deterring aggression through our multinational battle group in Latvia, members of our armed forces have continuously stepped up to keep Canadians safe, so we can live in a more secure and peaceful world. For our armed forces who are separated from their families while on deployment, this can be a hard time of the year. Can the Minister of National Defence tell us how our government continues to support our armed forces so they can do the crucial work of keeping us safe at home?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the member from Sudbury for a question, but also for her hard work on our very hard-working Defence Committee. As we head into the holiday season, I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to all members of the Canadian Armed Forces and to the entire defence team. They've answered the call to serve and defend their country. and they have our confidence, our pride, and our gratitude. I also wish to extend our thanks to their families and all who support them in this essential work. Mr. Speaker, à tous les membres des Forces Armées Canadiennes.
To all the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, I would wish them a very happy holidays and a happy New Year.
For Courtney, Alberta.
Mr. Speaker, for 70 years, Friendship Centres have served as vital community hubs for urban Indigenous peoples. Now they're on the front line of Canada's mental health crisis, the toxic drug crisis, and catastrophic climate events like floods and forest fires. But federal funding hasn't kept up. The National Association of Friendship Centres are clear in that they need $62 million of federal funding annually to meet their demands. The Liberals keep letting Indigenous people down with their chronic underfunding. Right. Will this government finally provide Friendship Centres with long-term, sustainable funding?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. And I agree with him. Friendship Centres provide essential services to some of our most vulnerable people in our communities. Their network offers culturally appropriate, mindful support to navigate healthcare systems, finding safe shelter, and learning Indigenous languages, as well as supporting our Indigenous communities when they go into urban centres. They also provide mental health services. But, Mr. Speaker, with this work, $32 million goes to them every year, and our government has committed an additional $60 million through Budget 2024. There is more work to do. They do incredible work across communities in Canada, and we'll work with them.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, in my riding there are several businesses that are struggling because they can't renew their temporary foreign workers' work permits because now they're over the new threshold, which the government lowered by 10%. The unemployment rate is extremely low right now. So these businesses' survival is threatened. And in addition, there's the human cost of these workers who may need to leave the country against their will and their families. So what will the Prime Minister do to help these businesses to keep this essential workforce while also respecting immigration rules?
L'Honorable Ministre des Anciens Combattants.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ever since we came to power, our government has made significant changes to this program. The Temporary Foreign Workers Program needs to meet the real-time needs of the labor force market. For Canadians, we have tightened up the program because there have been changes in the labor market. We are listening to what Canadians need, and we will take strong action. Thank you.
Colleagues, following discussions among representatives from all parties, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of John Horgan, former Premier of British Columbia. À la suite de discussions
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of John Horgan, former Premier of British Columbia.
I thank all honourable members. I see that the honourable, there are a number of folks who will be, there are a number of people who are going to be raising points of order, and they have been given notice to the chair. The chair will recognize them in the order in which they have been delivered. The honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, regarding Bill C-63, if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following.
I'm afraid that there is no unanimous consent for what the minister would propose. On a point of order, the honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent today for the following motion. Given that Bill C-63, the so-called...
I regret that the honourable member from Calgary, Nose Hill, doesn't have unanimous consent for her request for unanimous consent, rather. It being 3:24, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the previous question to the motion to concur in the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs.
As it being 3:24, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question to the motion to concur in the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. Call in the members. The question is on the previous question. Mr. Lemereux, seconded by Ms. de Brusen, moved that this question be now put. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Ng.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Hepfner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Julian. Pardon. Pardon. Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Kazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Deadton.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Gray.
Ms. Gray.
Mr. Perkins.
Miss,
Mr. Ellis. Pardon me.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Beltold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my app is not functioning, so I wish to register my vote in favour. Yay.
Et pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour 209 209. Nays contre 119 119.
I declare the motion carried.
La prochaine question est...
The next question is as follows.
That the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, presented on Wednesday, December 14, 2022, be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized the honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
We previously asked for a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker. We had asked for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote on the previous question.
Just to let you know that this is on the original motion, so.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we ask on this important motion governing the Gold Diggers Clause that has disrespected so many of Canada's veterans and their spouses, we would ask for a recorded vote.
La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Brewson.
Mr. Brewson.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Berube.
Madame Berube.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period. Excusez-moi. On a besoin des vacances.
Excuse me, I need a vacation.
Oh, please rise. La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
To inform the House that the period for electronic voting is now over. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 328, 628. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 24 minutes. Alors, je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that due to the recorded divisions, the time for government orders will be extended by 24 minutes.
Et maintenant, c'est l'heure.
And now it's time for the weekly question, which is very important. I'm very interested in this issue and in the question and the answer. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, and it being Thursday, it's time for the highlight of many people's week, which is the Thursday question. Before I do that, though, Mr. Speaker, as this is the last Thursday before we rise for the Christmas adjournment, where we'll all be back home in our ridings, meeting with our constituents and providing them assistance with all sorts of issues. I just want to take this opportunity to wish all my colleagues on all sides of the House a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and thank the excellent work that is done in this House to support members in the work. So a special tribute to the Pages, many of whom are away from home at school. I know they'll be returning, many of them will be returning back home as well. The House of Commons support staff who make sure that we're served at a most excellent level of professionalism so that we can carry out the work on behalf of our constituents. And we're about to enter that period of time when the days stop getting shorter and start getting longer again, which is, of course, a beautiful metaphor for what Christmas is all about, the light of our Savior, Jesus Christ, coming to redeem mankind. And for those who celebrate other holidays, especially Hanukkah, there's a similar metaphor there with the light that comes with the lighting of the menorah over that period of time as well. So I just want to wish all Canadians who may happen to have tuned in just in case, just in time for the Thursday question, a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and especially to my government counterpart across the way. And maybe she could take this opportunity to tell us and Canadians what will be the business of the House for the rest of this week and into next week as well.
And before I invite the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons to answer, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his well wishes and wish similarly all Canadians the similar happy holidays. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my honourable colleague for those kind wishes, and of course I extend my Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to him and all members of this House as well. And as this is the last Thursday question and answer for the period, it also is one that I look forward to every single week, and I look forward to returning to them in January in 2025. In response to my honourable colleague with regards to next week's business, as we will be returning for a couple of days, as was announced earlier this week, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance will be presenting the Fall Economic Statement in the House at 4 p.m. next Monday. I know that Canadians across the country and all honourable members in this place will be looking forward to that. Madam Speaker, as you well know, the last few months have posed several unique challenges around the House of Commons, but I would also like to extend my gratitude to you and your three fellow chair occupants for all of their hard work. Je voudrais également
I'd also like to pay tribute to the staff who work so hard to help us accomplish so many important things, starting, of course, with the Clerk of the House, Eric Jantz, and his table officer colleagues. This recognition extends to the administration of the House of Commons, with all its branches and departments, to those who provide security services in the parliamentary precinct, and to the pages in the House. We are served by an outstanding group of people.
agréable à ce qu'il fait toujours.
Who take so much pleasure in what they do every day.
Member staff on the Hill and in our constituency offices for their dedication and tireless efforts. And on behalf of the Liberal members of Parliament, I would like to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, a very Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, and all of the best for the new year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
Member for Brantford Brock has... sorry. I have the honourable member for... So what is it? C'était un autre point d'ordre? Are these all points of orders? Okay. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was told to rise to be able to wish everybody a very happy holidays, but is that something that I'm still able to do on behalf of the NDP? Right now.
So we were on the questions of the Thursday question. So the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith is rising on a point of order for...
Madam Speaker, I was rising on behalf of the NDP to wish everybody a very happy holidays. That's why I was rising.
Honourable member to do that. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but I'm happy to rise as on behalf of people, of course, in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, and behalf of the NDP, to say a big thank you to everybody here on the Hill. As a newly elected member of Parliament in 2021, it just astonishes me the incredible amount of work that's put into allowing us to be here every day, and all the people that make it happen, all of the pages, all the security, all the people that are making sure that we're fed and that we have what we need to be able to do our jobs in the Hill representing constituents. Of course, I want to also thank on behalf of the NDP all the staff here on the Hill as well as at home in our constituencies. With that, I won't take long. I see that the member's quite eager to speak, but I wanted to wish everybody a very happy holidays, happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas. I hope everybody enjoys time with loved ones over the holidays. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the space.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much. The honourable for Brantford Brant has a question of privilege, if I remember correctly.
That's correct, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I'm rising further to the notice which I provided to the Chair under Standing Order 48 concerning the third and final report of the Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of Emergency, which was tabled in the House of Commons earlier today. In brief, on May 31st, 2022, the committee adopted an order for the production of several unredacted documents related to the government's declaration of a public order emergency in February of 2022, as well as the regulations and orders which were imposed in relation to it. The committee was particularly concerned with receiving and specifically ordered the production of a copy of the government's legal opinion for invoking the Emergencies Act. As outlined in the report, the then Deputy Minister of Justice and Deputy Attorney General of Canada wrote to the committee refusing to produce the legal opinion. While the material facts are outlined in the third report's Chapter 10, aptly titled Access to Information and Documents, I will recap the essential points for the benefit of those who aren't familiar with this particular saga, followed by citing pertinent authorities. In establishing the Special Joint Committee, the House conferred upon it, among other authorities, the power to send for persons, papers, and records. I would refer the Chair to subparagraph sub M, sub Roman numeral 2 of the motion adopted on March the 2nd, 2022, found at pages 471 to 473 and 480 to 484 of that day's journals. The Senate conferred the identical authority on the committee in subparagraph L, sub Roman numeral 2 of the motion, which it adopted on March the 3rd, 2022, as recorded in a message which this House received and published at pages 487 to 490 of the journals for that day. This being the first ever invocation of the Emergencies Act, the mandate to be pursued by the Parliamentary Review Committee
required by law to be appointed was something to be settled. As mentioned in the 8th paragraph of Chapter 2 of the 3rd report, the committee adopted a motion which, amongst other things, articulated the scope of the study it would initially pursue. The mandate included, quote, the options that the Government of Canada utilized during the invocation of the Emergencies Act and in the, quote, study of each option, the necessity, implementation, and impact of that option, end of quote. Seized with the House's authority to compel the production of documents, the committee sought to do just that with a view to discharging the mandate which it had defined. As the committee explains in the 10th report of Chapter 10 of the 3rd report, quote, the committee also learned that an internal federal government legal opinion had been drafted to determine whether invoking the Emergencies Act was justified under the circumstances, but the committee was unable to obtain a copy given that solicitor-client privilege was invoked, end of quote. We have since come to know, thanks to the Access to Information system, that it is a 10-page opinion and forms tab C of the Clerk of the Privy Council's February 14, 2022 memorandum to the Prime Minister to secure his formal approval for invoking the Emergencies Act. The committee elaborated on this matter later in Chapter 10, beginning with the 15th paragraph. Quote, it is worth noting that on May 31st, 2022, the committee adopted a motion that an order do issue for all security assessments and legal opinions which the government relied upon in determining that the various thresholds under the Emergencies Act had been met and that the temporary measures exercised under the Act were consistent with the Charter, end of quote. For the benefit of the Chair and the House, Madam Speaker, this is the full text of the order which the committee had adopted. Quote, that an order do issue for all security assessments and legal opinions which the government relied upon in determining that A, the threshold of threats to the security of Canada as defined by Section 2 of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, required by Section 16 of the Emergencies Act, had been met. B, the thresholds required by paragraphs 3 sub A or sub B of the Emergencies Act concerning a national emergency had been met. C, the situation could not be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada as required by Section 3 of the Emergencies Act. D, the emergency measures regulations were compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including the analysis relied upon by the Minister of Justice in discharging his responsibilities under Section 4 sub 1 of the Department of Justice Act, and E, the Emergency Economic Measures Order was compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including the analysis relied upon by the Minister of Justice in discharging his responsibilities under Section 4 sub 1 of the Department of Justice Act, provided that F, these documents shall be deposited with the committee in both official languages within 1 month of the adoption of this order, end of quote. Referring back to the Special Joint Committee's 3rd report, The 16th paragraph of Chapter 10 described what happened next. Quote, on or around June 29, 2022, a letter in response to the committee's document production order was sent by Francois Daigle of the Department of Justice, in which he writes that, quote, upon full consideration, it is our department's determination that all legal opinions in our holdings that would be responsive to the committee's orders are subject to solicitor-client privilege, end of quote. In his letter, he also states the following: although other countries may have occasionally departed from this rule, in Canada, it is solely within the discretion of the Government of Canada and its ministers to waive solicitor-client privilege in respect of legal advice provided to the Crown. For reasons of principle and practice, this rarely occurs, and the general rule remains that such advice will normally be withheld from committees of Parliament, subject to such ministerial discretion and consideration of public policy. It is worth mentioning that this letter sets out the grounds for refusal only as they pertain to information protected by solicitor-client privilege, but not by cabinet confidence, end of quote. Elsewhere in Mr. Daigle's letter, found on the committee's website, he wrote bluntly, and I quote, I confirm that I'm unable to produce legal opinions as sought in the committee's order, end of quote. Chapter 10 then recounts several other instances of the committee being stonewalled by government departments claiming various reasons for not complying with the May 31st, 2022 document production order. For the sake of brevity, I will jump ahead to the 29th paragraph, and I quote, in the 2 years following the invocation of the Emergencies Act, the committee recalled some federal witnesses, particularly to obtain answers regarding its multiple requests for access to evidence, including the legal opinion the government relied on before resorting to the act. In February 2024, the current Minister of Justice reasserted the government's position that the legal advice in question was protected by solicitor-client privilege, which benefits the Government of Canada, the client in this case, end of quote. It is also worth mentioning that the 14th paragraph of Chapter 10, which notes the committee using a written questioning procedure which it deployed to gather evidence more efficiently, was further stonewalled by the then National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister, Jody Thomas, about the legal opinion. In December 28, 2022, she wrote to the committee, quote, due to solicitor-client privilege, I respectfully decline to answer this question, end of quote. That procedure is described in the Special Joint Committee's minutes for September 22nd, 2022, and again I quote, that the committee send to each individual organization who appears as a witness written questions submitted by the members of the committee for response, end quote, and there follows a series of details about the procedure. Back to Chapter 10 of the third report, in the 32nd paragraph, the committee summed up its position, and this, Madam Speaker, is a critical point. Quote, in light of the proceeding, the committee is concerned that it did not have access to all the information and all the documents that the federal government relied on to invoke the Emergencies Act and the related special temporary measures, in part due to the various types of privileges invoked by many of the witnesses. End of quote. In adopting its order on May 31st, 2022, the committee was exercising its authority, which is described at page 983 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, as follows. Quote, the standing orders do not delimit the power to order the production of papers and records. The result is a broad, absolute power that on the surface appears to be without restriction. There is no limit on the types of papers likely to be requested. The only prerequisite is that the papers exist in hard copy or electronic format, and that they are located in Canada. They can be papers originating from or in the possession of governments, or papers the authors or owners of which are from the private sector or civil society, such as individuals, associations, organizations, etc. In practice, standing committees may encounter situations where the authors of or officials responsible for papers refuse to provide them or are willing to provide them only after certain portions have been removed. Public servants and the ministers may sometimes invoke their obligations under certain legislation to justify their position. Companies may be reluctant to release papers which could jeopardize their industrial security or infringe upon their legal obligations, particularly with regard to the protection of personal information. Others have cited solicitor-client privilege in refusing to allow access to legal papers or notices. These types of situations have absolutely no bearing on the power of committees to order the production of papers and records. No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect, or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting that power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers and records, end quote. This point was reiterated as recently as the Speaker's ruling on September 26, 2024, at page 25958 of the debates concerning Sustainable Development Technology Canada documents. Similarly, as noted in Erskine, May 25th edition, at paragraph 38.32, committees of the United Kingdom House of Commons exercise the same powers with the same unlimited scope. Quote, there is no restriction on the power of committees to require the production of papers by private bodies or individuals, provided that such papers are relevant to the committee's work as defined by its order of reference. Select committees have formally ordered papers to be produced by the chairman of a nationalized industry and a private society. Solicitors have been ordered to produce papers relating to a client, and a statutory regulator has been ordered to produce papers whose release was otherwise subject to statutory restriction. In recent years, there has been a very high-profile instance of the UK House of Commons insisting on the production of government legal opinions when, amidst the Brexit debates on November 13, 2018, it adopted a motion requiring the production of, quote, any legal advice in full, including that provided by the Attorney General on the proposed withdrawal agreement, on the terms of the UK's departure from the European Union, including the Northern Ireland backstop and framework for a future relationship between the UK and the European Union, end of quote. On December 3rd, 2018, the Attorney General of England and Wales presented to Parliament a command paper which purported to describe the overall legal effect of the EU withdrawal agreement on November 25, 2018. On the same day he made a statement to the House, neither the command paper nor the statement made reference to the resolution of November 13, 2018, and the command paper did not purport to be a return to the resolution of the House. Later that day, after representatives of 5 opposition parties alleged the government had not produced the documents required, Mr. Speaker Burkow ruled that there was a prima facie contempt at column 625 of the official report. Subsequently, the UK House of Commons on December 4, 2018 adopted the following motion, quote, that this House finds ministers in contempt for their failure to comply with the requirements of the motion for return passed on November 13, 2018, to publish the final and full legal advice provided by the Attorney General to the Cabinet concerning the EU withdrawal agreement and the framework for the future relationship, and orders its immediate production, end of quote. In response, the UK government produced a complete, unredacted copy of the Attorney General's legal advice the very next day. The Attorney General later said that he had complied with the second order of the House, quote, out of respect of the House's constitutional position, end of quote, as reported at paragraph 68 of the UK House of Commons Procedure Committee's May 2019 report on the power to send for papers. A fuller description of these events was detailed in the question of privilege raised by the House Leader of the official opposition here in Canada on September 16, 2024, concerning Sustainable Development Technology Canada documents. And I adopt his comments for my own arguments for the proposition that the power to send for papers is superior to solicitor-client privilege. Our own Speaker Milliken held in his landmark decision on Afghan detainee documents on April 27, 2010, at page 2043 of the debates, quote, it is the view of the chair that accepting an unconditional authority of the executive to censor the information provided to Parliament would in fact jeopardize the very separation of powers that is purported to lie at the heart of our parliamentary system and the independence of its constituent parts. Furthermore, it risks diminishing the inherent privileges of the House and its members, which have been earned and must be safeguarded. As has been noted earlier, procedural authorities are categorical in repeatedly asserting the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents. No exceptions are made for any category of government documents, even those related to national security. Therefore, the Chair must conclude that it is perfectly within the existing privileges of the House to order production of the documents in question, end of quote. We would do well to recall that the declaration of Emergency Committee's order concerned the legal opinion which was relied upon to justify the invocation of the Emergencies Act, a decision which allowed Cabinet to legislate without regard to the authority of Parliament or to the usual constitutional division of powers. In a March 9, 2011 ruling, Mr. Speaker Milligan cited page 281 of Sir John Burnow's Parliamentary Procedure and Practice in the Dominion of Canada, 4th edition, quote, "But it must be remembered that under all circumstances, it is for the House to consider whether the reasons given for refusing the information are sufficient, the right of Parliament to obtain every possible information on public questions is undoubted, and the circumstances must be exceptional, and the reasons very cogent, when it cannot be once laid before the Houses," end of quote. From there, the Chair added at page 8841 of the debates, quote, "It may be that valid reasons exist. That is not for the Chair to judge. A committee empowered to investigate the matter might, but the Chair is ill-equipped to do so. However, there is no doubt that an order to produce documents is not being fully complied with, and this is a serious matter that goes to the heart of the House's undoubted role in holding the government to account," end of quote. In the present case, Madam Speaker, the declaration of Emergency Committee has put this House, both Houses, actually on notice that, quote, "The committee is concerned that it did not have access to all the information and documents that the federal government relied on to invoke the Emergencies Act and the related special temporary measures," end of quote. Before concluding, I wish to address briefly Ms. Thomas's failure to answer the committee's written question. Page 1078 of Boss and Gagnon reminds us that, quote, "There are no specific rules governing the nature of questions which may be put to witnesses appearing before committees, beyond the general requirement of relevance to the issue before the committee. Witnesses must answer all question which the committee puts to them. If the committee agrees that the question be put to the witness is obliged to reply. The actions of a witness who refuses to answer questions may be reported to the House," end of quote. This is what has now happened here, Madam Speaker, and I would submit that it contributes to the overall concern about the government denying the Special Joint Committee the information which it sought. Finally, Madam Speaker, I will turn to the remedy which I would propose, namely to have the House order the production of the documents in question. This is, I would submit, a proper remedy in the present case. Firstly, Boston Gagnon discusses at page 138 and 987 the scenario where a committee report to the House on a case of disobedience to a document production order, which I note would be a contempt, may be addressed by the House adopting its own order for the production of documents. Indeed, the 2021 case involving the so-called Winnipeg lab documents saw this House, after its first production order was refused, order the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada attend the bar of the House for, among other things, the purpose of turning over the documents which had not been provided. This was, in turn, modeled on precedent cases which Boston Gagnon described at pages 131 and 132. In fact, the order paper is currently seized with a privilege motion concerning a similar remedy proposed in relation to Stephen Anderson, who did not turn over documents required by the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics concerning the infamous so-called Other Randy. Moreover, Madam Speaker, I would submit that your own September 26, 2024 ruling on the Sustainable Development Technology Canada documents at page 25959 of the debates speaks to the usual admissibility of such a motion when the defied order is of an ordinary character, like that which I would submit the Special Joint Committee had adopted. Quote, the members who intervened on this question used words such as unusual, novel, and unprecedented to describe this particular production order. The chair agrees with those characterizations. It is indeed unusual, novel, and unprecedented for the House to order documents, not for its own purposes, but for a third party. Before insisting on the production of documents, as the opposition House Leader proposes to do, the Chair believes the House would benefit from having this matter studied further. End of quote. Unlike the SDTC documents order, Madam Speaker, there is nothing unusual about the order which the Declaration of Emergency Committee had adopted yet failed to see realized. Therefore, I would respectfully submit that a motion to insist on the production of the documents is entirely admissible should you agree that there is a prima facie contempt. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this NDP Liberal government gave itself sweeping authority to legislate in this place of Parliament and of the provinces and refused to come clean about the legal authority for doing so. Without straying too far into debate, the Rouleau Commission heard testimony that from the former CSIS director, David Vigneault, that the events of February 2022 did not meet the threshold that service must apply for threats to the security of Canada. The same threshold which Parliament said must be met before any public order emergency can be declared by the Cabinet. Yet Mr. Vigneault testified before the Commission that there was some special, magical, quote, separate interpretation of the threshold which he professionally applied day in and day out to justify the decision which the Prime Minister and his ministers were hell-bent on making. The fact that the Federal Court of Canada has since ruled that the government's actions in February 2022 were both illegal and unconstitutional only make it even more imperative, Madam Speaker, that there be full accountability and transparency for the Liberal Prime Minister's unilateral invocation of the sweeping legal powers which the Emergency Act conferred upon him. That's right. It is in this light, Madam Speaker, that I will refer you to page 141 of Derek Lee's The Power of Parliamentary Houses to Send for Persons, Papers and Records, concerning times when the House may need to compel the production of the Crown's law officers' work product. Quote, then UK Home Secretary Sir Robert Peel also acknowledged the power of the House in requiring the opinion of its legal officers. They stand in the situation of all other responsible servants of the Crown, and there can be no doubt that they are liable to have their opinion called for and their official acts revised where sufficient grounds exist in the opinion of the House for such a proceeding. An example of where the House might wish to require production, Sir Robert Peel said, if there was a suspicion that they, the law officers of the Crown, had acted under undue influence, an imputation against them of straining a point in favor of the Crown, the law officers would be justly liable to have their opinions called for and their official acts investigated. Similarly, Sir Robert Peel said, I will suppose a case where the law officers gave a wrong opinion or where there was an opinion given against which the government acted. In either of those cases, I admit the House would be justified in calling for the production of the opinion, end of quote. That is why, Madam Speaker, the Special Joint Committee worked so vigorously to obtain a copy of the infamous legal opinion, and is also probably why the government has said so steadfastly refused to shed any light on this matter. That is why I urge you, Madam Speaker, to find a prima facie case of privilege in the circumstances and to permit the House to vote on ordering the production of the government's legal opinion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for the information that he has provided forward on this question of privilege. Certainly will review all of what he has provided and come back to the House on this. Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the Environment, the Honourable Member for Dolphin Swan River Nippewa, Carbon Pricing, and the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, the Oil and Gas Industry.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Oh, sorry, orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, resuming consideration of a privilege motion, failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
Okay, orders of the day, ordre du jour. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start my speech with respect to this motion, which affects transparency of our parliamentary proceedings.
Generous and very impressive colleague from Brampton. You have shown in the last minute exactly what leadership is all about when we talk about judiciary issue, and especially from a lawyer. Because yes, Madam Speaker, we are lawmaker, but most of us are not lawyer. We are not liar neither, but we are not lawyer. That was one of the mistakes that I've made when I got elected first 9 years ago. And I think that my honourable colleague from Brampton show exactly what a lawyer shall do here in this House to indicate clearly what we have to do to follow the rules of this Parliament and to follow the rules of this great country, Canada.
Madam Speaker, this brings me to make a link with the topic we're discussing today. Unfortunately, once again, the current government is unfortunately refusing to respect an order from you, Madam Speaker, concerning the transmission of documents to the RCMP. Madam Speaker, why are we here today? Because we have to reestablish Canadians' confidence in our institutions, our parliamentary institutions, but also the institutions we create for positive policies. The Green Slush Fund we're talking about today was intended to decrease pollution, something we can all agree on. Unfortunately, there was misappropriation of taxpayers' funds on this file. And this has led to these ethical problems and, in particular, problems of trust that people can have in their institutions. A little later, Madam Speaker, I will talk about another case where public funds were not properly managed, in our opinion, and this supported by the Ethics Commissioner's analysts on the Net Zero Fund. So yesterday at the Parliamentary Committee, we received different groups who are interested in the environment. People I meet with regularly as Shadow Minister for the Environment and Climate Change file. And these people, I met with them, and they testified. Well, they came to my office. I spoke with them. We didn't discuss all political issues, but we did have a mutual trust. And one of their directors was present yesterday at committee. And here's what he said. Mr. Harara, Director of Policy at Nature Canada. When governments miss their targets or mismanage public funds, it hampers public's confidence in their programs, talking about environmental programs. And he said it's better to have modest promises that you keep rather than ambitious targets that you can't keep. And this is exactly where we are at now. Rather than making large announcements with ambitious targets, it's better to not do this at all, actually. We need concrete, realistic, and responsible actions that give real results. And that's the approach that we have. And since this government has been in power for the past 9 years, in terms of the environment, Canada is the worst in the G7 in terms of climate change management. And yet there's another report that has been published by internationally renowned scientists that says that this Liberal government, under this Liberal government, Canada ranks 72nd out of 76 countries with respect to the fight against climate change. We're not the ones saying this. It's not the Conservative Party. I'm not the one saying this. It's a cohort of internationally recognized scientists that publishes a performance index of several countries. And we rank 62nd on this index. So the Green Slush Fund, called SDTC, well, this fund wasn't created by the current government. It was created some 10 years ago, and its objective is to support the work of companies that try to do R&D, to develop technologies that can be directly applied to reduce GHGs. And at risk of repeating myself, we all agree on the guidelines of this. But we have different approaches. Like the member for Carleton has said, during his famous speech in Quebec a year and a half ago, he established the pillars of our government action, and we are honored if we do receive the trust of Canadians during the next elections. Our conservative approach for the environment, well, we all know that climate change is real. We have to tackle these issues and the impact in our daily lives.
So yes, we need to reduce emissions and pollution, but in our opinion, the approach should be much more pragmatic than dogmatic. And obviously, the approach Canada has been taking so far hasn't been very successful because we're 62nd out of 67 countries. And the Green Fund and the Sustainable Technology Development Fund, well, we all agree in principle with that, but it's the management done by these Liberals that's the problem. Out of a budget of $500 billion, the Auditor General looked into this and found that there were 146 times when the ethical rules were not followed. 186 times, rather. 310 million out of 500 was mismanaged. So only 1 out of 5, only 20% of the funding was properly managed. So what have we seen over the past 5 years, Madam Speaker? Literally a revolving door, because the board of directors was granting taxpayer money to one another. And that's not how things should work. That's not how you build trust among Canadians. And it's not us conservatives saying that. It's not me. It's the Auditor General. The Auditor General examined the past 5 years of management of the Green Fund, which has great goals, but unfortunately was managed by Liberals. And with their cronies, they were basically passing one another taxpayer funds and granting one another money. So it was a revolving door on the face of it over this 5-year period. When the members of the board of directors, when they were told that 4 out of 5 times they were in a conflict of interest, and they would basically turn around and do the same thing over and over again. It was like musical chairs. The only thing that they needed to do was to step back and say, wait, we should not be making these decisions. There are thousands of organizations like this all across Canada, and I know that the board members have expertise in science and so on, but when you're constantly in a conflict of interest position 4 out of 5 times, well, you have to stand up and say, that's enough. I'm not in the right place to be making these decisions. And the Liberal government, with its basic principle of let's help each other out with our cronies. So this is why the situation has continued. It's been perpetuated. And the Auditor General pointed out that the Conflict of Interest Act was violated, Section 6.1 and 21. So private interests were at play in that organization. The minister was alerted to the fact that there was a conflict of interest, but didn't do anything about it. And the Prime Minister, the member for Papineau, I'm not talking about the Prime Minister, I'm talking about Minister Baines. He was warned that there was an improper situation, and he did nothing about it. And the Prime Minister, much later, put another minister in his place, and that same minister, the member for Shawinigan, unfortunately the current minister, and I quote, did not pay close enough attention to what was going on in that organization. And when it became public, suddenly the member for Shawinigan put a stop to things and said, let's take a closer look at what's going on here. But it was only when the news broke, when it was public knowledge, that something was finally done about it. And don't forget, Madam Speaker, that the example was set from on high, not once, not twice, but 3 times. 3 times, the Prime Minister of Canada was under investigation on ethics issues. Twice, he was found to have been in breach of the ethical rules. So when at the very top of the pyramid, Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister himself doesn't follow the rules of ethics and was found to be in breach 2 out of 3 times, obviously that has a trickle-down effect all the way down through the administration. And that's unfortunately what we're seeing at multiple levels of government. And that's what happened in the case of this green fund that was mismanaged. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we need to tighten up the rules. And it's not just us Conservatives. The 3 opposition parties called for the documents to be transferred to a third party. And that's an order of the House. And the Speaker recognized that those documents needed to be transferred to a third party. So this is unprecedented, but everything has to start somewhere. And so, yes, this is a precedent.
We're not talking about a private business or someone else or Joe who, I don't know. We're talking about the RCMP. I have full confidence in the RCMP as a group, as an authority, as serious people. Yes, I trust the RCMP. If some people in this house have some problem with RCMP, you just have to say that. This is not what we think here. And as we need more than ever transparency and responsibility and accountability, this is why this is an order of the House.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this government refused to do what the order is saying them to do.
Yeah.
And as long as this government refuses, we cannot move forward. Et Madame la Présidente, comme le...
And Madam Speaker, as Chantal Hébert said, the Conservative Party is getting accused of slowing everything down. We're kind of being blamed for everything. But what we want is this order to be respected. Something has to be done. So, Madam Speaker, that's what I had to say about the Green Fund. But we also learned in committee, and I would invite everyone who's watching to take an interest in this, I would encourage you, through you, Madam Speaker, to pay attention to what's going on in parliamentary committees. The committee, I'm an old parliamentarian, well, I'm not that old, but I've got 16 years experience.
One thing, a lot of job is doing very interesting in the committee. And I know that some colleagues on the other side of the hills think exactly the same. Yes, what's happening right now in the question period on the House of Commons is such important, but there is a lot of good job we're doing in committee. And talking about good job, nous avons démontré encore une...
We showed once again on the Environment Committee that unfortunately there's another fund which is being mismanaged. Not as badly as the other one, at least not yet, but this was a net zero accelerator fund. So 3 keywords: accelerator, net zero. That's the goal. The goal is by 2050 for us to be carbon neutral as a country. And in order to get there, we need to speed things up. We need to accelerate things to reach this target of net zero in 2050. And what has been the situation after years of Liberal government? $8 billion. And as I said before, with the other fund, it was 300 and some million out of 500 that was mismanaged. Now we're talking $8 billion. And the Environment Commissioner examined that fund to see what was happening. And what we learned, Madam Speaker, was that almost half of the envelope has been spent. And there's a flagrant lack of objectives, a flagrant lack of following the rules with that net zero accelerator fund. And keep in mind that the goal is to reach net zero by 2050. That's the goal, the target. And unfortunately, we're nowhere near achieving that goal. According to the Ethics Commissioner, out of 17 projects examined, barely five had objectives or targets. Madam Speaker, this is the heart of the action of this initiative, the Net Zero Accelerator. The whole idea is to have a target and we had, under the Paris Agreement, there was a target set, and now the target is net zero by 2050, and billions has been spent to that end, and now we learn halfway along with $4 billion already spent. Only 5 enterprises out of 17 have set any targets. Obviously, if you don't have a target, you're not going to reach your target. It's very hard to reach a non-existent target. And so to give you an example, Madam Speaker, the $700 million in taxpayer money was given to a foreign company with 0 emissions reduction targets. 0 target. And I'm talking about the agreement that was announced in great fanfare a few months ago. A foreign company was given up to $18 billion in taxpayer money. You could almost call it a donation or a gift, Madam Speaker, because taxpayer money was paid out in direct subsidy. And get this right, Madam Speaker, we're not even talking about the GST money, because the GST money is only used to pay the interest on the debt that this government has doubled over recent years. So that's where we're at, Madam Speaker. All Canadians, when you pay the GST, know that all that money is not paying for services to Canadians. It's going to debt service. And this government is just spending recklessly with no measure, and has been for recent years. So, Madam Speaker, when you take the taxes on working Canadians, and when that goes to a foreign company, what we expect at the very least is real targets and results, but there are none. And that's very disappointing, Madam Speaker. There's a lack of accountability. And the way some of the objectives are calculated, and this is not me saying this, it's the Environment Commissioner saying that the government has exaggerated the measurement of reductions, and the government is incapable of saying the extent to which emissions have been reduced through this funding. And only 5 out of 17 projects have set objectives, and yet this is public money going to these projects. So people are... they shouldn't be frightened, but they don't have confidence. They don't trust that their money, their tax money, is being spent correctly and intelligently in the effort to reduce emissions. And remember, Madam Speaker, that not long ago, a foundation was set up by the Environment Minister, and the mandate letter for the Environment Minister says, in order to meet these goals, I call on you to achieve results for Canadians with the following commitments: to support innovation in science with the Net Zero Accelerator Fund, while ensuring that the investments result in significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions at a scale consistent with reaching Canada's climate goals, and to support Canadian industry so that it can be a leader in the area of reductions. Wow, that sounds great. But unfortunately, it didn't pan out. It's all great talk, all this ambition, all these objectives, but not much in terms of concrete results. We're the worst country in the G7 and 62nd out of 67 in the OECD. So it's all show, Madam Speaker. It's all window dressing. It's all smoke and mirrors. So I'm a Quebecer, and I'm proud of all the efforts that are being made, and what we can see, billions have been invested in companies with no results. So, Madam Speaker, more than ever, Canadians need a serious government that spends their money correctly, properly, to reduce emissions, yes, and reduce pollution. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the member referred to a number of studies. I have one that just came out today by two economists from the University of Calgary, Jennifer Windsor and another, and it says that the price on pollution has had a minimal impact on inflation. Most of the inflation is due to global factors. So we're far from the nuclear winter that the Conservatives tried to scare us with. And exaggerated talk from politicians is nothing new, and people should keep that in mind. So I just wanted to share that recent study. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, the issue of the carbon tax will be settled once and for all when the Liberal government has the courage to call a carbon tax election. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that in the report that was tabled by the Environment Commissioner, it was pointed out that reductions cannot be attributed to the Liberal government. If projects are subjected to a quantitative analysis based on the appropriate models, the contribution agreements do not include any short-term greenhouse gas emissions commitments. So, Madam Speaker, how can you trust this government when they boast about all these great principles and ambitious targets, but the Environment Commissioner himself in his report says there's no way of verifying it, and only 5 out of 17 projects had set targets, when that was the very purpose of the Net Zero Accelerator, was to have targets. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank my colleague for his speech, and he highlighted some really important things, that the Liberal government continues to put forward targets and miss their targets. It's like a constant public relations campaign. And one thing I want to thank my colleague, he supported my motion M151 to tackle plastic pollution. This House did unanimously in 2018. It led to the first ever Ghost and Derelict Fishing Gear Fund. But what did the government do this year on World Oceans Day? They announced that they're going to host the second International Fishing Gear Innovation Summit. They talk about their global leadership when it comes to tackling ghost and derelict fishing gear, and they talk about bringing together harvesters, and they're going to host that here in Canada. But they failed to tell the international community, Madam Speaker, that they killed the program. They actually stopped funding it, this world-class program, but they're going to host a summit, Madam Speaker, to talk about their great program that they killed. So maybe, Madam Speaker, through you, I can ask my colleague what he thinks about the constant public relations campaign when we've got really important environmental issues, which I know he cares about, and I know people in Quebec City care about when it comes to tackling plastic pollution and protecting our planet.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Colleague for his question in his direct assertion that the fact that this government, unfortunately, is very proud and very strong to announcement, but not strong about results. It just reminds me something very special. First of all, in my own city, in Quebec City, there is a company who is producing some plastic product. 95% of their plastic is coming from recycling plastic. So this is very great. But you know the problem what it is? You know where it's coming, this recycled plastic? From Philippines. So, you know, you have to travel half around the world to have access to something that we have plenty here in this country. More than ever, we need that kind of concrete action to have access to our own plastic recycled, to our own company to produce it, instead of having to reach out of the half of the world to have access to that product. Thank you so much for the question, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I thought it was interesting. We had a privilege motion just before the member stood up. And what it was the Conservatives are now saying that the threshold to invoke the Emergency Act has not been met. That's the Conservative Party's conclusion. Yet, Madam Speaker, we have Justice Rouleau in an inquiry, investigation, a justice, a judge, that comes out and he says that in fact the threshold was met, Madam Speaker. Yet the Conservatives say, don't believe the judge or the courts, believe the Conservatives. Fast forward it to the motion we're talking today, Madam Speaker. The RCMP are saying what the Conservative strategy in trying to get documents released unredacted directly to the RCMP is wrong. They don't want the information. The Conservatives are saying, don't listen to the RCMP, listen to the Conservatives. It seems to be, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives are being very self-serving and they're completely ignoring things like our RCMP, our judicial independence. Can you tell us why?
Honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member.
A few minutes ago about the fact that I've been the honor and the privilege to be elected by the people for the last 16 years. 9 years, I served 7 years at the National Assembly and 9 years in the House of Commons. But I think that my honourable colleague is member of a legislature for 24 years. 20 years, okay, 20 years. Okay, you're a young man too. Okay, so based on his experience, I just have to remind him that it's quite important to respect the rule made by the Speaker. And I know he agrees with me. And this is an order of the Speaker. But more than that, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about environmental issue, let me quote what an expert said just yesterday in the committee. And I will quote him in French because I don't want to intervene in what he said in English, but I will use my translation. C'est le directeur des...
This is the director at Nature Canada saying when directors miss their targets, well, public money is being used for that. It's better to make modest promises that we can actually keep rather than overly ambitious targets that we cannot actually meet. And I welcome the government to please heed the words of that well-known ecologist in Canada.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. We've been colleagues together here for quite some time in the House of Commons, and he is a fine representative of not only Quebec but of Canada. Lots of experience. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I found deeply disturbing about this is somebody who's got a background in environmental science. I worked in that field when I was a much younger man, is the fact that there wasn't much politics going on at Sustainable Development Technology Canada. There was generally a consensus amongst all parliamentarians that SDTC was generally doing good things and advancing technology and development in environmental sustainable. And can my colleague comment on how that has now been ruined by the incompetence of this government?
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
I want to thank my colleague from Red Deal.com, and I know he's a strong advocate for concrete action to reduce emission and to reduce pollution. This is what we need more than ever in this country, and especially in this House of Commons, to have people who are more concerned with concrete action instead of big announcement. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this fund that what we're talking about, this green slush fund now, that we have to identify it like that, because unfortunately, in the last 5 years, this government used that to things and to have fun and to have to give some gift to some of their supporters. And that's not the way to deal for that, Madam Speaker. But as I said earlier, when it's coming from the top, when we have seen the Prime Minister twice being recognized as not respecting the ethic rules as a Prime Minister. So if the example is coming from the top, unfortunately, it will fall, with all the dirty stuff to others, administrative corp. And that's exactly what we have seen in that. And it's not me who is saying that. This is the Auditor General who published a report saying that 186 times they didn't act correctly, which means that $390 million were not invested correctly on a budget of $5 million. $4 on 5 were not treated correctly. This is the Liberal heritage. Shame on them.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to go back to my first question, because as an experienced parliamentarian himself, I would suggest that the motion that we're actually debating says that we take the issue out of the floor of the House of Commons and put it into a committee. That's the actual motion that we're debating. The member knows that because it was a Conservative motion. But the Conservatives are holding hostage the floor of the House of Commons because they're trying to push their agenda, which goes against what the RCMP is actually recommending. Does he not agree as a parliamentarian that it's a little bit more touchy than he's trying to imply?
A brief answer, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Speaker. It's very decisive for me to say that, but unfortunately, the real hostage in this country are the Canadians, because they are hostage of this government. If they want to do something strong, call an election and let the people decide, and then we will see where Canadians stand.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac. Order. L'honorable député de Tobic.
The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Speaker, and it is always an honor to rise in this, the People's House. And once again today, sadly and unfortunately, we're continuing to have to hold this government to account as it relates to producing documents that has been requested repeatedly by a clear majority in this House and backed by the Speaker's ruling. And once again, it would behoove this government to act upon that. Then we can move on to other business that Canadians want us to be discussing as well. But you cannot do that until we have a surety of transparency on this very serious matter. Part of the role of the official opposition is to hold the government to account and to make sure that taxpayers' funds are being used responsibly and for good reason. Anyone looking at this right now would clearly understand and clearly agree with the official opposition and other opposition parties that there is a definite lack of transparency, and therefore Canadians are wondering, we're working hard every day to make ends meet, and yet somehow the friends and special privileged groups and organizations that seem to match ideologically with the government of the day are receiving many and abundance amounts of funds. It's amazing how much funds they're getting to fund an ideology without results. I think many Canadians share a frustration is that you have a government that soars in the rhetoric of healing the planet, cleansing the oceans, rolling back the tides, and bringing down temperatures, but when you look at the reality of it, there are no results. Lots of money out the door, lots of philosophical debate, lots of virtue signaling at these grand national stages and conferences all around the world. Oh, go all over and talk about, we're going to do these great things for the environment. Just look at how much money we're spending. But you know what? Canadians are not near as concerned about an announcement that's going to spend more money on a government's friends. No, what they want is results. And they're frustrated because they're getting no results for the absolute gargantuan proportion of money that's being spent. We need a government that prioritizes the priorities of the people. And I think if they did take it to the people in a carbon tax election, like we have been calling for, they would hear clearly that their priorities around this are not the priorities of the people they say they represent. Need I go any further than the grandiose announcements about planting of trees? When you think about it, 2 billion trees. It's amazing. It's incredible. It makes you feel warm and fuzzy. We're going to plant all these trees. But when you ask how many trees have been planted, do you know how much and what percentage of those trees have been planted?
Tell us.
0.04%. Wow! It's an amazing outcome for the amount of money that they're spending, how little results we're getting. People want real, tangible, practical results. And that's why we are going to continue to hold this government to account and demand transparency and ask that they release the documents as a majority of this House, the people's representatives, have clearly asked for, and as the Speaker has ruled and said that we are deserved. It is time that transparency came to this House. It is time that honesty came to the people's chamber. Amen. And they get the results that they want. Hallelujah. So we come to this place now where we're looking at gargantuan amounts of money going out the door, no real transparency or accountability, and as a result, Canadians' level of frustration is growing. You see it on their faces. They work day after day to earn the dollars that they have, and at the end of the day, they have more bills than they have money to pay for those bills. No wonder they're upset. No wonder they're angry when they look at a government that does not prioritize their needs and doesn't seem to be concerned about their priorities. Instead, they got all kinds of time and money for their ideology.
But right now, with a nation who is facing an economic crisis, with the threat of tariffs on the horizon, and we've got right now basically people wondering, do I pay the rent? Do I get groceries? Or do I put gas in my car? Can I buy my kids Christmas this year? Or do I make my rent payment? These are not fictional stories. These are realities. Our food bank use has overwhelmingly grown. In my own region, food bank usage is up over 30% year over year. These are staggering stats. We've got people now that are wondering, especially seniors on fixed incomes, how do I make it to the new year? And I'm looking at escalating power bills. We're looking at escalating fuel costs. And every time I go to the groceries, get groceries, it's costing more and more. I think we have a responsibility as parliamentarians to be responding to those kind of needs and those kind of matters. And it's too bad that those on the other side will not simply comply with the order of this House, release those documents, and get back to work on the priorities of Canadians. And the frustration is real.
Yeah, it is.
They're being taxed and they're being burdened. And I can't help but think of this, Madam Speaker. History, they say, repeats itself, but really in reality it probably doesn't repeat itself, but it certainly does rhyme. And you'll find a rhyme throughout history and cycles within politics and governments and societies. And it is that wonderful time of year. It's the Christmas time of year. And I can't help it, be no surprise to many in this House, but I can't help but think of that most wonderful story that was told and is still being told the world over, to whom literally billions will be celebrating this month. And that is the wonderful story of Christmas. And you say, well, my land, how does Christmas relate to what we're talking about? Oh, it does. Because on that very first Christmas, the first Noel, it is written that it came at a time of taxation. It was a heavy, burdensome time of taxation, and therefore they had to do a census to find out exactly what their population was in that region so they could collect more taxes. So the census was rendered, and everyone was to return to their place of origin or birth. And so a young man by the name of Joseph, who had taken a young, beautiful lady by the name of Mary to be his wife, he had to make the journey to Bethlehem. It wasn't an easy journey, and we have a way of romanticizing the imagery, and we have these wonderful images of the Nativity. But trust me, it probably wasn't very pretty nor exciting at the time for this terrified young couple who were living under accusations, probably being very much falsely accused. The rumor mill was rampant. They were heading out into uncertainty, and she wasn't just early in her pregnancy. She was a long ways into the pregnancy. And I don't know about you, and I'm thankful I've never had the experience of having to carry a young one inside, but my beloved bride has. And I must say, yes, I had the better part. I will agree. And I remember when she was with child, I had no full way of totally understanding that or relating to it. But can you picture this? Go with me now on this journey. Can you imagine what they would have been feeling as they started out to go through? And here's this very pregnant lady on the back of a donkey, going on a bumpy road, very much with child, with a young man.
And they're not smooth.
And they're not smooth on the back of a donkey, and it's not comfortable. And they're making this journey to a place called Bethlehem, and they're wondering, can you imagine the thoughts they were thinking, Madam Speaker? This is not how I imagined it would be, Joseph. This isn't exactly what I had in mind when we started courting. This isn't really what I'd hoped for, that I'd be stuck on a damn donkey going to a town I don't know and have to pay more taxes. That's the last thing I want to be doing when I'm about to give birth. You know, we forget about this part of the story, but it's very real. And they must have been feeling overwhelmed and filled with questions and wondering how they were going to get out from the burden that they were carrying. And yet she's getting more uncomfortable. So you can see, like then, as it is now, it was a time of taxation. It was a burdensome time. And it was a time of uncertainty for this young couple. And they were feeling the pressure of the moment. And can you imagine what Joseph must have been experiencing? His new bride is about to have her baby, and he's going to a town he hadn't been in a long time, and he gets there and he starts looking for a place to stay. Can you see him? He goes to the inn. Oh, finally, Mary, we made it. There's an inn. And he knocks on the innkeeper's door, and the innkeeper says, oh, yes, how can I help you? I need a room. I really need a room. You don't know how bad I need a room. My bride is expecting. No, sir, we have no room in the inn for you. They had a housing crisis in Bethlehem. There was no rooms left. They had more people than they had rooms. We got a housing crisis in Bethlehem, and they're wondering, where are we going to go? But to complicate matters, Mary is with child, and she's about to deliver. And Joseph is no doctor, and now they have no place. And he's scrambling. He's saying, Mr. Innkeeper, is there anything you could do? Please, somebody help me. My bride's about to deliver. Can you hear it? Can you see it? You got to picture it. And all of a sudden, the innkeeper looks and says, I'm sorry, sir, but I don't have much, but I do know there's a stable out back, an old barn. It's not all that luxurious, but at least gets you in and out of, under some cover for the night. Joseph said, that will do, that's fine. Can you see? Here's Mary waddling her way back into the barn. And Joseph's panicking, trying to clear it up and say, I don't know what we're going to do, and this is all strange. And sure enough, that incredible, unbelievable night happened in the midst of incredible uncertainty, great taxation, when they were shut out of one place after another, and it looked like all the odds were against them. She goes ahead and brings forth the child. It says, wrapped him in swaddling clothes and placed him in a feed box. Can you imagine this promised king, this Prince of Peace? He didn't come by way of a palace. He wasn't escorted by a private jet. He didn't come in a Maserati. He came by way of a donkey, born in a barn out back, humble, and he was witnessed by cattle. He's surrounded by sheep dung. It didn't smell good. It wasn't pretty. But, Madam Speaker, something incredible came out of something very, very, very ordinary. You see, Mary and Joseph are incredible people through the lens of history. But if you were to look at them, they didn't have large pedigrees, and they didn't have big names, and they didn't have wealth. They were common folk that had exceptional favor on their life and chosen for an exceptional purpose. Well, I think there's a lot of Canadians that find themselves in uncertain times and under the weight of great taxation that can draw hope from this timeless story. And no matter how ordinary they feel, and no matter how stacked the odds may be against them, and how many times they may feel overlooked by society and forgotten by governments, there's someone who still knows their name and still recognizes them. And that's what the story of Christmas is all about, is that we're not alone, but he came to us. And Madam Speaker, I love this story because the first ones to be entrusted with the great news of the newborn Savior and the babe in a manger were not the kings and rulers of the day. Guess who it was? The farmers, the shepherds, those tending their flocks where on the hillside at night, and when the stars were brightly shining and the angels lit up and they gave the message, I got great news of glad joy, good news for all people, peace on earth and goodwill to all men. Who was that given to? Madam Speaker, that wasn't given to the rulers of the day. That news was entrusted to the common folks, the forgotten ones, the sheep herders, the farmers on the hillside. And I think that relates to us as parliamentarians. Some of the greatest news some of the best ideas, some of the things that will help get our country back on the right track will be found at the tables of ordinary folks, hearing their stories, listening to their challenges, understanding where they're coming from. And if we took time to listen to more shepherds and farmers and truck drivers and oil workers and bucket carriers and waitresses, I think we'd gain a lot more wisdom than spending a whole lot more time at fancy conferences, paying big money, listening to the so-called experts tell us things that obviously have misled us in so many ways. But if we get back to the people that built this country, to the common folks, guess what? I think there's wisdom there that can get us out of the malaise that we're in now. And I got to wrap up the little story. I'm down to, 5 minutes? Oh, my land, I got to bring it down to a close. But we can't leave it with the shepherds and the angels singing on high and Mary and Joseph and the baby. There was 3 others that came. They were called the wise men. I love this about the story. The 3 wise men, or the Magi, came from afar. Because wise people know and recognize sometimes you got to go a long ways to find the truth in life. Sometimes you got to be willing to step out of your comfort zone, come down out of your high places and go to the lowly places to find some of the most precious gifts that can be found. And those 3 wise men were wise indeed. They were wise enough to seek out the answers for what they were facing in an uncommon place. And they followed a star, and it got them to the city or the town of Bethlehem. And they came bearing gifts. Do you remember the 3 gifts? Gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And when they showed up with the gold obviously spoke to the financial resources. How can we reflect the wisdom of the wise men? Perhaps we can help the less fortunate with our resources. And if we've been blessed with some goods, let's remember to give to those good charities that do good things in our communities, that make a difference in people's lives in a real way. Let's remember to bring our finances and our gold to the table. And when we give to the least fortunate, we are actually giving it to the King, and it brings honor to him. The second one was what? Frankincense. Frankincense was the incense which basically represented the prayers of the people throughout the ages. And the good news about prayer is prayer lives on. The prayers of our forefathers, our mums, and our dads, and yes, the prayers of our parents and our own prayers will live on. And when we bring our prayers to God, it's a gift to him. The wise men brought that. And there's prayers for peace that are going on right now all over the world, looking for peace. This time of year, when we remember there's a promise of peace that's offered to us, and we can give that to you, and we can give that to others. And the last one that they brought was myrrh. What was myrrh symbolic of? Myrrh was the ointment that they brought to heal wounds. It represented brokenness. It's amazing about this king, who's different than other kings. The greatest gift that we can honor him with is our vulnerabilities and our brokenness. And I think there's a lot of Canadians and a lot of people throughout our world that are hurting right now. And Christmas can be a time of a lot of mixed things, filled with a lot of joy. But for those who've recently lost loved ones, there's a lot of hurt and a lot of pain, a lot of questions. My own family knows what it is. I lost a brother at Christmas season. He was 34 years old. He had 3 young daughters, and I watched my parents age overnight. He passed away on Boxing Day of 2007. And yes, as a person of faith, I can tell you that Christmas is mixed for us. We have many joyful memories, but we have some painful ones. But I can tell you this, Madam Speaker. I am thankful for the greatest gift that was ever given at Christmas because it helped my family. And it's my prayer for everyone in this house that it helps all of you to know that yes, he came for everyone on every side of this house, irregardless of partisanship or politics, because there's things bigger than politics in life. And that's the greatest gift that was ever given. Because his name was to be called Emmanuel, which means God is with us. And he's with us in uncertain times. He's with us in hurtful times. He's with us in painful times and in joyous times. And he promised to never leave us. So, Madam Speaker, with that I conclude that my wish for this House and for everyone in Canada that maybe perhaps is hurting right now, may he be your Emmanuel, your God who is with you and with us. Thank you, and Merry Christmas to you and your families.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Sports.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his impassioned speech this afternoon, and I'd like to wish him and his family a Merry Christmas and of course express my condolences on the passing of his late brother. I was raised in a Catholic household, went to church. I since have not attended church. I've taken a slightly different path personally, but I attended catechism, and I know and remember Genesis 2:15 told us that people were put on this planet to take care of planet Earth. I'm also a big fan of Katharine Hayhoe, who's an evangelical Christian who wrote a book called Saving Us. It's a book about how to communicate climate change and how to communicate the necessity of humans to act, given the impact that we've had on our planet through burning fossil fuels. How to have those conversations, particularly when we come together over the holiday season. So if anybody's out there and they're looking forward to getting together with their family, but maybe not looking forward to having discussions about politics or climate change, I'd encourage you to look up Saving Us by Katharine Hayhoe. She's brilliant. I also know that foundational to Christian ethic is that we ought to all support vulnerable people. In my view, Jesus was undoubtedly a democratic socialist. He cared about people first and foremost. I would just remind my colleague that he was on his way to Bethlehem because Mary and Joseph were tax compliant. They were going for the census because they believed in helping other people. Now, statistics tell us very clearly, Madam Speaker, that evangelical Protestants and Catholics are among the people who care about climate change the least. Could he change my mind? Could he tell me that he believes in climate change and believes that we ought to act to lower our emissions and fight for our planet because it's the only one that God ever created for us?
The Honourable Member Tobic Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I do wish him and his family a very Merry Christmas and a happy and blessed New Year. I will say this, that obviously I believe all of us are entrusted and called upon to be good stewards of the land and the earth that we've been planting. All of us. I have young children. I see still young. I have one in grade 7 and a couple in college and university. I want to hand on to my children a better and cleaner and greener planet than what I found. But I don't think the answer's found in virtue signals or useless taxes that punish our own people and do nothing to improve the environment. We've had the carbon tax in this country now for over a decade and a half in some jurisdictions, and guess what the Environmental Commissioner of Canada told us? When I asked him, sir, do we have a metric that can tell us how much carbon has been reduced in Canada as a result of the implementation of the carbon tax? You know what he told me, sir? He said, we have no such metric. So the landmark signature piece of legislation, the carbon tax that has punished us into poverty, has done nothing to affect the climate and done everything to diminish the pocketbooks of Canadians. I think we need a better approach.
That's right. I just want to remind the member he's to address all questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the members. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I enjoy my time on the Fisheries Committee with the member, and I do want to first say that I'm incredibly sorry for the loss of his brother. Madam Speaker, I don't know about you, but I was looking around my surroundings as the member was speaking, thinking that I was in a gospel church, and in fact I am not. I am still in the House of Commons, and so I am going to ask a question that is very important to my role as a member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, the member, and I'll bring it back to what he was talking about. He was talking about Mary from the Bible, and I was reflecting on the fact that I think what Mary would have liked more than a manger is affordable housing, is childcare, is access to health care, is access to, oh, how about GST off all home heating? These are all examples of things that I think all of us need. And my question is, the member's talking about us making sure that we are supporting one another, in particular at this time of year, which I agree with. Why are the Conservatives voting against all these essential supports that Canadians across the country need and deserve?
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. Always enjoy our time on fisheries as well, and it's always a pleasure to work with you. I must say, Madam Speaker, though, the question that I think Canadians are asking more than anything is we're seeing a piecemeal approach, gimmicks, tax tricks, all kinds of fun and cute stuff to say and pretend that we're doing something. But what I hear over and over again from my folks back home, please Mr. Bragdon, provide us some relief and somehow get us a carbon tax election so we can get rid of that stupid carbon tax and we afford more and more things and live our lives with less government intrusion. You would do us more favors and relieve more pressure and let us raise our families and live our lives without the big hand of bigger and bigger government on our backs.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of Calgary Centre.
Speaker, and I really enjoyed my colleague's speech there. I want to ask him a question because he did touch on carbon taxation and the effect it's having on our citizens and on our economy. A short time ago, the Commissioner for Environment and Social and Sustainable Development gave a quote when he reported on one of his audits. He said, "The recent decreases to projected 2030 emissions were not due to climate actions taken by governments, but were instead because of revisions to the data or methods used in modeling." What does my colleague think about that kind of deceit that's being displayed by this government in order to pretend they're actually having an effect on the environment?
The honourable member of Tobic-Mactaquac.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Calgary Centre, who is really, truly a bright mind in this House and understands finances and financial structures and how it works and taxation more than most. And I will say this, he's exactly right. So much of this is virtuosity and virtue signaling without any real results that are tangible for Canadians. And the carbon tax has cost every sector, because every time someone is taxed, for example, the farmer is taxed that grows our food, the trucker is taxed who transports our food, the grocer is taxed who puts the food on the shelf. That affects every Canadian that has to buy that food. It's a multiplying effect that has no genuine benefit to the environment. And the whole world is starting to pivot and realize they're not buying into these schematics anymore. They want practical, tangible results. And the best thing we can do for the Earth's planet is to get more Canadian energy on the planet, because we have the best regulations and we have the best workers and we produce the best products in the world. We got a good news story to tell, and we need to be telling it. And the more Canadian energy we get on the market, the better the planet's going to be.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, you know, he talked about, he called them gimmicks. Let me remind my colleague that in 2021, the Conservatives brought forward the idea of having a GST holiday, just like what was implemented and passed in this House. They also brought forward the concept, Madam Speaker, of removing the GST on home heating. What did they do, though, when the NDP brought forward a motion to do that? They voted against it. So they bring forward ideas, but if it's not them that's putting forward the motion, they vote against it, Madam Speaker. One thing we do know is that when the Harper government was in power and the last time Conservatives governed, they gave a 7% tax cut for big corporations that cost over $70 billion to Canadian taxpayers, Madam Speaker. They gave a 1% tax break to small business. So we know where their priorities are. So through you, Madam Speaker, are they going to make promises and then continue to break them? Is that the plan? Or are they going to put forward something and share something today that they actually want to support and work with other parties on? Because we have not seen them in 9 years. I can't think of a thing that they've gotten done. Instead, we've been working dental care, pharmacare. Madam Speaker, I'll let my colleague present something here that maybe we can work together on.
Order. The honour for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague. Always enjoy our conversations, and we had a brief stint on fisheries together. And again, thank you for your question. But what is glaringly and absolutely obvious in this, and every time they go back and say, well, when Harper, we're 9 years later, they've had a government that they and their party have been propping up that has produced no results on the environment and cost Canadians absorbently more. And when it comes to this latest GST gimmick, and I call it a gimmick because I just got a call from a small business owner last night who's saying how frustrated he is right now because this is only going to be for a month and a half, and it's only on certain items, and other items are exempt, and it's not applicable across the board. It's leading to more frustration, more consternation, and no relief on a broad basis for Canadians that are desperate for relief, and the best way they can get that is have a carbon tax election, and they get to choose.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the members lost the point. It was a Conservative idea, albeit a month as opposed to 2 months, and it's a GST at a time in which I believe is an appropriate time to do. And so here you have Conservatives that actually campaigned. It was in their Conservative election platform, and Madam Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party at the time actually tweeted on it, saying it was a good thing. Now we have the time to vote in favor of it, and yet they decided to vote against it. I think it's a legitimate question to ask, why the change of heart?
Answer the honourable for Topic Mactaquac.
I just want to say thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague. And I will say this, he is truly a workhorse in this House. He's here and puts in more hours. A close, maybe if not first, but close second would be the member from Lakeland, I think, who's here almost as much as he is. And I will say this, they're workhorses. But to your question, I think what Canadians are clear about, they don't want some temporary, and at this time of economic crisis, what little bit of relief is being provided for 6 to 8 weeks is not even going to scratch the surface to the need of Canadians. You know what they're crying for? Is a permanent, full-time axe of the carbon tax for everyone, everywhere. What better way to get it than a carbon tax election? Let's have one.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank my colleague from Tobic Mactaquac for bringing his words of wisdom into this place. I want to talk to our lobby desk assistant and say, please never make me follow the member for Tobic Mactaquac again. I don't know how I'm going to top that. Every time I go to midnight mass now, I'll be thinking about the speech that he just gave, and to all the pastors out there that don't have a sermon for your midnight mass, I would suggest you just take the clipping that'll be provided by the House of Commons, provided for your congregation, and you will be more enlightened than you were before you came. So, you know, Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I do want to say, because so, Mr. Speaker, there was you guys changed while I was walking around here. I do want to wish a very Merry Christmas to all of my constituents back in Central Alberta of Red Deer-Lacombe. I know they're awaiting my Christmas card and the calendar that often comes. I promise you that those things will somehow, in some way, someday, get there. And in the meantime, I'll continue to communicate with you the best way that I can. But, Mr. Speaker, on to the point at hand, which is the continuation of the debate on the government's mishandling of the Green Slush Fund for Sustainable Development Technology Canada, another institution that has now been basically tarnished, and as a matter of fact, disbanded. Another victim of the absolutely abysmal leadership. Never in my time here, Mr. Speaker, has one person, the Prime Minister, been such a collection of bad ideas, bad judgment, and bad leadership. And never has Canada, I think, had such a pall cast over it, and never has the citizenship been this frustrated, Mr. Speaker. So I now rise a third time to address this chamber in this matter relating to the Green Slush Fund. So why? Because this government has refused and continues to refuse to turn over documents relating to the corruption at SDTC as ordered by the House on June 10th of 2024. With this issue dragging on for months now, it is clear the government has entrenched itself. It clearly has something that it wants to hide, but this House, and it's not just Conservatives, there is no majority in this House that is going to let the government off the hook for the time being. I'm sure there's a price that somebody can be purchased for, and I'll see when that day comes. I'll save my comments for that time. But for now, Mr. Speaker, this is where we're at. We're at an impasse. I've never seen anything like this, Mr. Speaker. If I do not rise on my feet again before this House adjourns for Christmas, when I return, I'll have eclipsed the 19th anniversary of my election to this chamber, and I have never seen anything like this. As a matter of fact, to my knowledge, this is the longest privilege debate that's ever happened in our nation's history. That's the kinds of records. Wayne Gretzky set all kinds of great records. The kinds of records this guy's setting will have him certainly remembered for all of the wrong reasons in the history books to come. So for those who are watching, here's a quick refresher on the scandal. SDTC, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, was an organization that gave taxpayer-funded grants to companies with solutions to improve Canada's environmental record. And as I mentioned in a question that I had earlier, this is something that there was general consensus about. SDTC was started up, I believe, in the early 2000s by the then Liberal government, Jean Chrétien and his government. This program survived a Conservative government. Despite all of the accusations, which are baseless, that somehow Conservatives don't care about the environment, which is simply not true at all. We're just realistic and practical about the environment, which is what differentiates us from everybody else. But we saw the value in Sustainable Development Technology Canada, that program, that operation maintained all through the tenure of Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And it wasn't until the current Prime Minister and the people that he chooses to appoint to oversee these things, because it is his decision. He decides who's in cabinet. He decides who is going to lead in those portfolios. He is the one that is judging their character and their virtues and their competencies. And he is the one that is ultimately responsible for this fiasco. So the Auditor General found that SDTC doled out nearly $400 million of a $500 million program worth of contracts that went in some way, shape, form, or another to the benefit of the very board members that the minister, under the watch of this Prime Minister, appointed to the board of SDTC. Board members that were clearly Liberal appointments. While awarding these contracts, they were found to have breached the ethics rules around contracts not once, not twice, not 10 times, not 50 times, not 100 times, not 150 times, 186 times. In addition, they funded 10 illegitimate projects to the tune of $58 million. These are projects that couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or help with the development of green technology at all. So now, not only do we have 186 conflicts of interest, but we're actually doling out money for which the purpose wasn't even indicative in any of the contracts that were awarded. The scandal was so bad that the government abolished SDTC and rolled the fund into the Natural Resources Canada, NRC. And there is a word that comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, when we hear of a scandal of this size and of this magnitude, it's been said before, it'll be said again, it's said commonplace virtually every time there's a Liberal government in this country, and that word is corruption. It's corrupt. The word corruption comes from the Latin word corrupts, a past participle of the Latin word corrumpere. The prefix cor means altogether, and rumpere means to break. In Old Greek, the word is synonymous with decomposing, putrid, and spoiled. Decomposing, putrid, and spoiled. Decomposing, putrid, and spoiled. Too bad the hecklers weren't listening. Corruption and decay go hand in hand. As such, when we say that everything feels broken, we say it because we mean it. The country is in decay, and this government's rotten influence is running rampant, spoiling every single thing it touches. Even programs and services where there is consensus in all corners of this House. The consensus on immigration is another great example of something that this Prime Minister has now destroyed. My colleague, the member for South Shore St. Margaret, said in one of his speeches that this is corruption like we have never seen in Canada. I believe that he is correct in his assessment of the situation, with one exception. There is probably one other Prime Minister that could rival the current profligate spending and graft that is that Prime Minister's father. It seems like every time we have a Prime Minister with that last name, the country ends up on edge. And this Liberal rot extends far beyond SDTC. It now touches every facet of Canadian society and its institutions. Take the natural health product industry, for instance, Mr. Speaker, and I'll tie that in. This government took a world-leading regulatory regime implemented by the previous Harper government and ripped it up as if it meant nothing. They did not bother to consult with the industry either. That would have been obviously beneath them. So instead of continuing with the existing framework, the government, led by the inept Minister of Health, decided to move natural health products into the same regime as therapeutic drugs, contrary to previous parliamentary studies and general consensus that vitamins and supplements are not the same things as doctor-prescribed medications. These changes would devastate the natural health product industry. The IADSA, the IADSA, the International Alliance of Dietary Food Supplement Associations, had this to say about the changes that are being proposed by this current government here in Canada. We are writing today to express our concerns about the regulatory changes being proposed in Canada, which, if implemented, could impact not only the competitive position of the dietary supplement industry within your country, but also Canada's position as a global reference point in this area. Up to now, Canada has been a world leader in the regulation of dietary supplements. We fear that the proposed changes to Canada's regulatory framework for natural health products risk creating an environment that could stifle the industry and limit Canadians' access to high-quality supplements. The IADSA has always promoted the Canadian model as a global reference point for governments across the world who are creating or redeveloping their regulatory systems. This Canadian model is recognized as providing consumers access to products which are safe and beneficial while fostering innovation and supporting investment in the sector. That is the most glowing words you could probably hear from an international organization touting the regime created by the Harper administration for natural health products as being the gold standard to which every other country is measured. And now they are writing to our committee and to members of Parliament saying that if you pursue the current agenda that the Liberal government, with the support of the NDP through Bill C-47, if you pursue this agenda and the self-care framework that the regulatory framework ensues, you will actually destroy the gold standard, the gold star, the institution that the rest of the world should be modeling itself after and designing itself after. As a response to this illogical and unwarranted attack on the natural health product industry, I did, Mr. Speaker, introduce my private member's bill, C-368, to bring the industry back to the old regulatory regime. Yet the government is not done with their attacks, and let me explain to the people at home why an election is so important. In early spring, the government plans on implementing its cost recovery framework through the gazetting process. You see, Bill C-368 may have passed second reading in this place. It may have passed the committee stage, but it is yet to be debated at third reading in this House and passed, and then it would have to go to the Senate all over again to go through that same set of steps and processes, all before the next election. Given that that timeline is likely getting to be fairly unlikely, the government is still free then and still has the old legislation that they passed in Bill C-47 and Bill C-69. They are still free to pursue the regulatory environment to implement the self-care framework. And this is a funding model, a self-funding model that is behind the changes to begin with. It's a tax grab on the industry to get the people who sell us our small businesses, small, medium-sized, mom-and-pop shops, these small businesses who create and innovate and develop all of these supplements, vitamins, protein powders, things of this nature, under the same cost recover framework that somebody like Pfizer or Purdue Pharmacy would have to actually pay. Nobody in this industry has this kind of money. It's a death sentence for the natural health product industry. And every day that this government has care and control of the governor and council, the ability to pass regulatory changes, they're still allowed to, notwithstanding my Bill 368, they're still allowed to pursue this framework. And the Minister of Health has said very clearly that he is hell-bent on destroying this institution as well. And they will implement the self-care framework. So for the Canadians that are watching, it's very, very important, because there's two parties so far in this House that have voted non-confidence in the government so that we can have an election. Because what an election would do is it would kill the ability of this government to pursue this regulatory change to the natural health product industry. They won't be able to gazette anything during an election. And at the outcome of the next election, hopefully there's a government that will stop and cease destroying the natural health product industry in Canada. And that's why it's very, very important that the one party that continues to support this government be held accountable, because they're continuing, even though they may have supported my bill in some bizarre manners. I might add the member on the Health Committee actually tried to move a wrecking motion to destroy the bill at committee. Luckily, he was granted a timeout and heard from tens of thousands of Canadians and changed his ways. And we managed to salvage Bill C-368 at committee. But every day that the New Democratic Party continues to prop up this government, wears one day closer to a gazetting process for the self-care framework, which will put the cost recovery model burden on the natural health product industry, and that is what will destroy the innovation, the growth, and destroy the gold standard model that the IADSA, the IADSA says is the best one in the world. That is what's at stake. We need an election, not just because of all of the other corruption, because of all of the bad ideas. I said that earlier in my speech. Never has there been such a collection of bad ideas, bad judgment, and bad leadership in one human being as we have in the current Prime Minister. Now, I use this, Mr. Speaker, because it's a microcosm of what's wrong with the government. They can't work collaboratively anymore. They have got no friends left. No one is defending them. They're simply, I can't imagine what they're staying on the course for, because nothing is getting passed in this place. So it's only to pursue this regulatory power and regulatory authority that they still have that they're clutching on to government. And who is the enabler, Mr. Speaker? The New Democratic Party. So one can only conclude that is what the true agenda is, even though others might say so publicly. There's no doubt in my mind, Mr. Speaker, that that's what's going on. So for those of you that are watching, that's what's at risk. If we don't have an election sooner rather than later for the natural health product industry, another institution, another gold standard institution ruined by the incompetence of this government. Now, to get back to SDTC, Mr. Speaker, in the case of SDTC, the crux of the matter is document production. Without documents, how are we to hold the government accountable for anything? We have asked for documents. We in the Conservative Party have asked for documents numerous times, not just in this particular example, but we ask for them constantly. In every committee that's here, I happen to be a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee at this time, we've asked for document productions so many times, and we've been denied access to these documents that members of the media had access to during the foreign interference scandal, for example. Mr. Speaker, members of the media can see documents that I, as an elected member of Parliament, have never been able to see. Because this government, propped up by the NDP, whether it's in this House or at committee, always deny Parliament getting access to unredacted documents, doesn't matter what the issue is. In this particular case, it just happens to be the documents surrounding Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And if Canadians are wondering why we're making such a big fuss about it, because this is the line in the sand. It's been crossed so many times. It was even crossed in the previous Parliament to the point where an election was called to prevent documents for the Winnipeg labs being tabled in this place.
Absolutely.
We had someone summoned to the bar, which I don't think had happened for 113 years, who refused to actually bring the documents when he was here, was admonished by the Speaker of this place. And then the government, so self-righteous in its determination to keep things secret, actually took the previous Speaker to court. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that courts have always said that Parliament is supreme in the matters of its own governance, but that wouldn't stop the government from pursuing that matter. So desperate they are to hide what they've done and to keep from Canadians what they've done. So here we are at an impasse. We're several months into an impasse. There's only one political party in this place that doesn't want to turn over the documents. They're the government. All the other parties to date are allowing this debate to continue until the government does what it's supposed to do, and the Speaker has asked them to do so. The House, and this is what the Speaker has said, Mr. Speaker, the House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties. 400 million taxpayers' dollars misappropriately spent, 186 conflicts of interest identified by the Auditor General. This is taxpayers' money. This is a government program. If this isn't the textbook case of documents that Parliament should be able to see, then frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what else would be. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just wrap up my comments by saying this. There's a number of us in this place tonight that have been here for a long time. And like I said at the beginning of my remarks, if I'm not on my feet again by the time I return, I'll have eclipsed the 19th anniversary of my first election to this place. I have never seen a House of Commons in this much disarray, and I've never seen a government that has lost complete and utter control of the finances of the country, of law and order on the street, and lost control of themselves and the ability to follow the rules of this place. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
Shame.
Before going to questions and comments, I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill, C-78, an act respecting temporary cost of living, relief, affordability. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir la Chambre.
I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill. C-78, an act respecting temporary cost of living relief, affordability.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say to the member that just made his proclamation that I've been a parliamentarian, both in government and in opposition at federal and provincial levels now for over 30 years. Never before have I ever witnessed such a political party like the Conservative Party we see today being borderline in contempt of Parliament, and this has now been going on for weeks, going into months, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if you take a look at it, the current leader of the Conservative Party gained his first-hand experience a number of years ago when his boss, Stephen Harper, was found in contempt of Parliament. And he's learned from that because that's what we are seeing here, borderline contempt. And now, go fast forward. We see the leader of the Conservative Party again being borderline contempt of the need to be able to get a security clearance. We even have Patrick Brown now that has said foreign interference is directly in the Conservative Party. My question to the member is, why does he believe that his leader does not have the courage to get a security clearance? Can he tell us what it is that the leader of the Conservative Party is hiding?
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the Conservative Party was once a minister of the Crown in this place, in which case he would have had to get a security clearance. So he's obviously capable of getting a security clearance. Mr. Speaker, the leader has been very, very clear in his remarks. Once he subscribes to the Prime Minister's plan for him, the Prime Minister will decide what information the Leader of the Opposition will see. He'll decide what he's able to talk about. That is effectively muzzling the Leader of the Opposition. He's smart enough to know when a trap is being set by the Liberal Party, and he's smart enough to stay out of it.
That's exactly.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
And thank you to the member. Mr. Speaker, I want to come back to a comment that the member made at the beginning of his speech. He was talking about this privilege debate, that it's the longest in Canadian history, and he hasn't seen anything like this in almost 20 years in this chamber. And you know, I haven't been here as long as this member has been. He was talking about how long he's been here, but it's my understanding, as my colleague was just mentioning, that the only Prime Minister to have been found in contempt of Parliament was Prime Minister Stephen Harper, which is, of course, as the member's mentioning how long he's been here, a government that this member was part of. What I'm wondering is why, you know, the current Prime Minister perhaps would be held in contempt, but we'll never know because the Conservatives are filibustering their own motion. And so my question is, why are the Conservatives letting the Prime Minister off the hook instead of getting the answers that we need?
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
There is some there's some pretzel twisting you'd have to do to follow the logic of the question from the honourable colleague that just asked me the question. Anyway, I was here So I'll just let Canadians know this is how this works. Basically, it's found in contempt by a vote of Parliament. This is a minority Parliament where Stephen Harper and the Conservatives and I was a member of the Conservative Party. We had 124 members of Parliament, and we don't have any natural allies here. We are the only political entity in this chamber that is actually on one side of the political spectrum. All the other political parties lean heavily to the other side of the spectrum, so they can make any motion, any fabrication that they want, pass it because they will have the numbers to do so anytime the Conservatives are in a minority scenario. To follow up on the rest of her question, it was I was here, it was a kangaroo court, I watched the whole thing. Is it parliamentary? Yes. Is it actually contempt? No, there was no contempt. But to answer the question that my colleague actually asked, all that, and I appreciate the fact that the NDP hasn't folded up its tent and gone home yet on this. I mean, any point in time, the NDP could change its tune and allow the government off the hook. If she wants to hold the Liberal Prime Minister to contempt, I suggest that she try a unanimous consent motion and see what happens.
Yeah, good idea.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech, and I would just follow up on the last question. I'd like to ask him if the NDP was putting forward a motion to actually find this Prime Minister in contempt, which I do find this Prime Minister in contempt of Parliament several times in this Parliament since I've been here 5 years, not 19 like my colleague. Can I ask him which NDP party he think will show up, the one that actually is an opposition party or the one that is actually in the back pocket of this Prime Minister?
Yeah, exactly.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I want to apologies to the interpreters there. I'll leave that desktop alone. I want to thank my colleague for his question. Look, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, he asked a very important question. Whenever it comes to standing up and lecturing or trying to appear virtuous, the NDP always, at least in appearances, tries to appear that they're doing what they say they're doing. But every time the rubber hits the road, when it comes to the point of decision, when it really matters, which is when we vote, the NDP always votes opposite of everything that they say. And we witnessed it this week. We actually put the words in a motion of the NDP leader himself. And the NDP leader and his caucus voted against the very words he said, the very position he took. No one can ever believe anything the leader of the NDP ever says ever again.
And comments, and I know because the honourable member stood up long enough there. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, because the member was knowingly misleading the House. No contempt, he said. There was no contempt.
I know we're getting all right. That's so far almost over the edge. So I'm just going to ask the member maybe to rethink that line and go at it again. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Was contempt. The member knows there was contempt. The contempt that was shown by the Harper government is very clear to Canadians. The contempt of the Harper government was adjudicated here in the House. So the member knows full well that there was contempt. He knows full well the long litany of Harper scandals, how deplorable they were to veterans and seniors, how bad that government was, how abysmally bad, and the scandals, billions of dollars far beyond the STDC. The NDP has gotten to the bottom of every one of the Liberal scandals. We weren't able to get to the bottom of Conservative scandals because each and every time showing complete contempt for democratic processes and getting any sort of transparency at all, the Harper government shut it down. But to clarify, Mr. Speaker, because this member knows full well, and he needs to come clean with Canadians. The Harper government was found in contempt by this Parliament, and he has to admit it. Will he admit the contempt charge that was adjudicated and resolved here on the floor of the House of Commons?
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
You know, it never ceases to amaze me that the member for New Westminster Burnaby conflates issues the way that he actually does. Now, the Harper government probably spent money in a way that the NDP didn't agree with, but it actually led to one of the most prosperous times in Canadian history. As a matter of fact, at the end of the Harper era in government, the Canadian household income was every bit as wealthy and on par with that of the United States of America. Now we actually...
Order. I did give the honourable member plenty of time to ask his question, so I'm hoping that he will allow. I hope that he will allow the honourable member. I would hope the honourable member would allow him to answer it. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
You would notice, Mr. Speaker, that I did not interrupt the member when he was asking his question, which was full of so many falsehoods, I couldn't even begin to name all of them, but I'm not afforded the same courtesy back when I'm answering the question. I'll continue on, Mr. Speaker. The difference now between the median household income of a Canadian versus that of an American has never been wider than it is now, and that only took 9 years of a Prime Minister, the Prime Minister, where I've never seen a collection of bad ideas, bad judgment, and bad leadership. And it just amazes me that the New Democrats would support somebody with that many strikes against him.
Questions and comments to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. Stephen Harper, his Parliamentary Secretary, was the current leader of the Conservative Party, was the only government in the Commonwealth to be held in contempt of Parliament. You can close your eyes all you want to the member, Mr. Speaker, but that is the truth, and the member knows it, whether he wants to admit it or not. The question I have for him is in regards to the security clearance. The leader of the Bloc, the NDP, and the Green all have the security clearance, and they're not trapped. They're still able to talk. What is the real reason why the leader of the Conservative Party refuses to tell Canadians about his past?
Under a minute, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've already answered this question, and in fact, actually, the assertions that the Parliamentary Secretary just made are simply not true, because the leader of the Bloc Québécois, when speaking to the media outside of this place, said, "I cannot be as frank with you as I was before." Now I'm paraphrasing in English, of course, Mr. Speaker, because he's taken the security clearance and he's had the security briefing, and he was then muzzled to a certain degree in what he was able to say. Look, this is just a red herring put into play by the Parliamentary Secretary. The Prime Minister can give and authorize a briefing to the Washington Post. If the Prime Minister wants the Leader of the Opposition to know something, he simply has to pick up the phone, call him, and tell him what he wants him to know.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are still here waiting for the Liberal government to produce the documents and turn them over to the RCMP. And I know that many of my constituents, many Canadians across this country, are puzzled as to why the Liberals continue to evade any accountability and responsibility in this situation. I'd like to recap why this is so important: the egregious abuse of taxpayer dollars that occurred with the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, which was turned into a slush fund for Liberal elite insiders.
Order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
For interrupting, Mr. Speaker, but the RCMP has said repeatedly they have all the documents they need to conduct the investigation.
Not a point of order, a point of debate. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we see an example of a Liberal MP trying to play word games and thinks that he's smarter than everybody else in the room when he's far from it. And this is a constant theme with this government, that they can play games and pretend that they know more than everybody else in our country. The reality is that they don't. So once again, let's recap the abuse of taxpayer dollars that the Liberal MP from Milton would like to scoff at and gloss over right now. For ineligible projects, $58 million. For conflict of interest violations, $334 million across 186 projects. Contribution agreements ignored for $58 million of taxpayer money, added up $400 million wasted of taxpayer money that this Liberal Party, that this Liberal government would like to avoid any accountability and transparency over. So I think a lot of Canadians don't know a lot about the SDTC, and there are some natural questions to ask about how does an organization backed with so much money from the federal government creep away from its mission and its core responsibility to this extent, that it can give out hundreds of millions of dollars without any accountability and have their mistakes covered for by the current Liberal government. So I've done a lot of reading, a lot of research into the SDTC, I'd like to share some of what I've learned, share some of the distractions and the ways that the SDTC understood its ethical responsibility to the Canadian people. I took a read, Mr. Speaker, of the SDTC Code of Ethics, document 12.05. And in it, it shows a social activist agenda far outside of the scope of what the Canadian public had trusted the organization to do with its taxpayer dollars. I'd like to quote from that Code of Ethics. The SDTC recognizes that equity, diversity, and inclusion enables organizations to leverage the range of perspectives needed to address today's complex challenges. As a result, equity, diversity, and inclusion is an important consideration for optimal operation of our organizations as well as for funded companies. Mr. Speaker, this is what the SDTC thought ethical management of Canadian taxpayer dollars looked like. They had completely embraced a social activist agenda that had nothing to do with why the SDTC was funded, why it was incorporated, and what it was trusted to do on behalf of the Canadian public. In fact, when you look at the SDTC's most recent corporate plan, you will find them being very clear of their social activist agenda. Equity, diversity, and inclusion are foundational to our culture. That is from the SDTC corporate plan. Once again reiterating a social activist agenda that they put at the center of the organization's operations, far outside the scope of what they were actually asked to do. Now, it goes much deeper than that, Mr. Speaker, because the SDTC had been an advocate for and a supporter of one of this Liberal government's most far-reaching social activist projects, the 30-50 initiative. And many Canadians might not know what that is, so I would like to explain. The 30-50 initiative is a micromanagement of the race and gender representation of boards of directors and senior managers at companies across the country in a wide range of industries. If you look at the businesses that have been drawn to this, you will find, not all, but many, are many of the industries that are currently doing a massive disservice to the consumers of our country. The cell phone companies that are overcharging people on monthly bills, the banks that are charging Canadians over-the-top banking fees. The 30-50 initiative seems to be like a light to the moth for companies that are looking for efforts to virtue signal, that are looking for efforts to look like they are compassionate and they're nice and they care about people, but at the end of the day, show very little regard for the Canadian consumer or the Canadian taxpayer. So the SDTC fit into this group of businesses beautifully, wonderful, great fit for them, because it was a hustle. It's a hustle to create a certain kind of perception and image of what they were doing, while we know now, because of whistleblowers and other documents that have been released, what exactly they were doing, which is engaging in corruption and making sure that their liberal elite insider buddies were given cash. So, now, what else was the SDTC up to? These are important questions for Canadians to know, because I think we need to understand, how does an organization turn into the scandal that the SDTC has become? And there's another acronym that the SDTC was very interested in and obsessed with, in fact, and the acronym is ESG, Environmental, Social, and Governance. They'd embrace an entire framework of understanding what an organization's ethical responsibilities are to the public. And through that, we understand exactly the kind of distractions and priorities that the SDTC decided to occupy itself with while making a series of decisions that led to the mismanagement of public funds. For those who are unfamiliar with ESG, it is a form of stakeholder capitalism. It is a form of capitalism that asserts the responsibility of big businesses and well-funded organizations is to engage in social activism outside of the scope of the actual business purpose. Now, just to remind people, what was the SDTC's business purpose? Why did it exist? Why was it funded? Why was it incorporated? Well, I'll give you their own self-description from their website. The SDTC helps Canadian companies develop and deploy sustainable technologies by delivering critical funding support at every stage of their journey. Mr. Speaker, we know very clearly, based on the numbers, that the SDTC dramatically failed to achieve its business purpose. We know that because $58 million of taxpayer money went to ineligible projects that did not meet the purpose of the SDTC. We know they failed their business purpose because 186 projects, accounting for $334 million, had conflict of interest violations that went unaddressed by the organization. And we know that contribution agreements were ignored in the amount of $58 million of SDTC money. So instead of being focused on their actual business purpose, the reason they received taxpayer money from hardworking Canadians, they were more concerned with ESG. And you can find references to ESG in lots of their documents. From the 2022-2023 corporate plan, the SDTC says very clearly, in keeping with our mission to enable environmental and economic prosperity for Canada, we struck a task force to look at ESG. In 2021, an SDTC press release says, quote, "The demand for ESG investment products is accelerating the trend of Canada's best clean tech ideas." And in fact, in that press release, Mr. Speaker, they used the hashtag ESG. They were very excited about it. They go on in one of their last board appointments, the most recent ones, they appointed a board member, and in explaining why they chose this board member, they describe in her bio, and I'm going to quote from it, "Her deep sectoral knowledge and expertise in ESG performance and data-driven approach uniquely complements exercising governance best practices and overseeing risks." Well, it would appear that building an organizational strategy around ESG led to putting people in positions of influence at the SDTC who in fact did not exercise governance best practices and in fact did not oversee risk. We are here at a position of scandal because the SDTC is very exemplary of a broad trend in our economy right now of organizations, powerful businesses, entrusted, whether it's public dollars or the confidence of consumers, who decide that they would rather be engaged in politics and social activism than doing what they've actually been tasked to do in our economy. And the SDTC is a glaring example of that trend. Their obsession with ESG, their obsession with DEI, betrays a real lack of attention on the reason they existed in the first place. And all the staff time, board time, director time that went to this political agenda may have very well, I would argue probably did, contribute to them keeping their eye off the ball and leading to so many disastrous decisions, not only for their organization, but for our country and for taxpayer dollars. Now, I'd like to continue on with some observations about the deeper problems with ESG, because I do think there are many organizations that have bought into this framework and have bought into a way of looking at doing business that is going to pose many of the same risks that the SDTC provides us a case study of. The National Review's Andrew Studiford has written extensively about the ESG and stakeholder capitalism problem, and he has argued that businesses should be focused on their economic objectives, and that is a threat to the democratic order for CEOs to pursue political objectives unconnected to their company's economic objectives on any reasonable reading. And with the SDTC, we have a very clear example of that. We have an organization that opted to creep away from its actual mission and instead try to influence through public dollars and its investment in other companies an entire social activist agenda, requiring many other businesses in order to be able to appeal for the cash that they were distributing, a willingness to comply with an ideological framework that had nothing to do with clean tech innovation, nothing to do with being able to turn a profit, nothing to do with building the technology that many Canadians trusted over a long period of time the SDTC to actually be interested in. Additionally, I'd like to share some points on the problem of ESG, stakeholder capitalism, big businesses, well-funded government organizations creeping into this area of social activism. Some thoughts from a colleague, Conservative member of Parliament, who has, I know I'm not supposed to name him, but Tom Kamech. I don't know what riding he's from, Mr. Speaker. Maybe you could tell me. I can't remember all the riding names.
Calgary Shepherd, the honourable member for Durham.
In 2022, our colleague, the Conservative MP from Calgary Shepherd, made some very important observations about how the Canadian government and how elected officials could do more to move economic actors away from a political and social agenda and toward actually being focused on their economic objectives. I'd like to share some of the thoughts that he had with the National Post. He argued that it should be considered a breach in the duty of care to shareholders when directors and officers of a large distributing corporation make activist statements, including in relation to public policy or social issues that is not directly related to the business the corporation carries out and that could be reasonable to be expected to reduce the value of shares. He also then went to argue that corporations requiring the firm's board of directors to first consult with shareholders would make corporations think twice before opining on something beyond their stated corporate purpose. Now, when I use a lot of that lingo and that jargon, I understand some of that is very dense corporate law stuff. But the reason why it's important is that this is about deciding when people are trusted in our society, whether they are large private sector businesses or they are well-funded nonprofit organizations backed by the federal government, how much power is the public actually entrusting them to have? When people with lots of money at their disposal decide to turn their organizations not just into economic actors, but into social activist agencies and political actors, they are representing the will and the interests of well-financed people to the detriment to the masses of Canadians who work very, very hard to have their voices heard. When the SDTC is trusted with hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money and uses that to advance a social activist agenda, when they use it to advance a political agenda, they are acting against the will of the people. We did not trust them with that power in our society, just like we don't trust many other big corporations to do the same. But instead, what we have seen right now, over and over and over again, is a willingness of people with lots of capital at their disposal to become social activists. And the SDTC is a cautionary tale. These people cannot do everything that they claim. And it's hard enough to grow a business. It's hard enough to stay within your mandate. It's hard enough to be responsible and accountable to the Canadian taxpayer, as the Liberal government well knows. But if you think you can do all of those things well and also be a social activist on the side, if you think you can do all those things well and engage in political activism on the side, you run the risk of being the SDTC, making poor decisions, destroying your organization, and not serving the public in the process. So, I'd like to leave with this. Earlier today, at the HoC committee, we heard from the Liberal government's DEI minister. And what was very revealing about this, as I was preparing for our comments here today, Mr. Speaker, concerning the SDTC, is just how much this superficiality that is represented by the SDTC is really a reflection of a broad approach to governance from the Liberal government itself. These guys are constantly focused on hollow, superficial, empty virtue signaling. They would love to be able to say whatever they can to make themselves look good and pat each other on the back. But when it comes to making decisions that are responsible for the good of our country, when it comes to making decisions that show any kind of humility, for the 9 years they've been in power, the various mistakes and scandals they've been part of, admitting they've been wrong, admitting they've made many things in our country worse, admitting many of their policies have failed, that every day we stand here, provide them with evidence, statistical, anecdotal, academic, news report, whatever evidence you can put in front of them to show just how much they've made life worse for many people in our country, and they are completely obtuse. But instead, they would rather come out and say, well, they use a lot of jargon, and they want to put trot-out DEI narratives and distill very serious problems in our country to things that make them sound good and feel good. But the reality is they are failing our country. And the problem with the SDTC, and why I think they are so dug in on not wanting to reveal this, is because I do think it is a bigger reflection of who they are and what they've done for the last 9 years. It's a bigger reflection of how they've used power, how they view the people of our country, and what responsibilities they feel, or more accurately, do not feel, for the power that's been entrusted in their hands. There's a very serious problem going on here. There's a very serious problem, and this is why, and we hear it all the time, when we're knocking on doors, when we're talking to people in the community, when I'm with my constituents in Durham, we hear it all the time. People are desperate for change, and they're not getting it from this government, from a prime minister who promised them a new way of doing politics 9 years ago, and has failed desperately to deliver on that promise. So the SDTC, it's not just about the $400 million, although that is very serious. It's not just about the corruption, although those documents should be produced, Mr. Speaker. It's also about the mentality that this government has, the broken promises they have made to an entire generation of Canadians, and their inability to learn anything from their mistakes, pivot, and maybe make a better decision for the good of our country. I, again, Mr. Speaker, hope that these documents do get produced. I do hope that the purpose of this body, the purpose of Parliament, to hold government accountable, get answers for the people of our country, is fulfilled. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to speak to the SDTC, ESG, DEI, and all the acronyms that need to change. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to read a quote from the RCMP Commissioner. I quote, "The RCMP can confirm having received all the documents from the Office of the House of Commons Law Clerk relating to SDTC. They were collected in August pursuant to an order of the House of Commons. Moreover, the RCMP has concluded that the available reports do not identify any criminal offences or evidence of criminal wrongdoing at this time." That was back in September, Mr. Speaker, and since September, despite claiming that they care about the use or misuse of public funds, these Conservatives have filibustered in the House of Commons, shutting down the most important legislative assembly in Canada for their own trivial and partisan political nonsense. More to the point, Mr. Speaker, the member from Durham didn't share his grave concerns about SDTC, didn't share any concerns about the misuse of public funds, which wasn't started by this government. It's not an agency of the Canadian government, and it's a foundation that invests in climate action. It is not an agency of this government, and it wasn't started by this government. It's a foundation that invests in climate action, which is the real reason that they're here, because they don't care about climate action. They don't care about the misuse of public funds. That's incontrovertible, Mr. Speaker. But what he's shown today is that he doesn't care about social activism. He hates climate action. He doesn't care about environmental, social, or governance standards, Mr. Speaker. It's clear why the Conservatives have been filibustering. It's for their ideological purposes, not for the misuse of...
Okay. I'm just going to say, let's try to keep our questions and comments as concise as possible. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was no question from the Liberal MP for Milton, but I do appreciate his comment because he betrayed exactly the point I've been making. He thinks that giving corporations and nonprofits backed by hundreds of millions of dollars the ability to use that money for their own purpose without the accountability, to step outside of their mission and try to influence our democratic process has anything to do with caring about climate change. He is an elitist. He wants people with money and power to be able to abuse it and use it. And he can use whatever climate change mask over that elitism he would like. But that is the reality of his political philosophy. It's the reality of the Liberal government's governance agenda. And it's exactly why they continue to resist turning over all the documents to the RCMP.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Chair, and thanks to my colleague's intervention and talking specifically to the issue. But I do have an indirect question, if I can, Mr. Speaker, with regards to, I know the member has been in the United States and visited J.D. Vance and others. I'm Vice Chair of the Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary group. We're basically the Senate and the House of Commons and all parties where we lobby effectively in the U.S. And I just would like to know, because I've asked this question many times, want to see where the Conservative Party is with regards to the CBSA. There was cuts by Stephen Harper during that era of 1,100 officers, including sniffer dogs and so forth. But to get from that point to where we are now, we've offered the suggestions of increasing the training facilities because we're short 2,000 to 3,000 workers, expanding their powers to the 1932 Order in Council that was done, rescinding that, and then lastly, Mr. Speaker, making sure that we don't focus on the issues that were put in the past, like Arrive Canada and those types of measures of lack of equipment and so forth, but put actually officers on the border to alleviate it. So maybe perhaps we can get an answer to that question if possible.
Good question.
Well, a member for Durham.
I think border security is very important. If the member would like to know my views on specific policies, he's welcome to contact me. This is actually a very good example of how the partisanship that goes on here gets masked for the Canadian public. I never heard a single word from this man in my entire life. If he was interested in my opinion on something, whether it's these specific policies or working with his parliamentary committee, he knows where to find me. We don't sit very far from each other, but this is gotcha stuff. I'm not a goof. I know these guys think because I haven't been here for long, they're going to throw all kind of stuff at me, and I'm going to stand here and be caught off guard and say something that they want me to say. That's not how that works. I'm not a goof. I'm not a sucker. You want a serious conversation? You know where to find me. Let's go.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawak.
Speaker, and I guess we'll bring it back to the debate that's actually going on here. So I just wonder if the member can tell me, when he goes knocking on the door and he tells them that they've been standing up for taxpayers' dollars, there's been $334 million and over 186 cases of conflict of interest. What is the reaction of the people, of the taxpayer, when he tells them that information?
Well, member for Durham.
Well, you know, the frustration that I hear from my constituents and from Canadians across the country is that there is a system that is completely unresponsive to their own interests. There's a feeling that we have a political culture here in Ottawa because the NDP have sold out to the Liberals that has kept people in power who don't care what Canadians are going through, don't care what they think, don't care how they feel, and then they see numbers like this of how taxpayer dollars get abused, and they go, where do I fit into all of this? Who is serving me? This is why we are pushing for accountability here, because it matters to people. It matters to my constituents, it matters to Canadians across the country, that you cannot abuse their money as the Liberals have and the NDP have supported and get away with it. You have to answer for what you have done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree, you have to answer for what you have done or what you have not done. And there is a need for accountability. The issue that people are concerned about, in part, is the issue of foreign interference. There's murder, we're talking extortion, we're talking political interference, even the leadership of the Conservative Party interference. They have members in his own caucus that are foreign interference, serious allegations, yet the leader of the Conservative Party does not feel that he needs to get a security clearance. The question to the member is, why does he believe that his leader should be exempt from having to get the security clearance when every other leader has done it?
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you. The leader of the official opposition has been asked this question and answered it multiple times. I'm sure if the member opposite actually would like to know what the leader of opposition has to say, he can find that answer readily available. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I just have a bit more of a comment because I've knocked on doors and I actually went out and reached out on this issue with my constituents. And to be frank, I haven't got a single other issue this much correspondence back in such a short period of time. When I asked my constituents, do you think the government should comply with the will of Parliament and turn these documents over, and that if any organization received the money illegitimately, that they should turn that money back and potentially face criminal repercussions if deservingly so? Over 90% answered in the affirmative. So I just wanted to put that on the record, Mr. Speaker. This is something I know I'm hearing all the time back in my riding, and it's actually the biggest issue when asked that I've ever received from correspondence at the local level.
Well, member for Durham.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I hear most often is people who are retired union members, many of whom worked at places like GM in my local area, who their entire life they supported the NDP. And now they see what this party has become and they've completely given up because they know we're the only ones fighting for any kind of transparency and accountability with the Liberal government. The NDP sold them out for their Maseratis, and they have decided that to put the Liberal Party and the current Prime Minister above the people who have supported them for a long time. So it is something I hear all the time. People want fighters. They want people who will come to Ottawa and fight for them, and that's what's missing from every party in this House, except for the Conservatives.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you tell me how much time I have, Mr. Speaker?
Just realized I didn't give you that. But so when the clock says 54, then we'll be having to move on, and so that pretty much 20 minutes. Well, you'll get the speech in, and probably won't get questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honour to rise in the House as the elected representative for North Okanagan, Shuswap. Actually, a riding that will no longer exist after the next election, but one which I've been honoured to serve for the past 9+ years, and I will continue to serve until the next federal election day, when I hope to be elected to represent the new riding of Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies. I have met with incredible people in every community across the North Okanagan Shuswap, all with a passion for their community or their cause, and all dedicated to making our communities the best they can be. As we approach the end of the fall session here in Parliament, I wish to take a few moments to thank the public service sector employees, the healthcare workers, the first responders, the small businesses, the not-for-profit volunteers, and especially those supporting and running local food banks and support organizations for all you do for our communities. Your support is so critical, especially in these winter months when housing and heating costs are higher, when local produce isn't as readily available, and food banks see extra need. And during the grayer days that can lead to added mental health challenges. Thank you for all that you do. Whether it is big or small, to support our communities, together we are stronger. And I would like to remind everyone that sometimes all it takes is a call, just to say, "Are you okay?" to make a world of difference in someone else's day and in their life. I hope everyone has a joyous end to 2024 and a bright vision and future for 2025. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the debate at hand. It is important that Canadians understand the magnitude of this matter that is at the root of this debate, and that matter is the Green Slush Fund scandal at Sustainable Development Technology Canada. For Canadians watching at home, I'll break down the Green Slush Fund scandal into 4 points. Number one, through their ever-increasing taxation, the NDP Liberal government extracted money from Canadians. 2, the Auditor General's found that Liberal appointees gave $400 million tax dollars to their own companies, involving 186 conflicts of interest. Number 3, representatives elected in this House by Canadians told the NDP Liberal government to provide the unredacted documents for the police to investigate the scandal. Number 4, the NDP Liberal government continues to refuse to release the documents. There you have it. The NDP Liberal government took money from Canadians, gave the money to their buddies, and now they refuse to provide the documents of the scandal to the police because apparently the government has something to hide. The Speaker of this House, who operates like a referee in our proceedings, has even ruled that this NDP Liberal cover-up violates the order made by the majority of MPs sent here by Canadians. And what does this latest scandal mean for Canadians? Well, rather than being focused on developing laws and policies supporting the lives of Canadians, the time and focus of the House of Commons is focused on trying to resolve the latest NDP Liberal government scandal. I do not say this to diminish the importance of shining the light of truth to expose what lies beneath the government cover-up, because in doing so in this matter is indeed essential. Many Canadians will recall the Liberal sponsorship scandal and how 2 Auditor General reports and a public inquiry revealed that an ad agency executives and Liberal Party officials had corruptly handled more than $300 million, $100 million of which was funneled to the government and Liberal Party. Nearly 20 years ago, the sponsorship scandal was exposed by Conservatives, because Conservatives forced the matter and insisted on exposing the truth. And today, here we are again, insisting on the truth being illuminated in this NDP Liberal government Green Slush Fund scandal. For Canadians, the Green Slush Fund scandal also means that $400 million were wasted or stolen at a time when many Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. $400 million were wasted or stolen at a time when communities are struggling to deal with the housing crisis, the opioid epidemic, and aging infrastructures that need to be strengthened to withstand severe weather events and natural disasters. $400 million is a big figure, and when I speak with and receive emails and calls from the good people of the North Okanagan Shuswap, they're absolutely astonished by this massive amount of money that has been misappropriated. They're astonished because there are so many ways that those funds could have been allocated to benefit citizens who earned these tax dollars in the first place. $400 million could have gone a long way in supporting local governments, increase their climate adaptation of infrastructure to protect our communities from the effects of flooding. $400 million could have helped prevent destruction of natural disasters like the Adams Lake East and Bush Creek wildfires that ravaged the North Shuswap in 2023. $400 million could have gone a long way in capitalizing wildfire training and equipment. But instead, 1,200 residents in the Shuswap had to face the fiery infernos of 2023 and contend with rebuilding 176 destroyed homes and restoring another 50 homes. A lingering lethal threat of wildfires are the persistent threats. A lingering lethal threat of the wildfires are the persistent threats of landslides. $400 million could have supported assessments and actions to help the Shuswap with recovery in the short term and prevent more natural disasters in the long term. But the NDP Liberal government chose to send $400 million to their friends through the Green Slush Fund scandal. No community in Canada has evaded the ongoing opioid crisis that has claimed over 47,000 lives since this Prime Minister ascended to power with his misguided policies. Conservatives have consistently pleaded for common sense policies and federal resources for addictions treatment. But the NDP Liberal government in Ottawa and the NDP government in Victoria have ignored common sense and subjected our communities and vulnerable citizens to dangerous hard drug experiments. As the House of Commons and as representatives of all Canadians, we must guard against becoming unaffected by the lives that are lost every single day in communities of all sizes across our nation. We must resolve to learn from the failures of the Prime Minister and the failures of Premier Eby. $400 million could have provided new addictions treatment capacities to save lives. But instead, these dollars were prioritized for the Green Slush Fund to deliver that money to NDP Liberal insiders. There are also acute needs for increased mental health services in communities across Canada. These needs could have been served if $400 million provided in the Green Slush Fund had been directed to supporting expansions of mental health services in Canada. The COVID-19 pandemic, government lockdowns, and social division stoked by this NDP Liberal government took a toll on Canadians. Inflation and never-ending tax hikes have made life in Canada more expensive than it has ever been. This has taken and continues to take a toll on Canadians. While the NDP Liberal government pats itself on the back for saddling generations of Canadians with unprecedented levels of public debt, Canadians see their standard of living being eroded. Home ownership is a mere fantasy for most young adults in Canada. All these NDP Liberal government policy outcomes are undermining mental health across our country. Mr. Speaker, just imagine the mental health services that could have been expanded by the infusion of $400 million that was sent to the NDP Liberal insiders through the Green Slush Fund. The ongoing NDP Liberal government cover-up suggests the government is hiding the documents from the police for a reason. The government cannot explain why they blew $400 million in yet another scandal rather than making a positive difference for mental health services. Shame on this NDP Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government talks a big game when it comes to housing crisis, but they chose the Green Slush Fund scandal over homes for Canadians. In order to accelerate construction of new homes, we need more Canadians certified in the skilled trades. This reality is not a new concept. It's been known for years. Imagine how many Canadians could have been trained and certified in the skilled trade with the support of $400 million. We're talking about helping Canadians acquire the skill and certifications they need to help other Canadians. Who could oppose this common sense approach? Well, the NDP Liberal government will talk the talk when it comes to building new homes, supporting workers, and training for the trades, but the Green Slush Fund scandal is proof positive that they will not walk the walk. When given the choice between supporting skilled workers in Canada to build new homes and using the Green Slush Fund scandal, they siphoned off $400 million to their buddies, and the NDP Liberal government chose that. $400 million could have supported the training and certification of thousands of skilled workers in Canada, but instead, they chose the scandal. Across Canada, there are people holding professional credentials from other countries, but they cannot perform their professional work they are trained in because their credential is not recognized in Canada. There is a lot of professional training and talent that goes to waste every single day in Canada, including in professions and sectors that are desperately needing trained personnel. Rather than developing creative ways in delivering hundreds of millions of dollars to insiders, why didn't the NDP Liberal government develop creative ways of unleashing this unused professional training? If foreign credentials and training have had parity with those in Canada, why are those credentials not recognized? If foreign credentials and training do not meet Canadian standards, why isn't the NDP Liberal government investing in a system for assessing and upgrading foreign credentials? Imagine all of the unrecognized professionals in Canada who could have been moved towards the profession of their training with the $400 million doled out in the Green Slush Fund. Mr. Speaker, water and wastewater treatment systems are essential for sustaining our communities and ensuring our waters are protected from untreated sewage. In 2012, the Harper government implemented Canada's first ever national standards for wastewater treatment, the Wastewater System Effluent Regulations. As part of the implementation of the regulations, compliance deadlines were set for wastewater systems that did not meet the new standards. The deadlines were set up to allow for time for municipalities to plan and budget funds to complete the upgrades and bring their wastewater systems up to the new standards. Today, 12 years after the Harper government implemented the wastewater treatment standards, communities large and small across Canada have yet to achieve the standards. Why? First, the Liberal government, propped up by the NDP, pushed the compliance deadlines far down the road and this was done by the member for North Vancouver when he was the Environment Minister. Second, the government has failed to prioritize the support for upgrading wastewater treatment systems. The $400 million this NDP Liberal government allocated to their pals, the Green Slush Fund, could have assisted local governments advance their wastewater treatment systems closer to compliance. But we all know that this is not what the NDP Liberal government chose to do. Mr. Speaker, in addition to representing the North Okanagan Shuswap, I'm also honored to serve as the official opposition Associate Shadow Minister for Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard for Recreational and West Coast, and Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, or FOPO. My honourable colleagues at the FOPO Committee and each of 6 fisheries ministers shuffled into the role by the PM know that I'm a strong advocate for preventing the spread of aquatic invasive species, or AIS, in Canada's waters. AIS pose acute threats to fish and wildlife habitats and acute threats to biodiversity. Over the past 9 years, it has been concluded by FOPO members and witnesses that preventing the spread of AIS must be a priority because the cost of prevention is nothing compared to the permanent harms that AIS can inflict on ecologies, economies, and communities. Earlier this year, the government removed its funding from the BC government's invasive mussel defense program that inspects and treats watercraft fouled by AIS at inspection stations along BC's borders. I pressed the fisheries minister on this illogical and short-sighted funding cut, and she responded that zebra and quagga mussels are present across Canada. This statement was blatantly false, and it was shocking. Zebra and quagga mussels have not, in Canada, been located west of Manitoba, which is why we need to protect Western waters through prevention. Regardless, the minister cut funding to AIS prevention inspections in BC. And just last week, it was reported that whirling disease, a parasite causing defects and death in salmonids, was detected in Kootenay Lake. I can't help but wonder if the spread of whirling disease in BC could have had this government prioritized AIS prevention. The $400 million in the Green Slush Fund could have helped protect BC's water from invasive species and parasites that decimate fish populations and habitats, but the NDP Liberal government chose otherwise. So as I close out my time today and we approach the season, the holiday season, I first want to take just a minute to thank some people. I want to thank the House administration staff who help ensure we are able to do our jobs as parliamentarians. The pages in the PAGE program, who are an invaluable part of our daily activities here and conduct their roles often in tandem with completing university courses here in Ottawa. To the food service staff who prepare and serve our nutrition. Our office staff who spend long hours researching and preparing us for our daily activities. And especially our Parliamentary Protective Services personnel who often stand on guard for us in the inclement weather we often see here in Ottawa. And lastly, our families who give their unquestioning support and spend more time alone as we fulfill our duties here. I wish you all a Merry Christmas, a blessed holiday season, and a health and happiness in the new year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When the honourable member returns, he'll have 10 minutes of questions and comments to do.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and seconded. Accordingly, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first posed this question in question period on October 11th, and surprisingly enough, I didn't get a satisfactory response. I just learned that week, and by way of background, Mr. Speaker, I was the only member of Parliament who actually obtained intervener status at the then National Energy Board hearings into the proposed Kinder Morgan pipeline. I think it's safe to say I'm the only Canadian who read all of the so-called evidence submitted by Kinder Morgan. I'm very familiar with this file, in other words. And still, I was shocked first when we bought and then built the pipeline at a waste of $34 billion. But through this whole thing, the city of Burnaby has been consistent in saying it must not expand. The Burnaby Tank Farm, which is tanks of diluted bitumen and other fossil fuel products that are highly flammable. The Burnaby Fire Department had been consistent in saying, we don't have the capacity to put out a tank farm fire. And they also pointed out that the university at the top of the mountain, various communities at the top of the mountain, have Simon Fraser University. There's only one road out in the event of fire. There's a significant risk to life and limb. In other words, the community of Burnaby had been, maybe one would say, a thorn in the side of what was this project. To my horror, of course, the Government of Canada, as I mentioned, bought the project, built the project, and the Trans Mountain Pipeline is now something all Canadians, all of us in this room, share in that one thing, if nothing else. We own the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We've wasted all the money on it. And now, what we discovered right in the same week in which I asked the question, October 11th, our tax dollars at work, we've bribed the city of Burnaby to stop criticizing the pipeline and not to mention anymore the risk of fire that would threaten the communities of Burnaby, particularly Simon Fraser University on Burnaby Mountain. Now, what they did was they offered $21 million over 20 years and came along with that a gag order. Do not criticize the pipeline anymore, you people in Burnaby. You're not allowed to say anything about the Kinder Morgan, now Trans Mountain Pipeline. Astonishing, you say, that we would, as a federal government, pour $34 billion into violating Indigenous rights, ignoring the various concerns for the environment about what would happen or what will happen, because it's more of a certainty than a potential risk, if there was a spill of diluted bitumen, which behaves very differently in a marine environment than even the most horrible of crude oil spills like Exxon Valdez. We also have the risk of a tank farm fire in Burnaby. Now, The answer I got from the Minister of Finance was certainly very generous and nice about my own reputation as a climate activist, but failed to answer the question, which was, does this government know about this? Did the federal cabinet understand that our Crown Corporation, Trans Mountain, was prepared now to put $21 million into stopping the people of Burnaby from being protected and their fire department for speaking out about this? For those who may watch this on video, I ask you to go to Google and Google this. Only one bear in 100 bites, but they don't come in order. This is a very instructive video about the nature of tank farm fires around the world, produced by that old folk singer, my hero, Bob Bosson, who lives on Gabriola Island and knows whereof he speaks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer to the question is no and no. But let me go on. As the Honourable Member knows, Trans Mountain Corporation is governed by an independent board of directors, not directly by the government. The board has broad authority for corporate governance, strategy, and nominates several committees to oversee specific specialized areas. Trans Mountain Corporation operates as a commercial entity and has been clear that it is committed to meaningful engagement and effective relationships with communities all along the pipeline expansion corridor. Now, in October, TMC and the City of Burnaby shared a community contribution agreement that will benefit the residents of Burnaby through collaboration on an enhanced emergency response and safety plan. The details of this agreement include, as the Honourable Member said, Trans Mountain contributing $20.1 million to the city, and as Burnaby's Mayor Mike Hurley said, he and any member of council are allowed to speak freely about this project and the contribution agreement itself. I know those two parties work closely to determine the details of this agreement. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the government acquired the Trans Mountain Corporation and the Trans Mountain Expansion Project in 2018 because we knew it was a serious and necessary investment. The pipeline will continue to benefit our economy and Canadians, including those in communities like Burnaby, by providing good jobs, generating significant revenues each year, and being an integral part of Canada's long-term energy infrastructure as Canada and the world transitions to net zero. To support this transition to net zero, since 2015, the federal government has committed over $160 billion to build Canada's clean economy and reduce emissions, and has invested significant additional resources to protect the environment and conserve nature. As the expansion project generates cash flow, the federal government will continue to invest in creating good-paying jobs and accelerating the development and deployment of clean energy and clean technology. The project has also created and is continuing to create economic benefits for families and many Indigenous communities through contracting, financial compensation, and employment and training. And Mr. Speaker, that is all I will have to say about that. But just to repeat myself, I could have finished that in 20 seconds. The answer to the Honourable Member's question is no and no.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
It's outrageous to imagine that so many millions of dollars can be spent bribing a municipality not to protect its citizens, and no one in Cabinet knows about it. But that's what happens when we have what's called a non-budgetary transaction, in which magically former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, without approvals from anyone, decided we have this value of $34 billion over here. We're going to convert it to a value of $34 billion over here in a project that is of dubious value, creates fewer jobs than if somebody locally opened a White Spot restaurant. We have, Mr. Speaker, before us a scandal and a shame, and I'm sorry for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that he's now associated himself with it. He's not to blame. But the Government of Canada has done something egregious in doing something that Kinder Morgan had already decided, and this can be proven, but not in the 30 seconds I have left. Kinder Morgan had already decided this was not a profitable project. The Canadians, as a people, paid for it, and I'm afraid we will pay for it again in environmental damage.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As I've said previously in the speech, Mr. Speaker, those questions, there was a contribution agreement signed between the City of Burnaby and TMX. those questions would be better asked to the city of Burnaby. But I would put my faith into the mayor. I would hope that he and council was assured that they can speak freely to this particular issue and no gag orders was put on themselves. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is very simple. Will the government commit today to not raising the carbon tax over $170 a tonne? Yes or no?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the smartest thing we've done in the last 5 years was to announce to the market that, yes, we would introduce a price on carbon at $170 per tonne by 2030. That sends the market signals. All businesses in Canada, we could have hid this from the fact, but all businesses know that this is coming, and it's smart policy. The market will react to that. What we're still waiting for is the plan on environmental policy from the leader of the official opposition. I still don't know what he wants to do with the environment. Carbon pricing is an important tool to reduce carbon emissions in Canada. It's an important tool to reduce carbon emissions in California. It's an important tool to reduce emissions in the U.S. It is true that the federal government has not imposed a carbon pricing scheme in the U.S., but many states have, and that's something that they're a little shy of telling their constituents when they talk about a carbon pricing model. Mr. Speaker, I would add that it's been many, many hundreds of days that the leader of the official opposition has been elected to be a leader. We're still waiting to see what his environmental plan. Not having an environmental plan to protect Canadians and grow our economy is not serious, Mr. Speaker, and I'll leave it at that.
Honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member did not answer my question, so I'll ask it again. Will the government commit today to not raising the carbon tax over $170 a tonne? Yes or no?
Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, what we've committed to is we've already announced this, and the honourable member knows. I'm not going to be a member of Parliament in 2030. I'm not sure if he's still going to be here. I'm not going to predict what's going to happen in 2030. But if the member thinks he's still going to be here and he can predict what future governments will do in 2030, our commitment was $170 per tonne by 2030.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question from November 8th was on the doublespeak on the government's oil and gas production cut. And the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport at that point in time responded by telling me that the energy sector could increase its production while it was decreasing its emissions. And I actually agree with that part and point to the decrease in carbon emissions per barrel demonstrated by Canada's oil and gas industry over the past 2 decades through investments in technology and efficiencies. Canada's oil sands have decreased their CO2 emissions by over 32% over the past 2 decades. Let me ask, what does the governing party think success actually looks like in this respect? In the world, our Democratic allies asked and are still asking for more Canadian oil and gas. The Parliamentary Secretary told me at that point in time that countries around the world are looking at Canada for less polluting energies. And I agree again. That is because we are delivering. Then the Parliamentary Secretary drifted into liberal soundbite fantasy land. He said, under the do-nothing approach to the previous Conservative government, Canada's imports of foreign oil were 2 times higher. It failed to promote Canadian energy. So the doubling of production that we have in this country over the last 2 decades just turned on magically overnight when the Liberals were elected? Just wrong. And the reduction in emissions per barrel just happened recently. Again, the data directly contradict that. He then offered me a briefing on climate change. Well, I know the member's depth on energy and climate change, and I guess I'm a little surprised the Liberal government had him read that statement. And I recall he had a tough time keeping a straight face. A golfer would say about the member from Niagara Centre that he's known to fluff a putt. But he'll read whatever nonsense is put in front of him. To the point, every credible organization has clearly stated that the cap would cost Canada around 1 million barrels per day of production, which would immediately be met with less environmental production from around the world. 150,000 jobs would be lost. Billions of dollars of GDP would be lost. A sinking Canadian dollar. higher deficits, Canadian poverty. For the environmental result, let me refer to the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development's words on the government's results. He says 2 months ago, the recent decreases to projected 2030 emissions were not due to climate actions taken by governments, but were instead because of revisions to the data or methods used in modeling. This is all make-believe. All these experts the government's been paying hundreds of millions of dollars to have accomplished nothing at the end of the day. It is about shutting down or making it more onerous to produce oil in Canada versus every other jurisdiction in the world. Every other jurisdiction is prospering, while Canada is under the boot of this government to try and produce the resources that are for the benefit of the whole world. Our emissions are going down, our production is going up. We need to make sure we continue on that path and provide a better environmental result for the world and a better economic result for all Canadians. So I ask the member across the way again, how in the world can they say the words that this production cap has anything to do with emissions?
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to remind my honourable colleague that we're the only government who's built a pipeline to Tidewater, something that their previous governments and the oil and gas promoters on that side have never done. And it's funny because they laugh and they scream, but they've never were able to do it because we found the right formula. We understood that balancing the environment and the economy go hand in hand. But that's why the Government of Canada is putting a cap on greenhouse gas pollutions from the oil and gas sector. And Mr. Speaker, that's a normal thing to do. Canada will be the first oil and gas producing country to do so. Our government published proposed regulations in November. And Mr. Speaker, if the opposition had their way, they would just let the sector pollute for free. We don't agree on this side of the House. They can challenge us on a policy, but we're still waiting. They're still light on policy. All they have is 5 slogans. So until they they showcase a policy, we can have an informed debate on this particular issue. But they still have nothing on the other side. So the greenhouse gas pollution cap will ensure that the sector invests in maximum technically achievable decarbonization in order to achieve significant emission reductions by 2030 and to get on a pathway to net zero emissions by 2050. And Mr. Speaker, this is good for consumers around the world. If we are able to get to net zero, Canada will be able to promote its oil and gas sector because that's what consumers around the world are asking. And it is possible. Of course, if we use the technology of today, it's not possible. But we have
confidence. We fully trust people and we trust the sector. They are capable of rising up to that challenge. And we on this side of this House do believe in technology, but we do need to challenge the sector. And that's why we have that goal.
A proven market-based approach that has been used successfully around the world to reduce emissions. Quebec, California, and Ontario at one point had a cap-and-trade system. Quebec and California still have a cap-and-trade system, and the economy didn't fall. They're doing very well. They're doing very well. And over time, the government gives out fewer allowances to comply. Facilities must reduce their emissions or buy allowances from other facilities that have reduced their emissions. And I'm explaining the cap-and-trade system, a mechanism that has been in place for a long time in Canada, especially in Quebec and Ontario and California. The government will continue to work closely with industry, provinces, territories, Indigenous groups, and other stakeholders to set a realistic, technically achievable goal for the sector. We want industries to use better technologies and improve efficiency. This will allow oil and gas producers to maintain or even grow production while lowering pollution. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe that a cap-and-trade system is the right system, and we know that the oil and gas sector in Alberta will continue to flourish. Merci.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you. I'm sorry my colleague across the way misunderstood my question, but we're actually talking about real metrics here, not about hoped-for inventions that will come along in the next little while. This is 6 years down the road they're talking about this cap, in 2030 versus 2024, and a 1 million barrel cut from what we're producing now, which is a significant part of the economy of Canada. Things pay the bills in this country, and it's the oil and gas industry that's the biggest taxpayer across this country. But I'm going to tell them, you know, the response from the people around the country about what was happening. His own Minister of the Environment, who actually doesn't really seem to know much about the environment, but he's a well-placed mole for the NGOs that are in the environmental organization, making lots of money from the score government actually put out. The minister actually said that he says, look around the world. No other major oil and gas producer is doing what we're doing. And then a fund manager from Canada says, well, why is that? Because it's economic idiocy. Does my colleague across the way understand and potentially agree with that? Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, if you don't challenge any sector, then nothing will get done. And I wonder if Freon would have disappeared in Canada when we had acid rains, and whether or not Brian Mulroney would have just sat on his hand and not worked with the U.S. administration to do something. They did something, and they did ban Freon. They did put a price on CFCs because there was a rationale to do so. Doing nothing is not something that I can tell my 5-year-old son that, sorry son, I polluted your planet and I'm going to hand over you a tool that's barely half usable, but thank you so much and good luck with the rest. We have to do something for the environment, and that's exactly what we're doing.
La motion portant que l'Assemblée.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuing to Standing Order 24-1.